Section 1 of Readings for Insomnia, Cookery Books by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Viera. The Insomnia Collection, Volume 7, by Various. Excerpts from a Handbook of Cookery for a Small House, by Jessie Conrad. London, William Heinemann Limited. First published, February 1923. A few introductory words. Cooking ought not to take too much of one's time. 1 hour and a half to 2 hours for lunch, and 2.5 for dinner is sufficient, providing that the servant knows how to make up the fire in order to get the stove ready for use. Most girls will quickly learn to do that, and how to put a joint properly in the oven. For my part, I never went into the kitchen before 11:30 for a 1:30 lunch of 3 dishes. But once the cooking is begun, one must give all one's attention and care to it. No dish, however simple, will cook itself. You must not leave the kitchen while the cooking is going on, unless of necessity, and only for a very few minutes at a time. The bane of life in a small house is the smell of cooking. Very few are free from it, and yet it need not be endured at all. This evil yields to nothing more heroic than a simple but scrupulous care in all the processes in making food ready for consumption. That is why your constant presence in the kitchen is recommended. Unremitting care should be directed to the following points. No saucepan should be allowed, of course, to boil over. No frying pan should ever be put on the fire without the butter or lard being first placed in it, and that not before the pan is required for use. No joint should be placed in the oven so high as to allow the fat to splutter against the roof of the oven. No joint should be baked in a tin which is too small for it. No vegetables should be cooked without a sufficient amount of water in the saucepan, and no green vegetables should be cooked with the lid on. No frying pan, while in use, should be allowed to remain on the fire with only the fat in it. A piece of whatever you are frying, bacon, fish, fritters, should be left in till another piece is placed in the fat. The pan must be removed directly finished with. No fat once used for frying should be kept for future use. The economy is not worth making. The fat, for instance, in which potatoes have been fried, will always contain a certain amount of moisture, and the next lot of potatoes fried in it will turn out greasy and flabby. Fried potatoes should be crisp and melting in the mouth, and if properly prepared, make a delicate dish for a discriminating palate. In the same way, the fat used for fish, however finely strained, will contain particles of fish or breadcrumbs, which will be certain to catch and cause an offensive smell. And the fish fried in such second-hand fat may perhaps be eatable, but will certainly not be worth eating. The above recommendations are founded on personal experience. The author advances them with the greater confidence because she had to find them out for herself. They present no difficulties in practice. If they are exactly followed, and due regard is paid also to incidental remarks of the same nature contained in the body of the book, your little house need never be invaded by the smell of cooking, generally so offensive and always unnecessary, which too often meets one in the hall, and in 9 cases out of 10, if not in every case, means simply that good food is being spoiled in the kitchen. The recipes in this book are calculated for a household of 4 persons. General remarks on kitchen requisites and their care. This small book may be called the ABC of cookery, and the writer is mainly anxious to give her experiences as a general guide and help both for cooking and the preparing of an appetizing meal. Take, for instance, either a small flat in town or a cottage in the country with one maid. It is quite possible to have 2 dishes for breakfast, with toast, tea, or coffee, and to vary those dishes for every day in the week. Easy breakfast dishes will be found in the body of the book. All the statements in the book will justify themselves if the directions are carefully followed. To begin with, let us furnish our kitchen with those most necessary utensils which should always be kept either in a drawer in the dresser or in a dry cupboard. We shall need several enameled basins of various sizes, a fish slice, vegetable slice, wire salad basket, 1 or 2 wooden spoons, 2 large iron ones, a good toasting fork, a small Dutch oven to hang in front of the fire, either to cook bloaters or chops, or even a steak if one prefers that form of cooking to frying, an apple corer, a potato ricer, 1 or 2 enameled frying pans of various sizes and depth. It is best to keep the pan that is to be used for omelets for that purpose alone, also the one that is to be used for making pancakes. Care should be taken in purchasing these articles, as you will often find that some frying pans will be deeper in the middle, while others will be found to rise and be deepest round the edges. These are serious defects, because the one that rises in the center will be useless for either omelets or pancakes. The one that sinks in the middle would be equally unsatisfactory, as both will be found to catch. A double saucepan will be needed either for boiling milk or making porridge. We must not forget a fish kettle and a steamer. The care of the tea kettle is also important. Once the tea is made, and the kettle not needed for a time, the water should be turned out and the kettle removed from the stove. If it is allowed to remain boiling or nearly empty on the stove, it will quickly become coated on the inside and the water thick and cloudy. We will need an enameled colander, a large cheese grater, a nutmeg grater, some cake tins of different sizes, and pie dishes. Our choice of saucepans should also be carefully considered. It should contain at least 2 large iron ones, and the rest may be enamel. We need 2 or 3 baking tins, some china and block tin molds for jellies, and a selection of fireproof earthenware of various shapes and sizes. Wire strainers to put under fish or fried vegetables to drain them, an egg poacher, an egg boiler, which is so much more reliable than even the best memory or the most accurate clock. There is this golden rule that must always be observed. Never attempt to make an omelet unless your fire is hot enough to cook it with the top ring of the stove on. This rule, of course, applies also to the pancakes, fritters, or to any form of frying. For if you are frying a steak or cutlets, fish, potatoes, or bacon, you will require to put the top of the stove on after the first few minutes. Otherwise, your meat or fish will be liable to burn on the surface and remain raw inside. All the utensils must be washed in hot soda water and thoroughly dried before putting them away. Having regard to the fact that soda is most injurious to one's hands, and whether for the mistress or maid, the care and appearance of one's hands is of great importance, it is best to place the saucepans, pans, etc., not earthenware, on the stove with a certain amount of water and a good piece of soda, and let them stand to soak on the side of the hot stove, together with such articles as ricer, poacher, strainer, etc. When ready to wash them up, scour well with a long-handled pot brush, pour off the soda water, rinse in clean hot water, and dry with a cloth. They can then be placed on the rack above the stove to dry thoroughly. In this way, the hands need not come in contact with the soda water at all. We shall also need a nice smooth pastry board, a rolling pin, and a small board for chopping parsley or mint. The meat chopper and the mincer and the meat saw will require to be kept perfectly clean and dry to avoid rust, and should always be carefully wiped with a dry cloth before being used. Should earthenware cooking vessels or pie dishes become burnt, as is sometimes unavoidable, a little rough cooking salt or a little ashes rubbed on the burnt surface will be found effective. On the treatment of vegetables, with a few illustrative recipes. Great care should be taken in the use of an onion. One often finds that if by accident a knife used for cutting an onion has been overlooked, and it comes in contact with any article of food, the flavor of the onion will spoil everything. It is also a fact that if an onion is cut before it is put into soup or sauce, the soup at once becomes cloudy, while on the other hand, if it is merely peeled and put in whole, soup or sauce will remain perfectly clear. Then again, for onion sauce or soup which would be made with milk, you must never put in any salt or any other ingredient till after the milk has boiled. If the onion is added before, the milk will curdle and be spoiled. If you want to fry onions for steak, etc., have some good beef dripping already melted in a baking tin, and when it is boiling, put in the quantity of onions you may wish to cook, cut in thin slices. Cut always round the onion. Then add salt and pepper to taste, and bake in a steady oven, turning them once or twice with the blade of a knife. For stuffing for either meat or poultry, never put the onions in water. Cut thin as above directed, never chop, and boil in a deep frying pan in butter. By boiling, I mean using a larger quantity of fat and not allowing the onions to be browned. 1/4 pound will be quite sufficient for stuffing intended for a goose. Have ready on the board the crumb of a stale white loaf rubbed through a cheese grater, and from 4 to 5 large sage leaves chopped fine. Mix the two together with pepper and salt to taste. Turn the whole contents of the pan into the crumbs and chop finely all together. In this way, the stuffing will be found moist and will not repeat after eating. In cooking green vegetables, use common soda, not bicarbonate. They should be always put into boiling water. Fresh peas should never be shelled overnight, and should be kept in a covered dish after shelling till it is time for them to be cooked. Peas will become quite tough if exposed to the air for any length of time. Always put into boiling water. Never add salt or soda till the peas are boiling. Scarlet runner beans should only be cut in strips in time for boiling, as the edges become hard and dry if left for more than an hour. These are best kept in cold water. Dwarf beans should be treated in the same manner, but can be served with only the ends and edges removed. All salads should be put into a bowl of cold water with a good piece of salt for not more than 10 minutes before needed. A wire basket swung round vigorously will be found the best mode of drying all salads before dressing. If lettuce is to be cooked, cause lettuce will be found better than the cabbage variety. It will become greatly reduced in the cooking and is much improved by being lightly sauté in a frying pan in which a finely shredded spring onion has been lightly fried in a little butter. Form into small mounds with a tablespoon and serve very hot. Cabbage and cauliflower should be put for a while before cooking into a bowl of cold water with a good piece of salt, head down, and the stump cut 4 times across. Spinach requires washing in several waters with a liberal quantity of salt, but the last water without salt. Have ready a large saucepan, at least half full of boiling water. If, as some people direct, you put spinach into a nearly dry saucepan on the assumption that it has absorbed enough water to be cooked in, there will be an unpleasant smell. Add salt and a piece of ordinary soda about as big as a large pea. Boil with the lid off till quite tender. The spinach should then be a beautiful shade of green. Treat sorrel the same way, only it will be noticed that it will change color directly it is put into the boiling water, becoming a greeny yellow, and is slightly acid in taste. It is usually eaten with veal, with poached eggs served on it, or as a dish by itself, served with fried bread round the edge. Tomatoes are always very useful, and can be accommodated in many different ways. For a breakfast dish, take, for 2 persons, 4 nice sound tomatoes. Place in a large basin, and scald with boiling water over them. The skin will then peel off quite easily, leaving the tomatoes perfectly whole. Cut into slices and put into a cold pan with a piece of butter about the size of a tablespoon and a pinch of salt and pepper. Place on the fire and break the tomatoes in the butter as they cook. Let them fry frequently and serve under poached eggs. Another way: take 4 or more tomatoes, remove the stalk but not the skin. Cut the top off, scoop the fruit out leaving a wall, having ready some chopped lean ham, chicken, or other meat. Add a little onion to the inside, which has been taken out of the tomatoes, pepper, and salt. Put into a small frying pan and fry lightly. Put the mixture into the tomato, have a little dripping melted in a baking tin. Place the tomatoes into it. When hot, put the top on the tomato, form a lid, and bake from 15 to 20 minutes. In preparing mushrooms, peel carefully the skin, gently pull the stalk out, and lay them dark side down in a little cold water, with a good knob of cooking salt. This will remove any grit or insects. Have ready a flat frying pan, large enough to take the mushrooms lying flat. Lay each one dark side down and boil in butter gently for about 7 minutes. Turn them over with the blade of a knife and let them continue cooking for another 10 minutes to a quarter of an hour. Pepper and salt to taste. Or in another way, take a large flat frying pan, put into it about 1 ounce of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of best malt vinegar, place over a quick fire and let it burn slightly. That is to say, it is ready when it smokes. Lay the mushrooms as before directed. Proceed in the same way, adding only a little finely chopped onion in the center of each mushroom. Place dark side up, either on toast buttered or on a flat dish. Pour over the butter from the pan and serve very hot. Sprinkle thinly with chopped onion after the mushrooms are in the dish. Mushroom rissoles make an excellent breakfast dish and may be served in little stone marmites instead of pastry. Carefully wash mushrooms as directed above. Take a little strong beef gravy, not Bovril or other meat essence. Cut the mushrooms into lengths, each one into 4 or 5. Put them into a small saucepan with pepper and salt and enough gravy to cover. Stew for an hour. Thicken with a little flour mixed smoothly with water. This can be kept overnight and warmed in the morning. Turnips make a very good dish with roast pork, treated as follows. Carefully peel 10 or 12 nice firm turnips. Reject the woolly, as they are not worth cooking, except for flavoring. Cut into slices, then into lengths, then into small squares. The appearance of a dish is as important as the taste. Boil gently for about half an hour or until tender. Strain and serve very hot with a little melted butter poured over them. Pepper and salt to taste. Carrots, if very young, must on no account be peeled, but only lightly scraped and then cooked in a covered saucepan till tender. Serve very hot with a little melted butter and a little finely chopped parsley sprinkled over them. Care should be taken not to boil too long, as these tender young vegetables are apt to become soft and tasteless. When the carrots are older and bigger, they should be carefully peeled and cut in rings about 1/8 of an inch thick. There is also this pretty and appetizing way to serve carrots. Cook them as above directed, and have ready the following in a lined saucepan, double saucepan. A half pint of boiling milk with salt to taste. 1 1/2 level tablespoonsful of household flour, mixed smoothly in a basin with a 1/2 ounce of butter. Should the butter be hard and difficult to mix smooth, place the basin on the stove till the butter is soft enough to handle with a firm spoon. When mixed, pour the boiling milk straight into the flour and butter, stirring all the time, and always the same way. Put back into the double saucepan and stir till it boils. Add the cooked carrot and serve very hot as an additional vegetable or as a separate dish. Should the sauce be sticky or too thick, judgment, which will come with experience, will quickly show the error to be a little too much flour or careless mixing. This sauce is also useful to compose a lunch dish with, by adding to it some chopped roast chicken and a thin slice of onion instead of carrots. Serve in a rather deep dish with croutons of fried bread or dry toast round the edge. A tin of prawns can be used instead of chicken, in which case a small teaspoonful of anchovy sauce may be added at the last, instead of salt, as the prawns may be already a little salt. Potatoes are, to my mind, one of the most ill-used vegetables we have. They require simple care to make them a useful and welcome addition to at least 2 meals in the day. Too often, I have found the greatest carelessness in the cooking of a simple potato. Often, at an English inn, potatoes are impossible, even more so than other vegetables, and yet we English people have the best potatoes in the world. It is indeed a fact that in the case of the poor potato, God sends the food and the devil the cooks. One common error is to peel the potatoes hours before they are to be cooked, and to leave them in water. Another, to peel them, because the weather is cold, in quite hot water, or worse still, then shut them down in a saucepan on the side of the stove ever so long before they are required. In this way, the potato is spoilt before it has even boiled. It is quite possible to use up even cold potatoes in an appetizing manner. None need ever be wasted if the following hints are taken, and the sound advice of many years' experience is followed. For new potatoes, pick out those as much of a size as possible. Carefully scrape them. Remove any eyes. Rinse in clear cold water, and put into enough boiling water to cover well. Add a sprig of mint in one piece, and a piece of salt put in a saucepan, preferably not iron, and boil gently till tender, which can easily be found by trying them with a fork. When cooked, strain, remove the mint, put into the saucepan a knob of butter while the potatoes are there, and serve as quickly as possible with a little finely chopped parsley on them. The object of the butter is not only to improve the taste and appearance, but it also helps to prevent the sort of preserved taste one so often gets in hotel cooking. As the potatoes get older, it is better to put them to boil into cold water, and directly they are too old to scrape freely, no mint is necessary or advisable. Some potatoes are best strained before they are quite cooked, and then shut down in the saucepan to finish in their steam. If the potatoes are not to be used at once, say when a meal is delayed longer than expected for some reason, it is a good idea either to rice them in a ricer or to mash them. In that way, they will not have an unpleasant taste and can be kept hot for some time and still be quite palatable. Often, one has some cold potatoes left, say from lunch. Cut them into slices, put about half an ounce of butter into a frying pan, and when melted and hot, lay each slice of potato flat in the hot butter. Fry quickly over a brisk fire till they attain a golden brown color. Care must be taken that they do not burn. Cold potatoes can also be used for hot cakes as follows. Take the remains of any boiled potatoes, break them into a bowl, take a breakfast cup and a half of flour. For this quantity of flour about the value of 8 potatoes would be necessary. Rub them smoothly into the flour, add 2 ounces of butter, salt, a little baking powder, unless self-raising flour is used. Mix as for pastry, with a little milk. Sour will do, and if possible, an egg beaten into it. Form into small cakes, and bake on larded paper in a quick oven. Serve hot with sugar and butter to be spread on them. For fried potatoes, care should be taken to follow these directions carefully. Peel your potatoes and cut them into slices about 1/2 an inch thick, then into strips, each slice let us say into 4. Let them lay in a bowl of cold water till wanted for frying. Take a large deep frying pan in which you have melted 1/4 pound of best tub lard. Place over a quick fire, taking care not to let it burn, and when it is ready, which is easily found out by dropping 1 piece of potato into the fat, it should sizzle at once. Take the potatoes out of the water by hand and drop straight into the boiling lard. Turn carefully from time to time with a knife blade. Remove them with a slice into a vegetable dish in which there is a strainer, stone for preference, and place in the oven with an open door till required, but serve as soon as possible. Never put the cover on the dish or allow the oven door to be shut, as the potatoes would not then keep quite crisp. Never add salt till ready in the dish, when a little should be sprinkled over the potatoes. For straw potatoes, proceed in the same way, only these will require less time for cooking, and will need to be cut very much thinner and smaller. For soufflé potatoes, cut them into thin slices and dry them on a clean cloth. Lay them in a little milk for a moment, and then put them into the boiling fat straight out of the milk. If these directions are carefully followed, there should be a crisp brown bubble on each side of the slice of the potato. These also must not be covered or have the oven door closed on them. There is also another simple way of treating an old potato. Often toward the end of the year, when one's potatoes run large, and we are anxious to give a dish a dainty appearance, we find that the large potato served whole looks clumsy. If the potatoes are carefully peeled and any unsightly blemishes are removed, such as the eye, or as so often happens, there are bluey patches due to a bruise, perhaps on the potatoes, otherwise perfectly sound, the following hint may be found both useful and economical. Take a stout teaspoon and scoop spoonfuls from the outside of a big potato. The broken remains can be used in soup, say either beef or mutton stock. Recipe for this with soups. When you have sufficient potatoes ready, you can either fry in dripping, in which case do not attempt to make them crisp, or boil them very gently, or bake them under a joint, etc. They will be best baked or fried. They can then be served laid round a dish of fish, fried or boiled, or round a dish of roast meat, previously carved, and laid down the center of a dish, or with kidneys and bacon, or with liver and bacon. Celery used as a vegetable will be found very palatable, cooked in the following manner. Take 2 or 3 heads of celery, wash carefully in fresh cold water and a little salt. Have ready any little beef, veal, or chicken stock. Bring this to a boil and cook the celery in it. From 30 to 40 minutes should be long enough to render the celery soft. Serve in a vegetable dish with the gravy poured over it, sufficient only to just cover, having previously stirred a teaspoonful of corn flour mixed with cold water into it. Beetroot may be prepared either cold to serve with cold beef, or as a hot vegetable dish, best served with roast mutton. For cold, have 4 or 5 round small beetroots washed, handling them carefully and taking the greatest care not to break off any tender shoots, and avoiding cutting the leaf end too near the top of the beetroot. Have a saucepan large enough to take the beetroot without breaking it. Boil gently with a good piece of salt from 40 minutes to an hour, or even a little longer, according to the size. Prick with a carving fork to see if quite tender. Then lay them on a strainer, and when cool enough to hold in the fingers, remove the peel and cut into thin rings. Lay them in a dish of vinegar. A deep glass dish is best. Dust over 2 teaspoonfuls of powdered sugar, and allow to get thoroughly cold before serving. The object of the sugar in the vinegar is to draw the color out of the beetroot and to remove the sourness. More or less sugar may be used according to individual taste, but the proportion given is generally right. The beetroot already boiled may be used for the following dish. Cut into a little thicker slices, then into strips, then into little squares. Have ready in a deep enamel frying pan a quantity of melted butter. Put the diced beetroot into it with a pinch of salt and a little cream, or, if not available, a little milk, and bring the mixture to a boil, taking care not to break the vegetable when stirring with a knife blade. Mix a teaspoonful of corn flour with a little milk. Stir into the beetroot while on the stove. Serve round the dish of sliced mutton, or separately, very hot. Leeks can often be made to take the place of onions, and are a very useful vegetable, cooked in either of the following ways. Take from 12 to 20 leeks. Wash well in cold water, being careful to remove all grit. It will be found necessary nearly always to split them, to be sure that they are quite clean. Stew them in beef stock till quite tender. This vegetable does not require any soda in the cooking, and is best cooked in stock. Strain and serve when quite tender. Another way is to cut each leek into 4, lengthwise, and bake in dripping, as directed to do with the onion. The drumhead or white cabbage has no appearance if cooked only as a cabbage, but a useful dish may be made in the following manner. Take a large cabbage, remove the white stiff stalk running down the leaf with a sharp knife. Put the leaves into a large saucepan of boiling water. Cook as for ordinary cabbage, except that the leaves will all be separate. When tender, spread on a large dish to cool. Prepare some finely minced meat, beef, ham, veal or mutton, chicken or lamb, about half a teacup of freshly boiled rice, salted to taste. The value of 2 tablespoonfuls of rice will be enough to make half a teacup. The rice to have been boiled in water and not too soft. Mix with the minced meat, and having spread each cabbage leaf open, fill with the mixture, leaving enough of the leaf clear to roll round the meat. Have a deep frying pan on the fire, half full of either beef or mutton stock. Bring to a boil, and place each stuffed leaf in the stock, and cook for 10 minutes. Remove with a slice onto a deep dish, and serve at once, very hot. Recipes: breakfast dishes, entrees, savories, stuffings, sauces, hors d'oeuvres, and sandwiches. General remarks: small savories are useful to lengthen a lunch or dinner without making the whole meal too heavy. Their materials are often what is left over of various dishes. Therefore, the remnants that are kept should be always put away with care and separated from each other. Cut onions should never be kept in the safe containing butter or milk. Raw bacon should be laid in the dish on the rind. A tin of sardines should never be left open more than 24 hours. Tinned salmon must be used at once. Bottled tomatoes may be partly used and recorked for a few days. Bottled olives must be recorked tightly after use. Take care that the liquid covers the olives. The same for capers, chilies, and anchovies. The salad basket and potato ricer should be dried on the shelf over the stove after being wiped. When boiling milk enters into the composition of any dish, the saucepan should be first wetted inside with cold water. 1. Omelets. Plain. Break 4 new laid eggs into a basin and beat lightly with a fork. Add a pinch of salt and a dessert spoonful of milk. Have ready in an enameled frying pan about half an ounce of hot butter, tilting the pan to cause the butter to run all over it. Place the pan over the fire with the stovetop on. Pour the beaten eggs into it. Run the knife round the rim of the omelet. Cook not more than 7 minutes. Sprinkle over a few fine herbs or a little chopped parsley, and fold it over twice on a very hot dish. The omelet, when dished, should be moist in the center. 2. Eggs and bacon. This dish is perhaps the most appetizing breakfast dish, and yet often the most unpleasant on account of the smell. Cooked in the following way, there should be no smell at all. Take the rashers of bacon and carefully remove all the rind. Use preferably an enameled frying pan in which a piece of butter the size of a walnut has been made hot. Lay the bacon in this. The stove should be hot enough to cook the bacon with the top on. Turn the bacon twice and cook for 8 to 10 minutes. Dish on a hot flat dish. Allow an egg for each rasher, breaking the eggs lightly without breaking the yolks into a cup one at a time, and turn into the pan. Allow the boiling fat to run round the eggs. Cook for 3 minutes and dish with a slice placing 1 egg on each rasher of bacon. The pan, when removed from the stove, must not be put into the sink, as the cold water there will cause it to smell unpleasantly. 3. Boiled bacon. Take not less than 2 pounds, cut out of the small back. Plunge in a saucepan 3 parts full of boiling water. Boil briskly for 1 hour. When put on a dish, the rind will tear off quite easily. Remove it and dust the part over thickly with baked breadcrumbs. 4. Sausages. Prick the sausages well with a fork. Lay in a flat meat dish and cook for 20 to 25 minutes, not on the stove, but in a fairly quick oven. This prevents all smell, and they will be well cooked. 5. Sausage rolls. Prick 1 pound of best pork sausages and bake in the oven for 20 minutes on a flat dish. Cut each sausage lengthwise, roll round each, have a thin rasher of raw bacon, put into a paste, as for meat pie, recipe 156. Wrap in hot buttered paper and bake for another 20 minutes. 6. Eggs in gravy. Boil 2 or 3 eggs for not longer than 3 minutes. Drop them for a few seconds into a bowl of cold water to chill them sufficiently to be held with the fingers. Carefully remove the shell without breaking the shape of the egg. Lay each carefully in a buttered dish, side by side. The eggs, if properly cooked, will immediately acquire a flat shape. Pour over them a little good meat gravy and serve at once. The eggs thus prepared should not be hard, but it is difficult sometimes, when removing the shell, to leave the egg whole. Great care is required. 7. Eggs with chicken livers. Put into a little stone marmite dish, fireproof, a little butter, and half the liver of a good-sized fowl. 2 fowls' livers would make 4 or 5 little dishes. When the liver is nearly cooked, the little dishes, having been placed each on the hot top plate of the stove, drop a whole egg without breaking the yolk into each, and allow to cook from 3 to 5 minutes. Serve in the dishes in which they have been cooked. Eggs can also be poached in marmite dishes, but instead of butter, you must half fill each dish with fresh cream and add a pinch of salt and a pinch of chopped parsley at the last moment on top of each egg. 8. Herring roes on toast. Take the roes from the tin or glass box, gently part with a knife, put them into a shallow pie dish with a little pepper and butter. Cover with dish cover and stand in the oven for 10 minutes. Have ready hot buttered toast and lay the roes on the toast. Put a little white pepper on them and a tiny scrap of butter, and replace in the oven for a moment before serving. 9. Poached eggs on anchovy toast. Butter several good slices of toast and spread with a little anchovy paste. Take an egg poacher and put over the fire to boil. Turn an egg into each ring, being careful not to break the yolk. Cook for 3 minutes lightly. Pass the blade of the knife round each rim of the egg. Pinch the machine to open it, the eggs then remaining on the flat slice. Run the knife under each one, and it is easy then to replace them on the toast. 10. Poached eggs and tomato toast. Scald 4 tomatoes and remove the skin. Slice them into a small enameled frying pan in which a piece of butter the size of a walnut has been made hot, a little pepper and salt. Chop them with a knife whilst frying, thus reducing them to a paste. Spread this over the hot buttered toast and put a poached egg on the top. 11. Breakfast dish. Have the paste made ready as for meat pie. Take 6 thin rashers of bacon and cut them in halves. Roll the paste thin on the board and lay half a rasher of bacon on each piece of paste. Cut the paste a little bigger than the bacon. Dust a little finely chopped onion and a tiny pinch of sweet herbs over each piece of bacon. Roll paste and bacon together, paste outside, and cook on hot buttered paper for 15 minutes in a quick oven. 12. Haricot breakfast dish. Put to soak for 12 hours a pint of small haricot beans. Strain them and pick out the brown ones which are not needed. Turn them into a saucepan, 3 parts full of boiling water with salt and a little pinch of soda. Boil gently for 2 hours, or until quite soft but whole. Strain and put into a stone jar. Cover them with good beef stock. Add 3 cut rashers of bacon, fat and lean together, with 1 slice of very finely chopped onion and some tomato sauce, made after the recipe given with skinned tomatoes. Leave in the oven all night and make it hot in the morning before serving. 13. Deviled drumsticks. Take 4 drumsticks of fowls. Put half an ounce of fresh butter in an enameled frying pan. Make it hot and lay the drumsticks in it. Dust over them a little red pepper and about half a flat teaspoonful of some good curry powder. Roll them over and over in the butter and dish with a strainer. 14. Deviled sheep's kidneys on toast. Remove the skin from, say, 2 sheep's kidneys and cut them in halves. Put into an enameled frying pan about ½ ounce of fresh butter and make it hot. Lay the kidneys in the butter, the cut side down. Cook over a brisk fire with the stove top off for 5 minutes. Turn once. Then replace the stove top and stand the frying pan again on it for 5 to 10 minutes more. Have ready enough buttered toast to take half a kidney on each slice of toast. Dust the kidneys with a little red pepper before placing on the toast. Put on each kidney a little fresh butter about the size of a pea. Place on the toast and serve very hot. Ox kidney may be used in the same way, cut into slices. 15. Croquettes. Chop with a mincer very fine any remains of cold chicken or any cold meat with 1 ring of Spanish onion and a tiny pinch of salt and a drain of meat juice. Stir all this well in a plate. Break into the mixture a freshly beaten egg. Add a teaspoonful of finely rubbed breadcrumbs or rusk crumbs. Roll a tablespoonful at a time into another freshly beaten egg, and then into the rolled rusk crumbs. Form into short sausage shapes or balls, and fry in boiling lard or dripping for 7 to 10 minutes. Dish with a slice and serve hot, garnished with a little parsley. Fish croquettes are made in the same way, using any fish that may be left over, after carefully removing all the bones and adding a little cold boiled potato. 16. To dress cold fowl. Cut into small pieces, leg generally in 2. Put into a saucepan and cover with milk, first putting a little water in the saucepan to prevent the milk burning. Grate half a nutmeg, add pepper and salt. When it has boiled, but not before, slice half of a fairly large Spanish onion into the saucepan. Boil for 3/4 of an hour. Thicken before serving with a little flour and butter, which should be mixed very smooth with a little of the boiling milk out of the saucepan. Bring to a boil, and serve in the saucepan with a napkin wrapped round it. 17. Shepherd's pie. Cut the remains of any cold roast beef into small pieces and place in a dish. Slice about a quarter of a Spanish onion finely on the top. Add 2 tomatoes cut very small, pepper and salt, half a teaspoonful of Worcester sauce, half a teaspoonful of Bovril stirred in half a teacupful of water, or a little meat juice. Place in the oven uncovered for a quarter of an hour. Then take out and fill up the dish with mashed potatoes. Place a few thin slices of onion on the top, a piece of butter, and replace in the oven for 3/4 of an hour so as to brown the top nicely. 18. Tripe and onions. Wash in cold water and remove all fat from 2 pounds of fresh tripe, and cut into narrow strips about 2 inches long. Melt in an enameled frying pan about 2 ounces of fresh butter, turning the tripe into it. Fry lightly, not allowing to brown. Dish with a slice into a stone saucepan, leaving the butter in the pan. In the same butter, fry lightly 1 1/2 Spanish onions sliced and add to the tripe in the saucepan with a little salt and a glass of sherry, 1 piece of loaf sugar, and a finely cut up carrot. Add enough water to cover and stew gently for 1 1/2 hours. Thicken with a little flour mixed smooth with cold water and serve in the stone saucepan with a table napkin tied round it. Note: pig trotters may be added to this dish, but in this case they must be soaked for 2 hours before cooking and added to the tripe when cooked. 19. Haricot mutton. Soak a pint of small haricot beans overnight. Carefully pick out the brown ones and rinse through 3 waters in the morning. Have ready a metal saucepan with about 3 pints of water. When boiling, pour the haricots into it with a good pinch of salt and a small piece of soda. Boil gently for 2 1/2 hours. They are then ready to be added to the mutton. Cut into small pieces 2 or 3 pounds of best end of neck of mutton. Remove the fat and put the meat into a stone saucepan. Cover with water. Add 1 turnip cut into long pieces, 1 Spanish onion, pepper and salt, and a pinch of fine herbs. Remove the scum as it rises and cook for 2 hours. Add then the beans, which should be quite soft and peel of their own accord when exposed to the air. Thicken with a little carefully mixed flour and water, and serve in the stone saucepan with a table napkin wrapped round it. 20. Sweetbreads. Soak for half an hour 2 sweetbreads in cold water with a pinch of salt. Drop them in boiling water. After 20 minutes, take them out, remove the skin, and roll them first in a well-beaten egg, and then in rolled rusk crumbs. Bake in a tin in a quick oven for 3/4 of an hour, with a large piece of butter or dripping. Place on a dish, and after turning the fat out of the tin, put in a little good meat juice, and bring it to a boil over the fire. Add then a little smoothly mixed flour and water, and when thickened sufficiently, strain through a gravy strainer over the sweetbreads. Serve very hot. 21. Sweetbreads another way. Soak for half an hour in cold water with a pinch of salt, then drop them into boiling water. At the end of 20 minutes, take out and, after removing the outer skin, cut into slices. Have ready some fresh butter in an enameled frying pan. Fry the sliced sweetbreads lightly for a quarter of an hour. Lay on a dish and squeeze a little lemon juice on each slice, allowing 1/4 of a lemon for the whole of the sweetbread. 22. Steak and kidney pudding. Take 1½ pounds of thick steak and cut into pieces of about 1 inch. Have an ox kidney cut into small pieces and a basin well buttered. With 1/2 pound of beef suet chopped fine and 2½ to 3 breakfast cups of self-raising flour, make a stiff paste, mixing with tepid water. Line the basin with the paste. Put the steak and kidney in, add about 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, sprinkle a little dry flour over the meat, put the crust on, and cover the basin with a wet cloth, which should be tied securely with string. Boil for 3½ hours. At the end of that time, take the cloth off and serve in the basin, stood in a dish, with a fluted paper collar round it. Make a small hole in the top of the pudding and pour in about 1/2 teacupful of hot gravy, made from any small pieces of meat left over, before serving. 23. Calf's kidney on toast. Skin and split in 2 a calf's kidney. Melt in a frying pan about 1 ounce of fresh butter, and place the kidney in this with 1 very thin slice of Spanish onion for each half of kidney. 1 rasher of bacon, chopped very fine, to be put in the pan also. Cook as for sheep's kidneys, but without the red pepper. Prepare some hot toast. Lay upon it the slice of onion, which should be kept whole if possible, and then the kidney. Dust a little portion of the bacon over it with a little pepper and salt. Turn the butter out of the pan, put a little meat juice from under the dripping, about 1 egg cupful, and 1/2 tablespoon of white wine, the juice of 1/4 of a lemon. 1/2 teaspoonful of vinegar will serve if the lemon is not available. Thicken with a little flour and water, first mixed smooth, and pour through a gravy strainer over the kidney. Serve very hot. The best way to prepare the toast is as follows. Take as many pieces of dry bread as required and fry quickly in a little good dripping to a crisp brown. It should then remain quite crisp, even when the gravy is turned over it. End of section 1. Section 2 of Readings for Insomnia, Cookery Books, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Excerpts from chocolate and cocoa recipes and homemade candy recipes. Part 1. Cocoa and chocolate. The term cocoa, a corruption of cacao, is almost universally used in English-speaking countries to designate the seeds of the small tropical tree known to botanists as Theobroma cacao, from which a great variety of preparations under the name of cocoa and chocolate for eating and drinking are made. The name chocolate is nearly the same in most European languages and is taken from the Mexican name of the drink, chocolate or cacahuatl. The Spaniards found chocolate in common use among the Mexicans at the time of the invasion under Cortés in 1519, and it was introduced into Spain immediately after. The Mexicans not only used chocolate as a staple article of food, but they used the seeds of the cacao tree as a medium of exchange. No better evidence could be offered of the great advance which has been made in recent years in the knowledge of dietetics than the remarkable increase in the consumption of cocoa and chocolate in this country. The amount retained for home consumption in 1860 was only 181,054 pounds, about 3/5 of an ounce for each inhabitant. The amount retained for home consumption for the year ending December 31st, 1908, was 93,956,721 pounds, over 16 ounces for each inhabitant. Although there was a marked increase in the consumption of tea and coffee during the same period, the ratio of increase fell far below that of cocoa. It is evident that the coming American is going to be less of a tea and coffee drinker and more of a cocoa and chocolate drinker. This is the natural result of a better knowledge of the laws of health and of the food value of a beverage which nourishes the body while it also stimulates the brain. Baron von Liebig, one of the best-known writers on dietetics, says, quote, "It is a perfect food, as wholesome as delicious, a beneficent restorer of exhausted power. But its quality must be good, and it must be carefully prepared. It is highly nourishing and easily digested, and is fitted to repair wasted strength, preserve health, and prolong life. It agrees with dry temperaments and convalescents, with mothers who nurse their children, with those whose occupations oblige them to undergo severe mental strains, with public speakers, and with all those who give to work a portion of the time needed for sleep. It soothes both stomach and brain, and for this reason, as well as for others, it is the best friend of those engaged in literary pursuits." End quote. Mr. Brillat-Savarin, in his entertaining and valuable work, Physiologie du Goût, says, quote, "Chocolate came over the mountains from Spain to France, with Anne of Austria, daughter of Philip III, and queen of Louis XIII. The Spanish monks also spread the knowledge of it by the presents they made to their brothers in France. It is well known that Linnaeus called the fruit of the cocoa tree theobroma, food for the gods. The cause of this emphatic qualification has been sought, and attributed by some to the fact that he was extravagantly fond of chocolate, by others to his desire to please his confessor, and by others to his gallantry, a queen having first introduced it into France. Quote, "The Spanish ladies of the New World, it is said, carried their love for chocolate to such a degree that, not content with partaking of it several times a day, they had it sometimes carried after them to church. This favoring of the senses often drew upon them the censures of the bishop. But the Reverend Father Escobar, whose metaphysics were as subtle as his morality was accommodating, declared, formally, that a fast was not broken by chocolate prepared with water, thus wire drawing, in favor of his penitents, the ancient adage, liquidum naufrangit jejunium. Time and experience, he says further, have shown that chocolate, carefully prepared, is an article of food as wholesome as it is agreeable, that it is nourishing, easy of digestion, and does not possess those qualities injurious to beauty with which coffee has been reproached, that it is excellently adapted to persons who are obliged to a great concentration of intellect, in the toils of the pulpit or the bar, and especially to travelers, that it suits the most feeble stomach, that excellent effects have been produced by it in chronic complaints, and that it is the last resource in affections of the pylorus. Some persons complain of being unable to digest chocolate. Others, on the contrary, pretend that it is not sufficient nourishment, and that the effect disappears too soon. It is probable that the former have only themselves to blame, and that the chocolate which they use is of bad quality or badly made. For good and well-made chocolate must suit every stomach which retains the slightest digestive power. In regard to the others, the remedy is an easy one. They should reinforce their breakfast with a pâté, a cutlet, or a kidney, moisten the whole with a good draught of Soconusco chocolate, and thank God for a stomach of such superior activity. This gives me an opportunity to make an observation whose accuracy may be depended upon. After a good, complete, and copious breakfast, if we take, in addition, a cup of well-made chocolate, digestion will be perfectly accomplished in 3 hours, and we may dine whenever we like. Out of zeal for science, and by dint of eloquence, I have induced many ladies to try this experiment. They all declared in the beginning that it would kill them, but they have all thriven on it, and have not failed to glorify their teacher. The people who make constant use of chocolate are the ones who enjoy the most steady health, and are the least subject to a multitude of little ailments which destroy the comfort of life. Their plumpness is also more equal. These are 2 advantages which everyone may verify among his own friends, and wherever the practice is in use." End quote. In corroboration of M. Brillat-Savarin's statement as to the value of chocolate as an aid to digestion, we may quote from one of Madame Sévigné's letters to her daughter. Quote, "I took chocolate night before last to digest my dinner, in order to have a good supper. I took some yesterday for nourishment, so as to be able to fast until night. What I consider amusing about chocolate is that it acts according to the wishes of the one who takes it." End quote. Chocolate appears to have been highly valued as a remedial agent by the leading physicians of that day. Christoph Ludwig Hoffmann wrote a treatise entitled Potass Chocolate, in which he recommended it in many diseases, and instanced the case of Cardinal Richelieu, who, he stated, was cured of general atrophy by its use. A French officer who served in the West Indies for a period of 15 years, during the early part of the last century, wrote, as the result of his personal observations, a treatise on The Natural History of Chocolate, being a distinct and particular account of the cacao tree, its growth and culture, and the preparation, excellent properties, and medicinal virtues of its fruit, which received the approbation of the Regent of the Faculty of Medicine at Paris, and which was translated and published in London in 1730. After describing the different methods of raising and curing the fruit and preparing it for food, which it is not worthwhile to reproduce here, as the methods have essentially changed since that time, he goes on to demonstrate, as the result of actual experiment, that chocolate is a substance, quote, very temperate, very nourishing, and of easy digestion, very proper to repair the exhausted spirits and decayed strength, and very suitable to preserve the health and prolong the lives of old men. I could produce several instances, he says, in favor of this excellent nourishment, but I shall content myself with 2 only, equally certain and decisive in proof of its goodness. The first is an experiment of chocolates being taken for the only nourishment, made by a surgeon's wife of Martinico. She had lost, by a very deplorable accident, her lower jaw, which reduced her to such a condition that she did not know how to subsist. She was not capable of taking anything solid, and not rich enough to live upon jellies and nourishing broths. In this strait, she determined to take 3 dishes of chocolate, prepared after the manner of the country, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 at night. There, chocolate is nothing else but cocoa kernels dissolved in hot water, with sugar, and seasoned with a bit of cinnamon. This new way of life succeeded so well that she has lived a long while since, more lively and robust than before this accident. I had the second relation from a gentleman of Martinico, and one of my friends not capable of a falsity. He assured me that in his neighborhood an infant of 4 months old unfortunately lost his nurse, and its parents, not being able to put it to another, resolved, through necessity, to feed it with chocolate. The success was very happy, for the infant came on to a miracle, and was neither less healthy nor less vigorous than those who were brought up by the best nurses. Before chocolate was known in Europe, good old wine was called the milk of old men. But this title is now applied with greater reason to chocolate, since its use has become so common that it has been perceived that chocolate is, with respect to them, what milk is to infants. In reality, if one examines the nature of chocolate a little, with respect to the constitution of aged persons, it seems as though the one was made on purpose to remedy the defects of the other, and that it is truly the panacea of old age." End quote. The 3 associated beverages, cocoa, tea, and coffee, are known to the French as aromatic drinks. Each of these has its characteristic aroma. The fragrance and flavor are so marked that they cannot be imitated by any artificial products, although numerous attempts have been made in regard to all 3. Hence, the detection of adulteration is not a difficult matter. Designing persons, aware of the extreme difficulty of imitating these substances, have undertaken to employ lower grades, and, by manipulation, copy, as far as may be, the higher sorts. Everyone knows how readily tea, and coffee for that matter, will take up odors and flavors from substances placed near them. This is abundantly exemplified in the country grocery or general store, where the teas and coffees share in the pervasive fragrance of the cheese and kerosene. But perhaps it is not so widely understood that some of these very teas and coffees had been artificially flavored or corrected before they reached their destination in this country. Cacao lends itself very readily to such preliminary treatment. In a first-class article, the beans should be of the highest excellence. They should be carefully grown on the plantation, and there prepared with great skill, arriving in the factory in good condition. In the factory, they should simply receive the mechanical treatment requisite to develop their high and attractive natural flavor and fragrance. They should be most carefully shelled after roasting, and finely ground without concealed additions. This is the process in all honest manufactories of the cacao products. Now, as a matter of fact, in the preparation of many of the cacao products on the market, a wholly different course has been pursued. Beans of poor quality are used because of their cheapness, and in some instances they are only imperfectly, if at all, shelled before grinding. Chemical treatment is relied on to correct in part the odor and taste of such inferior goods, and artificial flavors, other than the time-honored natural vanilla and the like, are added freely. The detection of such imposition is easy enough to the expert, but is difficult to the novice. Therefore, the public is largely unable to discriminate between the good and the inferior, and it is perforce compelled to depend almost entirely on the character and reputation of the manufacturer. A distinguished London physician, in giving some hints concerning the proper preparation of cocoa, says, quote, "Start with the pure cocoa of undoubted quality and excellence of manufacture, and which bears the name of a respectable firm. This point is important, for there are many cocoas on the market which have been doctored by the addition of alkali, starch, malt, cola, hops, etc." End quote. Baker's breakfast cocoa is absolutely pure, and, being ground to an extraordinary degree of fineness, is highly soluble. The analyst of the Massachusetts State Board of Health states in his recent valuable work on food inspection and analysis that the treatment of cocoa with alkali for the purpose of producing a more perfect emulsion is objectionable, even if not considered as a form of adulteration. Cocoa thus treated is generally darker in color than the pure article. The legitimate means, he says, for making it as soluble as possible is to pulverize it very fine, so that particles remain in even suspension and form a smooth paste. That is the way the Baker cocoa is treated. It has received the grand prize, the highest award ever given in this country, and altogether 52 highest awards in Europe and America. Plain chocolate. For 6 people, use 1 quart of milk, 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, 1 tablespoon of cornstarch, 3 tablespoons of sugar, and 2 tablespoonfuls of hot water. Mix the cornstarch with 1 gill of the milk. Put the remainder of the milk onto heat in the double boiler. When the milk comes to the boiling point, stir in the cornstarch and cook for 10 minutes. Have the chocolate cut in fine bits and put it in a small iron or graniteware pan. Add the sugar and water and place the pan over a hot fire. Stir constantly until the mixture is smooth and glossy. Add this to the hot milk and beat the mixture with a whisk until it is frothy. Or the chocolate may be poured back and forth from the boiler to a pitcher, holding high the vessel from which you pour. This will give a thick froth. Serve at once. If you prefer not to have the chocolate thick, omit the cornstarch. If condensed milk is used, substitute water for the milk named above, and add 3 tablespoonfuls of condensed milk when the chocolate is added. Chocolate layer cake. Beat half a cupful of butter to a cream, and gradually beat into it 1 cupful of sugar. When this is light, beat in half a cupful of milk a little at a time, and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Beat the whites of 6 eggs to a stiff froth. Mix half a teaspoonful of baking powder with 2 scant cupfuls of sifted flour. Stir the flour and whites of eggs alternately into the mixture. Have 3 deep tin plates well buttered, and spread 2/3 of the batter in 2 of them. Into the remaining batter, stir 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, melted, and spread this batter in the 3rd plate. Bake the cakes in a moderate oven for about 20 minutes. Put a layer of white cake on a large plate and spread with white icing. Put the dark cake on this and also spread with white icing. On this, put the 3rd cake. Spread with chocolate icing. To make the icing, put into a graniteware saucepan 2 gills of sugar and 1 of water, and boil gently until bubbles begin to come from the bottom, say about 5 minutes. Take from the fire instantly. Do not stir or shake the sugar while it is cooking. Pour the hot syrup in a thin stream into the whites of 2 eggs that have been beaten to a stiff froth, beating the mixture all the time. Continue to beat until the icing is thick. Flavor with 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Use 2/3 of this as a white icing, and to the remaining third add 1 ounce of melted chocolate. To melt the chocolate, shave it fine and put in a cup, which is then to be placed in a pan of boiling water. Chocolate biscuit. Cover 3 large baking pans with paper that has been well oiled with washed butter. Over these, dredge powdered sugar. Melt in a cup 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate. Separate the whites and yolks of 4 eggs. Add to the yolks a generous half cupful of powdered sugar, and beat until light and firm. Add the melted chocolate, and beat a few minutes longer. Beat the whites of the eggs to a stiff, dry froth. Measure out 3/4 of a cupful of sifted flour, and stir it and the whites into the yolks. The whites and flour must be cut in as lightly as possible, and with very little stirring. Drop the mixture in teaspoonfuls on the buttered paper. Sprinkle powdered sugar over the cakes, and bake in a slow oven for about 14 or 15 minutes. The mixture can be shaped like ladyfingers, if preferred. Chocolate wafers. Grate 4 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, and mix with it 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and 1/4 of a teaspoonful each of cinnamon, cloves, and baking powder. Separate 6 eggs. Add 1 cupful of powdered sugar to the yolks and beat until very light. Then add the grated yellow rind and the juice of half a lemon and beat 5 minutes longer. Now add the dry mixture, and with a spoon lightly cut in the whites, which are first to be beaten to a stiff froth. Pour the mixture into buttered shallow pans, having it about 1/2 inch thick. Bake in a moderate oven for half an hour. When the cake is cool, spread a thin layer of currant jelly over 1 sheet, and place the other sheet on this. Ice with vanilla icing, and when this hardens, cut in squares. It is particularly nice to serve with ice cream. Cinderella cakes. Use 2 eggs, 1 cupful of sugar, 1 cupful and a quarter of flour, 1 gill of cold water, 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice, 1 teaspoonful of baking powder, 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, half a tumbler of any kind of jelly, and chocolate icing the same as for eclairs. Separate the eggs and beat the yolks and sugar together until light. Beat the whites until light, and then beat them with yolks and sugar and grated chocolate. Next, beat in the lemon juice and water, and finally, the flour, in which the baking powder should be mixed. Beat for 3 minutes, and then pour the batter into 2 pans, and bake in a moderate oven for about 18 minutes. When done, spread 1 sheet of cake with the jelly, and press the other sheet over it, and when cold, cut into little squares and triangular pieces. Stick a wooden toothpick into each of these pieces, and dip each one into the hot icing, afterwards removing the toothpick, of course. Chocolate eclairs. Into a graniteware saucepan, put half a pint of milk, 2 well-rounded tablespoonfuls of butter, and 1 tablespoonful of sugar, and place on the stove. When this boils up, add half a pint of sifted flour, and cook for 2 minutes, beating well with a wooden spoon. It will be smooth and velvety at the end of that time. Set away to cool, and when cool, beat in 4 eggs, one at a time. Beat vigorously for about 15 minutes. Try a small bit of the paste in the oven, and if it rises in the form of a hollow ball, the paste is beaten enough. Whereas, if it does not, beat a little longer. Have tin sheets or shallow pans slightly buttered. Have ready also a tapering tin tube with the smaller opening about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Place this in the small end of a conical cotton pastry bag. Put the mixture in the bag and press out on buttered pans, having each eclair nearly 3 inches long. There should be 18, and they must be at least 2 inches apart, as they swell in cooking. Bake in a moderately hot oven for about 25 minutes. Take from the oven, and while they are still warm, coat them with chocolate. When cold, cut open on the side and fill with either of the following described preparations. Filling number 1. Mix in a bowl half a pint of rich cream, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla, and 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Place the bowl in a pan of ice water and beat the cream until light and firm, using either an egg beater or a whisk. Filling number 2. Put half a pint of milk into a double boiler and place on the fire. Beat together until very light 1 level tablespoon of flour, half a cupful of sugar, and 1 egg. When the milk boils, stir in this mixture. Add 1/8 of a teaspoonful of salt and cook for 15 minutes, stirring often. When cold, flavor with 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Icing for eclairs. Put in a small graniteware pan half a pint of sugar and 5 tablespoonfuls of cold water. Stir until the sugar is partially melted, and then place on the stove, stirring for half a minute. Take out the spoon and watch the sugar closely. As soon as it boils, take instantly from the fire and pour upon a meat platter. Let this stand for 8 minutes. Meantime, shave into a cup 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, and put it on the fire in a pan of boiling water. At the end of 8 minutes, stir the sugar with a wooden spoon until it begins to grow white and to thicken. Add the melted chocolate quickly, and continue stirring until the mixture is thick. Put it in a small saucepan and place on the fire in another pan of hot water. Stir until so soft that it will pour freely. Stick a skewer into the side of an eclair and dip the top in the hot chocolate. Place on a plate and continue until all the eclairs are glacéd. They will dry quickly. Do not stir the sugar after the first half minute, and do not scrape the sugar from the saucepan into the platter. All the directions must be strictly followed. Chocolate profiteroles. Shave into a cup 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, and put the cup into a pan of boiling water. Make a paste the same as for eclairs, save that instead of 1 tablespoon of sugar, 3 must be used. As soon as the paste is cooked, beat in the melted chocolate. When cold, add the eggs and beat until light. Drop this batter on lightly buttered pans in round cakes, having about a dessert spoonful in each cake. Bake for about 20 minutes in a moderately hot oven. Serve either hot or cold, with whipped cream prepared the same as for filling number 1 for eclairs. Heat the cream in the center of a flat dish and arrange the profiteroles around it. Milton pudding. Use 1 pint of stale bread broken in crumbs, 1 quart of milk, 2 eggs, half a teaspoonful of salt, half a teaspoonful of ground cinnamon, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate, grated. Put the bread, milk, cinnamon, and chocolate in a bowl and soak for 2 or 3 hours. Beat together the eggs, sugar, and salt. Mash the soaked bread with a spoon and add the egg mixture to the bread and milk. Pour into a pudding dish and bake in a slow oven for about 40 minutes. Serve with an egg sauce or a vanilla cream sauce. Egg sauce. Beat the whites of 2 eggs to a stiff, dry froth, and beat into this, a little at a time, 1 cupful of powdered sugar. When smooth and light, add 1 teaspoonful of vanilla and the yolks of 2 eggs. Beat the mixture a little longer, then stir in 1 cupful of whipped cream or 3 tablespoonfuls of milk. Serve at once. Vanilla cream sauce. Beat to a cream 3 tablespoonfuls of butter and gradually beat into this 2/3 of a cupful of powdered sugar. When this is light and creamy, add a teaspoonful of vanilla. Then gradually beat in 2 cupfuls of whipped cream. Place the bowl in a pan of boiling water and stir constantly for 3 minutes. Pour the sauce into a warm bowl and serve. Snow pudding. Put a pint of milk in the double boiler and on the fire. Mix 3 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch with a gill of milk and 1/3 of a teaspoonful of salt. Stir this into the milk when it boils. Beat the whites of 4 eggs to a stiff froth and then gradually beat into them half a cupful of powdered sugar and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Add this to the cooking mixture and beat vigorously for 1 minute. Rinse a mold in cold water and pouring the pudding into it, set away to cool. At serving time, turn out on a flat dish and serve with chocolate sauce. Chocolate sauce. Put 1 pint of milk in the double boiler and on the fire. Shake 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate and put it in a small pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 2 of boiling water. Stir over the fire until smooth and glossy, and add to the hot milk. Beat together for 8 minutes the yolks of 4 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and a saltspoonful of salt, and then add 1 gill of cold milk. Pour the boiling milk on this, stirring well. Return to the double boiler and cook for 5 minutes, stirring all the time. Pour into a cold bowl and set the bowl in cold water. Stir for a few minutes, and then occasionally until the sauce is cold. This sauce is nice for cold or hot cornstarch pudding, bread pudding, cold cabinet pudding, snow pudding, etc. It will also answer for a dessert. Fill custard glasses with it and serve the same as soft custard, or have the glasses 2/3 full and heap up with whipped cream. Cream chocolate caramels. Mix together in a graniteware saucepan half a pint of sugar, half a pint of molasses, half a pint of thick cream, 1 generous tablespoonful of butter, and 4 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate. Place on the fire and stir until the mixture boils. Cook until a few drops of it will harden if dropped into ice water. Then pour into well-buttered pans, having the mixture about 3/4 of an inch deep. When nearly cold, mark into squares. It will take almost an hour to boil this in a graniteware pan, but not half so long if cooked in an iron frying pan. Stir frequently while boiling. The caramels must be put in a very cold place to harden. Refreshing drinks for summer. Put into a tumbler about 2 tablespoonfuls of broken ice, 2 tablespoonfuls of chocolate syrup, 3 tablespoonfuls of whipped cream, 1 gill of milk, and half a gill of soda water from a siphon bottle or Apollinaris water. Stir well before drinking. A tablespoonful of vanilla ice cream is a desirable addition. It is a delicious drink, even if the soda or Apollinaris water and ice cream be omitted. A plainer drink is made by combining the syrup, 1.5 gills of milk, and the ice, shaking well. A few suggestions in regard to chocolate. The best flavor to add to chocolate is vanilla. Next to that, cinnamon. Beyond these two things, one should use great caution, as it is very easy to spoil the fine natural flavor of the bean. Chocolate absorbs odors readily. Therefore, it should be kept in a pure, sweet atmosphere. As about 11% of the chocolate bean is starch, chocolate and cocoa are of a much finer flavor if boiled for a few minutes. Long boiling, however, ruins their flavor and texture. Recipes specially prepared by Miss Elizabeth Cavil Burr. All measurements should be level. Formula for making 3 gallons of breakfast cocoa. 1/2 pound of Walter Baker & Company's cocoa. 1.5 gallons of water, hot. 1.5 gallons of milk, hot. This should not be allowed to boil. Either make it in a large double boiler or a large saucepan or kettle over water. Mix the cocoa with enough cold water to make a paste, and be sure it is free from lumps. Heat together the milk and water and pour in the cocoa. Then cook at least an hour, stirring occasionally. Cracked cocoa. To 1/3 a cup of Baker's cracked cocoa, sometimes called cocoa nibs, use 3 cups of cold water. Cook slowly at least 1 hour. The longer the better. Then strain the liquid and add 1 cup or more if desired of milk and serve very hot. Do not allow the mixture to boil after milk has been added. Cocoa sticks. 6 tablespoonfuls of butter. 3/4 cup of sugar, scant. 1 egg. 1 tablespoonful of milk. 1 teaspoonful of vanilla or pinch of cinnamon. 5 teaspoonfuls of Baker's cocoa. 1/8 teaspoonful of baking powder. 1 1/4 to 1 1/2 cups of sifted pastry flour. Cream the butter until soft. Add the sugar gradually and beat well. Add the beaten egg, milk, and vanilla. Mix thoroughly. Sift cocoa, baking powder, and a pinch of salt with about 1/2 cup of the flour. Stir this into the mixture first, then use the remainder of the flour, and more if necessary, to make a firm dough that will not stick to the fingers. Set on the ice to harden. Sprinkle the board with cocoa and a very little sugar. Use small pieces of the dough at a time. Toss it over the board to prevent sticking. Roll out thin. Cut in strips about 1/2 inch wide and 3 inches long. Place closely in pan and bake in moderately hot oven 3 or 4 minutes. Great care should be taken in the baking to prevent burning. It is advisable to gather the scraps after each rolling, if soft, and set away to harden, for fear of getting in too much cocoa, thus making them bitter. The colder and harder the dough is, the better it can be handled. Therefore, it can be made the day before using. Cocoa frosting. 4 teaspoonfuls of baker's cocoa. 2 tablespoonfuls of cold water. 3 tablespoonfuls of hot water. 1/2 teaspoonful of vanilla. About 1 3/4 cups of confectioner's sugar. Put the cocoa in a small saucepan. Add the cold water and stir until perfectly smooth. Then the hot water, and cook for 1 or 2 minutes. Add vanilla and a speck of salt, then stir in enough sugar to make it stiff enough to spread nicely. Beat until smooth and glossy and free from lumps. If too thick, add a little cold water. If not thick enough, add a little sugar. Never make a frosting so stiff that it will have to be made smooth with a wet knife. It is better to let it run to the sides of the cake. For frosting sides of the cake, make a little stiffer. This frosting never cracks as an egg frosting, but is hard enough to cut nicely. Cocoa meringue pudding. 1 cup of milk, 2 eggs, yolks, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, pinch of salt, 4 teaspoonfuls of baker's cocoa, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of vanilla. Put the milk in the upper part of the double boiler and heat. Mix flour and cocoa together and soften in a little cold milk. Mix until free from lumps. When the milk is hot, add the flour and cook, stirring often, 8 or 10 minutes. Beat yolks of eggs lightly. Add sugar and salt and mix well. When mixture in double boiler has cooked sufficiently, strain it over the mixture in the bowl. Put back in double boiler and allow it to cook 1 or 2 minutes, stirring constantly, just enough to slightly thicken the eggs. Remove from the stove, and when cool, add vanilla and put in the serving dish. Cover with a meringue. Place dish on a board, put in the oven with the door open, and allow it to remain there for 10 or 15 minutes. And when the meringue will not stick to the fingers, close the door and let it brown slightly. This pudding can be eaten warm or cold, but is much better cold. This will serve 4 persons generously. Chocolate whip. 1 cup of milk, 1 1/2 squares of baker's chocolate, pinch of salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, 2 eggs, yolks, 6 level tablespoonfuls of sugar, 2 teaspoonfuls of vanilla, 5 eggs, whites. Put milk, chocolate, and salt in a double boiler. Mix cornstarch in a small quantity of cold milk and stir into the hot milk when the chocolate has been melted. Stir until smooth, then cook 12 minutes. Mix together the yolks of the eggs and sugar, then pour the hot mixture over it. Cook again 1 or 2 minutes, stirring. When very cold, just before serving, add the vanilla and fold in the stiffly beaten whites of the eggs. Pile lightly in a glass dish and serve with ladyfingers. A meringue can be made of the whites of the eggs and sugar, then folded in the chocolate mixture, but it does not stand as long. Chocolate jelly. 1 pint of boiling water, 1/3 a package of gelatin, 2 pinches of salt, 2 level tablespoonfuls of sugar, 1 1/2 squares of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Put the water, salt, and chocolate in a saucepan. Cook, stirring until the chocolate melts, then let it boil for 3 or 5 minutes. Soften the gelatin in a little cold water and pour the boiling mixture over it. Stir until dissolved, then add sugar and vanilla. Pour into a mold and set aside to harden. Serve with cream and powdered sugar or sweetened whipped cream. Cottage pudding. 4 level tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 eggs, 1 cup of sugar, 3/4 a cup of milk, 2 level teaspoonfuls of baking powder, 1 3/4 cups of sifted flour, or enough to make mixture stiff enough to drop from the spoon. Bake in buttered gem pans in moderately hot oven, 23 or 25 minutes. If the cake springs back after pressing a finger on the top, it shows that it is baked enough. To make a cocoa cottage pudding, add to the above rule 6 level tablespoonfuls of cocoa. Serve with a vanilla sauce. Miss M. E. Robinson's recipes. Cocoa donuts. 1 egg, 1/2 a cup of sugar, 1/2 a cup of milk, 1/4 teaspoonful of salt, 1/4 teaspoonful of cinnamon extract, Burnette's, 2 cups of flour, 1/4 cup of baker's breakfast cocoa, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder. Mix in the order given, sifting the baking powder and cocoa with the flour. Roll to 1/3 an inch in thickness, cut and fry. Cocoa buns. 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1/3 a cup of sugar, 1 egg, 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt, 1 cup of scalded milk, 2 compressed yeast cakes softened in 1/2 a cup of warm water, 1/4 a teaspoonful of extract cinnamon, 1/2 a cup of baker's breakfast cocoa, 3 1/2 to 4 cups of flour. Mix in order given, having dough as soft as can be handled. Turn onto molding board, roll into a square about an inch in thickness. Sprinkle on 1/2 cup of currants. Fold the sides to meet the center, then each end to center, and fold again. Roll as at first, using another 1/2 cup currants. Fold, roll, and fold again. Place in a bowl which is set in pan of warm water. Let raise 40 minutes. Shape, place in pan, let raise until doubled in size. Bake 15 to 20 minutes. As you take from oven, brush the top with white of 1 egg, beaten with 1/2 cup confectioner's sugar. Let stand 5 minutes. Then they are ready to serve. Miss Farmer's chocolate nougat cake. 1/4 a cup of butter, 1 1/2 cups of powdered sugar, 1 egg, 1 cup of milk, 2 cups of bread flour, 3 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, 1/2 teaspoonful of vanilla, 2 squares of chocolate, melted, 1/2 a cup of powdered sugar, 2/3 a cup of almonds, blanched and shredded. Cream the butter, Add gradually 1 1/2 cups of sugar, an egg unbeaten. When well mixed, add 2/3 milk, flour mixed and sifted with baking powder, and vanilla. To melted chocolate, add 1/3 a cup of powdered sugar. Place on range, add gradually remaining milk, and cook until smooth. Cool slightly and add to cake mixture. Bake 15 to 20 minutes in round layer cake pans. Put between layers and on top of cake White Mountain cream sprinkled with almonds. From Boston Cooking School Cookbook, Fannie Merritt Farmer. Chocolate jelly with crystallized green gages. Dissolve in a quart of water 3 tablespoonfuls of grated chocolate. Let come to a boil. Simmer 10 minutes. Add a cup of sugar and a box of gelatin that has been softened in a cup of water, and strain through a jelly bag or 2 thicknesses of cheesecloth. When almost cold, add a dessert spoonful of vanilla and a tablespoonful of brandy. Then whisk well. Add 1/2 pound of crystallized green gages cut into small pieces. Pour into a pretty mold, and when cold, serve with whipped cream. Mrs. Bedford's Chocolate Macaroons. Grate 1/4 pound of chocolate and mix 1/4 pound of sifted powdered sugar and 1/4 pound of blanched and ground almonds. Add a pinch of cinnamon and mix to a soft paste with eggs beaten until thick. Drop in 1/2 teaspoonfuls on slightly buttered paper and bake in a moderate oven. Do not take from the paper until cold. Then brush the underside with cold water, and the paper can be readily stripped off. Mrs. Cornelia C. Bedford. Mrs. Hill's Cocoa Frappé. Mix 1/2 pound of cocoa and 3 cupfuls of sugar. Cook with 2 cupfuls of boiling water until smooth. Add to 3 quarts and a half of milk scalded with cinnamon bark. Cook for 10 minutes. Beat in the beaten whites of 2 eggs mixed with a cupful of sugar and a pint of whipped cream. Cool. Flavor with vanilla extract, and freeze. Serve in cups. Garnish with whipped cream. Janet Mackenzie Hill, Ladies' Home Journal. Petit four. Bake a simple, light sponge cake in a shallow biscuit tin or dripping pan, and when cold, turn out on the molding board and cut into small dominoes or diamonds. They should be about 1 inch in depth. Split each one and spread jelly or frosting between the layers. Then ice tops and sides with different tinted icings. Pale green flavored with pistachio, pale pink with rose, yellow with orange, white with almond. Little domino cakes are also pretty. Ice the cakes on top and sides with white icing. Then when hard, put on a second layer of chocolate, using Walter Baker & Company's unsweetened chocolate, and made as for layer cake, dipping the brush in the melted chocolate to make the spots. Candied violets, bits of citron cut in fancy shapes, candied cherries, and angelica may all be utilized in making pretty designs and decoration. American Housekeeper. Potato cake. 2 cups of white sugar, 1 cup of butter, 1 cup of hot mashed potatoes, 1 cup of chopped walnuts, 1/2 cup of sweet milk, 2 cups of flour, 4 eggs well beaten, 5 teaspoonfuls of melted chocolate, 1 tablespoonful each of cloves, cinnamon, and nutmeg, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder. Bake in layers and use marshmallow filling. Spanish chocolate cake. 1 cup of sugar, 1/2 a cup of butter, 1/2 a cup of sweet milk, 3 cups of flour, 2 eggs, 1 teaspoonful of soda dissolved in hot water. Put on the stove 1 cup of milk, 1/2 a cup of baker's chocolate, grated. Stir until dissolved. Then stir into it 1 cup of sugar and the yolk of 1 egg stirred together. When cool, flavor with vanilla. While this is cooling, beat up the first part of the cake and add the chocolate custard. Bake in layers. Ice on top and between the layers. End of section 2. Section 3 of Readings for Insomnia, Cookery Books by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Excerpts from Chocolate and Cocoa Recipes and Homemade Candy Recipes, Part 2. Walter Baker and Company, Limited. Established 1780. This house has grown to be the largest of its kind in the world, and it has achieved that result by always maintaining the highest standard in the quality of its cocoa and chocolate preparations, and selling them at the lowest price for which unadulterated articles of high grade can be put upon the market. Under cover of a similarity in name, trademark, label, or wrapper, a number of unscrupulous concerns have, within recent years, made attempts to get possession of the great market won by this house by trading on its good name, selling to unsuspecting consumers goods of distinctly inferior quality by representing them to be the products of the genuine bakers. The quantity of goods sold in this way is not so much of an injury to us as the discredit cast upon our manufacturers by leading some consumers to believe that these fraudulent articles are of our manufacture and that we have lowered the high standard maintained for so many years. It is difficult to bring the fraud home to all consumers, as those who are making use of it seek out of the way places where deception will the more easily pass. We have letters from housekeepers who have used the genuine baker goods for years, expressing their indignation at the attempts of unscrupulous dealers to foist upon them inferior and adulterated articles by fraudulently representing them to be of our manufacture. Statements in the press and in the reports of the Pure Food Commissioners show that there are on the market at this time many cocoas and chocolates which have been treated with adulterants, more or less injurious to health, for the purpose of cheapening the cost and giving a fictitious appearance of richness and strength. The safest course for consumers, therefore, is to buy goods bearing the name and trademark of a well-known and reputable manufacturer, and to make sure by a careful examination that they are getting what they order. Our cocoa and chocolate preparations are absolutely pure, free from coloring matter, chemical solvents, or adulterants of any kind, and are therefore in full conformity to the requirements of all national and state pure food laws. We have behind us 129 years of successful manufacture and 52 highest awards from the great industrial exhibitions in Europe and America. We ask the cooperation of all consumers who want to get what they order and what they pay for to help us, as much in their own interest as ours. in checking these frauds. Walter Baker and Company, Limited. Our registered guarantee under National Pure Food Laws is serial number 90. Walter Baker and Company's cocoa and chocolate preparations. Baker's Breakfast Cocoa. In 1/5 pound, 1/4 pound, 1/2 pound, 1 pound, and 5 pound tins. This admirable preparation is made from selected cocoa, from which the excess of oil has been removed. It is absolutely pure, and it is soluble. It has more than 3 times the strength of cocoa mixed with starch, arrowroot, or sugar, and is therefore far more economical, costing less than 1 cent a cup. It is delicious, nourishing, strengthening, easily digested, and admirably adapted for invalids as well as for persons in health. No alkalis or other chemicals or dyes are used in its preparation. Trademark on every package. Baker's Chocolate. Walter Baker and Company's Premium No. 1. In 1/4 and 1/2 pound cakes, 1 pound packages, blue wrapper, yellow label. It is the pure product of carefully selected cocoa beans, to which nothing has been added and from which nothing has been taken away. Unequaled for smoothness, delicacy, and natural flavor. Celebrated for more than a century as a nutritious, delicious, and flesh-forming beverage. The high reputation and constantly increasing sales of this article have led to imitations on a very extensive scale. To distinguish their product from these imitations, Walter Baker and Company Limited have enclosed their cakes and pound packages in a new envelope or case of stiff paper, different from any other package. The color of the case is the same shade of deep blue heretofore used on the Baker packages, and no change has been made in the color, yellow, and design of the label. On the outside of the case, the name of the manufacturer is prominently printed in white letters. On the back of every package, a colored lithograph of the trademark La Belle Chocolatière, sometimes called the Chocolate Girl, is printed. Vigorous proceedings will be taken against anyone imitating the package. Trademark on every package. Baker's Vanilla Chocolate. In 1/2 pound and 1/6 pound cakes, and 5-cent and 10-cent packages, is guaranteed to consist solely of choice cocoa and sugar, flavored with pure vanilla beans. Particular care is taken in its preparation, and a trial will convince one that it is really a delicious article for eating or drinking. It is the best sweet chocolate in the market, used at receptions and evening parties in place of tea or coffee. The small cakes form the most convenient, palatable, and healthful article of food that can be carried by bicyclists, tourists, and students. Trademark on every package. Caracas Chocolate. In 1/8 and 1/4 pound packages. A delicious article, good to eat and good to drink. It is one of the finest and most popular sweet chocolates on the market, and has a constantly increasing sale in all parts of the country. If you do not find it at your grocer's, we will send a 1/4 pound cake by mail, prepaid, on receipt of 10 cents in stamps or money. Trademark on every package. Century Chocolate, in 1/4 pound packages. A fine vanilla chocolate for eating or drinking. put up in very artistic wrappers. Trademark on every package. Auto Sweet Chocolate in 1/6 pound packages. A fine eating chocolate enclosed in an attractive wrapper with an embossed representation of an automobile in colors. Trademark on every package. German Sweet Chocolate in 1/4 pound and 1/8 pound packages is one of the most popular sweet chocolates sold anywhere. It is palatable, nutritious, and healthful, and is a great favorite with children. Beware of imitations. The genuine is stamped S. German, Dorchester, Massachusetts. Trademark, La Belle Chocolatière on every package. Dot Chocolate in 1/2 pound cakes, 12-pound boxes. A high-grade chocolate specially prepared for homemade candies and for sportsmen's use. If you do not find it at your grocer's, write to us and we will put you in the way of getting it. In The Way of the Woods, a manual for sportsmen, Edward Breck, the author, says, chocolate is now regarded as a very high-class food on account of its nutritive qualities. A half cake will keep a man's strength up for a day without any other food. I never strike off from camp by myself without a piece of chocolate in my pocket. Do not, however, have anything to do with the mawkishly sweet chocolates of the candy shops or the imported milk chocolate, which are not suited for the purpose. We have something better here in America, in Walter Baker & Company's Dot brand, which is slightly sweetened. Cracked cocoa or cocoa nibs in 1/2 pound and 1 pound packages and in 6 pound and 10 pound bags. This is the freshly roasted bean cracked into small pieces. It contains no admixture and presents the full flavor of the cocoa bean in all its natural fragrance and purity. When properly prepared, it is one of the most economical drinks. Dr. Lancaster says cocoa contains as much flesh-forming matter as beef. Trademark on every package. Soluble cocoa. This is a preparation for the special use of druggists and others in making hot or cold soda. It forms the basis for a delicious, refreshing, nourishing, and strengthening drink. It is perfectly soluble. It is absolutely pure. It is easily made. It possesses the full strength and natural flavor of the cocoa bean. No chemicals are used in its preparation. The directions for making 1 gallon of syrup are as follows: 8 ounces of soluble cocoa, 8½ pounds of white sugar, 2½ quarts of water. Thoroughly dissolve the cocoa in hot water, then add the sugar and heat until the mixture boils. Strain while hot. After it has become cool, sugar may be added if desired. The trade is supplied with 1, 4, or 10 pound decorated canisters. Trademark on every package. Chocolate for confectioner's use. Liquid chocolates. Plain, sweet, light, medium, and dark. Soluble cocoa for hot or cold soda. Absolutely pure. Free from coloring matter, chemical solvents, or adulterants of any kind, and therefore in full conformity to the requirements of all national and state pure food laws. Vanilla tablets. These are small pieces of chocolate made from the finest beans and done up in fancy foil. The packages are tied with colored ribbons and are very attractive in form and delicious in substance. They are much used for desserts and collations, and at picnics and entertainments for young people. They are strongly recommended by physicians as a healthy and nutritious confection for children. Trademark on every package. Cocoa butter. In 1/2 pound and 1/5 pound cakes, and in metal boxes for toilet uses. 1/2 the weight of the cocoa bean consists of a fat called cocoa butter, from its resemblance to ordinary butter. It is considered of great value as a nutritious, strengthening tonic, being preferred to cod liver oil and other nauseous fats so often used in pulmonary complaints. As a soothing application to chapped hands and lips and all irritated surfaces, cocoa butter has no equal, making the skin remarkably soft and smooth. Many who have used it say they would not for any consideration be without it. It is almost a necessary article for every household. Trademark on every package. Cocoa shells in 1 pound and 1/2 pound packages. Cocoa shells are the thin outer covering of the beans. They have a flavor similar to, but milder than cocoa. Their very low price places them within the reach of all, and as furnishing a pleasant and healthy drink, they are considered superior to tea and coffee. Packed only in 1 pound and 1/2 pound papers, with our label and name on them. Trademark on every package. Cacao des Aztecs, in boxes, 6 pounds each, 1/2 pound bottles. A compound formerly known as Jacabou des Arabes, a most nutritious preparation, indispensable as an article of diet for children, convalescents, ladies, and delicate or aged persons. It is composed of the best nutritive and restoring substances suitable for the most delicate system. It is now a favorite breakfast beverage for ladies and young persons, to whom it gives freshness and embonpoint. It has solved the problem of medicine by imparting something which is easily digestible and at the same time free from the exciting qualities of coffee and tea, thus making it especially desirable for nervous persons or those afflicted with weak stomachs. It has a very agreeable flavor, is easily prepared, and has received the commendation of eminent physicians as being the best article known for convalescents and all persons desiring a light, digestible, nourishing, and strengthening food. Homemade candies. Recipes specially prepared by Mrs. Janet Mackenzie Hill. Peppermints, chocolate mints, etc. Uncooked fondant. White of 1 egg, 2 tablespoonfuls of cold water, sifted confectioner's sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful of essence of peppermint, or a few drops of oil of peppermint, 1 or 2 squares of baker's chocolate, green color paste, pink color paste. Beat the egg on a plate, add the cold water, and gradually work in sugar enough to make a firm paste. Divide the sugar paste into 3 parts. To 1 part, add the peppermint and a very little of the green color paste. Take the paste from the jar with a wooden toothpick, add but a little. Work and knead the mixture until the paste is evenly distributed throughout. Roll the candy into a sheet 1/4 an inch thick, then cut out into small rounds or other shape, with any utensil that is convenient. Color the second part a very delicate pink, Flavor with rose extract and cut out in the same manner as the first. To the last part, add 1 or 2 squares of baker's chocolate, melted over hot water, and flavor with peppermint. Add also a little water, as the chocolate will make the mixture thick and crumbly. Begin by adding a tablespoonful of water, then add more if necessary. Knead and cut these as the others. Chocolate caramel walnuts, uncooked fondant. White of 1 egg, 3 tablespoonfuls of maple or caramel syrup, 1 tablespoonful of water, sifted confectioner's sugar, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract, 2 or more squares of baker's chocolate, English walnuts. Beat the white of egg slightly, add the syrup, water, sugar as needed, the chocolate melted over hot water, and the vanilla, also more water if necessary. Work with a silver-plated knife and knead until thoroughly mixed. Then break off small pieces of uniform size and roll them into balls in the hollow of the hand. Flatten the balls a little. Set the half of an English walnut upon each, pressing the nut into the candy and thus flattening it still more. The caramel gives the chocolate a particularly nice flavor. How to coat candies, etc. with baker's dot chocolate. Half a pound of dot chocolate will coat quite a number of candy or other centers, but as depth of chocolate and an even temperature during the whole time one is at work are essential, it is well, when convenient, to melt a larger quantity of chocolate. When cold, the unused chocolate may be cut from the dish and set aside for use at a future time. If the chocolate be at the proper temperature when the centers are dipped in it, it will give a rich, glossy coating free from spots, and the candies will not have a spreading base. After a few centers have been dipped, set them in a cool place to harden. The necessary utensils are a wire fork and a very small double boiler. The inner dish of the boiler should be of such size that the melted chocolate will come nearly to the top of it. Break the chocolate in small pieces and surround with warm water. Stir occasionally while melting. When the melted chocolate has cooled to about 80 degrees Fahrenheit, it is ready to use. Drop whatever is to be coated into the chocolate. With the fork, push it below the chocolate. Lift out. Draw across the edge of the dish and drop onto a piece of table oilcloth or onto waxed paper. Do not let a drop of water get into the chocolate. Chocolate-dipped peppermints, uncooked fondant. Prepare green, white, pink, and chocolate-colored mints by the first recipe. After they have dried off a little, run a spatula under each and turn to dry the other side. Coat with baker's dot chocolate. Ginger, cherry, apricot, and nut chocolates. White of 1 egg, 2 tablespoonfuls of cold water, sifted confectioner's sugar, almond or rose extract, preserved ginger, candied cherries, candied apricots, halves of almond, halves of pecan nuts, half a pound of baker's dot chocolate. Use the first 4 ingredients in making uncooked fondant. Caramel syrup is a great addition to this fondant, especially if nuts are to be used. Use 3 tablespoonfuls of syrup and 1 tablespoonful of water with 1 egg white instead of the 2 tablespoonfuls of water indicated in the recipe. Work the fondant for some time, Then break off little bits and wrap around small pieces of the fruit. Then roll in the hollow of the hand into balls or oblongs. For other candies, roll a piece of the fondant into a ball, flatten it with the fingers, and use to cover a whole pecan or English walnut meat. Set each shape on a plate as it is finished. They will harden very quickly. Dip these, one by one, in baker's dot chocolate and set on an oilcloth. Chocolate peanut clusters. Shell a quart of freshly roasted peanuts and remove the skins. Drop the peanuts, one by one, into the center of a dish of dot chocolate made ready for use. Lift out onto oilcloth with a dipping fork. A wire fork comes for the purpose, but a silver oyster fork answers nicely. To make groups of 3 nuts, 2 below, side by side, and 1 above and between the others. Chocolate-coated almonds. Select nuts that are plump at the ends. Use them without blanching. Brush to remove dust. Melt dot chocolate, and when cooled properly, drop the nuts, one at a time, into the center of it. Push the nuts under with the fork, then drop onto waxed paper or oilcloth. In removing the fork, make a design on the top of each nut. These are easily prepared and are particularly good. Plain and chocolate-dipped Parisian sweets. Half a cup of sultana raisins, 5 figs, 1 cup of dates, 2 ounces citron, 2/3 a cup of nut meats, almonds, filberts, pecans, or walnuts, 1 variety or a mixture, 1½ ounces of baker's chocolate, 1/3 a cup of confectioner's sugar, 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt, chocolate fondant or baker's dot chocolate. Pour boiling water over the figs and dates. Let boil up once, then drain as dry as possible. Remove stones from the dates, the stem ends from the figs. Chop the fruit and nut meats. Almonds should be blanched in a food chopper. Add the salt and the sugar and work the whole to a smooth paste. Add the chocolate, melted, and work it evenly through the mass. Add more sugar if it is needed, and roll the mixture into a sheet 1/4 an inch thick. Cut into strips an inch wide. Cut the strips into diamond-shaped pieces or squares. Roll these in confectioner's sugar, or dip them in chocolate fondant or in baker's dot chocolate, and sprinkle a little fine chopped pistachio nut meats on the top of the dipped pieces. When rolling the mixture, use confectioner's sugar on board and rolling pin. Stuffed dates, chocolate dipped. Cut choice dates open on one side and remove the seeds. Fill the open space in the dates with a strip of preserved ginger or pineapple, chopped nuts, or chopped nuts mixed with white or chocolate fondant. Press the dates into a compact form to keep in the filling, then dip them, one by one, in dot chocolate. Chocolate oysterettes, plain and with chopped figs. Oyster crackers, salted preferred, fine chopped, roasted peanuts or raisins, or 3 or 4 basket figs, or a little French fruit cut in very small bits. Half a pound or more of baker's dot chocolate. Select fresh baked crackers, free from crumbs. Dip in dot chocolate, made ready as in previous recipes, and dispose on oilcloth or waxed paper. For a change, add figs or other fruit, cut very fine, or chop nuts to the chocolate, ready for dipping. Turkish paste with French fruit, chocolate flavored. 3 level tablespoonfuls of granulated gelatin, half a cup of cold water, 2 cups of sugar, 2/3 a cup of cold water, 1 teaspoonful of ground cinnamon, 2 squares of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract, 1 cup of French candied fruit, cherries, angelica, citron, etc., chopped fine. Let the gelatin stand in the half cup of cold water until it has taken up all of the water. Stir the sugar and the 2/3 a cup of cold water over the fire until the sugar is dissolved and the syrup is boiling. Then add the gelatin and let cook 20 minutes. Add the cinnamon, the chocolate, melted over hot water, and beat all together. Then add the vanilla and the fruit. Let stand in a cool place for a time. Then when it thickens a little, turn into an unbuttered bread pan and set aside until the next day. To unmold, separate the paste from the pan at the edge with a sharp-pointed knife. Sift confectioner's sugar over the top. Then with the tips of the fingers, gently pull the paste from the pan to a board dredged with confectioner's sugar. Cut into strips, then into small squares. Roll each square in confectioner's sugar. In cutting, keep sugar between the knife and the paste. Choice chocolate pecan pralines. 3 cups of granulated sugar, 1 cup of cream, 1 cup of sugar cooked to caramel, 2 squares of baker's chocolate, 3 cups of pecan nut meats. Stir the sugar and cream over the fire until the sugar is melted. Then let boil to the soft ball degree or to 236 degrees Fahrenheit. Add the chocolate, melted or shaved fine, and beat it in. Then pour the mixture onto the cup of sugar cooked to caramel. Let the mixture boil up once, then remove from the fire. Add the nut meats and beat until the mass begins to thicken. When cold enough to hold its shape, drop onto an oilcloth or marble, a teaspoonful in a place, and at once set a half nut meat on each. 2 persons are needed to make these pralines, 1 to drop the mixture, the other to decorate with the halves of the nuts. The mixture becomes smooth and firm almost instantly. Maple or brown sugar may be used in place of all or a part of the quantity of granulated sugar designated. Vassar fudge. 2 cups of white granulated sugar, 1 cup of cream, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 1/4 a cake of Baker's Premium No. 1 chocolate. Put in the sugar and cream, and when this becomes hot, put in the chocolate, broken up into fine pieces. Stir vigorously and constantly. Put in butter when it begins to boil. Stir until it creams when beaten on a saucer. Then remove and beat until quite cool and pour into buttered tins. When cold, cut in diamond-shaped pieces. Smith College fudge. Melt 1/4 cup of butter. Mix together in a separate dish 1 cup of white sugar, 1 cup of brown sugar, 1/4 cup of molasses, and 1/2 cup of cream. Add this to the butter, and after it has been brought to a boil, continue boiling for 2 1/2 minutes, stirring rapidly. Then add 2 squares of Baker's Premium No. 1 chocolate, scraped fine. Boil this 5 minutes, stirring it first rapidly and then more slowly towards the end. After it has been taken from the fire, add 1 1/2 teaspoonfuls of vanilla. Then stir constantly until the mass thickens. Pour into buttered pan and set in a cool place. Wellesley marshmallow fudge. Heat 2 cups of granulated sugar and 1 cup of rich milk. Cream is better. Add 2 squares of baker's chocolate and boil until it hardens in cold water. Just before it is done, add a small piece of butter, then begin to stir in marshmallows, crushing and beating them with a spoon. Continue to stir in marshmallows after the fudge has been taken from the fire, until half a pound has been stirred into the fudge. Cool in sheets 3/4 of an inch thick and cut in cubes. Double fudge. 2 cups of granulated sugar, 2 squares of baker's chocolate, 1/2 a cup of cream, 1 tablespoonful of butter. Boil 7 minutes, then beat and spread in buttered tin to cool. 2 cups of brown sugar, 1/2 a cup of cream, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract, 1 cup of walnut meats, chopped fine, butter size of a walnut. Boil 10 minutes, then beat and pour on top of fudge already in pan. When cool, cut in squares. Marbled fudge. 2 cups of granulated sugar, 1/4 a cup of glucose, pure corn syrup, 1 1/2 cups of cream, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 2 squares of baker's chocolate, scraped fine or melted, 2 teaspoonfuls of vanilla. Stir the sugar, glucose, and cream over a slack fire until the sugar is melted. Move the saucepan to a hotter part of the range and continue stirring until the mixture boils. Then let boil, stirring every 3 or 4 minutes very gently until the thermometer registers 236 degrees Fahrenheit, or till a soft ball can be formed in cold water. Remove from the fire and pour 1/2 of the mixture over the chocolate. Set both dishes on a cake rack or on something that will allow the air to circulate below the dishes. When the mixture cools a little, get someone to beat 1 dish of the fudge. Add a teaspoonful of vanilla to each dish and beat until thick and slightly grainy. Then put the mixture in a pan lined with waxed paper, first a little of one and then of the other, to give a marbled effect. When nearly cold, turn from the pan, peel off the paper, and cut into cubes. Fudge hearts or rounds. 2 cups of granulated sugar, 1/3 a cup of condensed milk, 1/3 a cup of water, 1/4 a cup of butter, 1 1/2 squares of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract. Boil the sugar, milk, and water to 236 degrees Fahrenheit, or to the soft ball degree. Stir gently every few minutes. Add the butter and let boil up vigorously. Then remove from the fire and add the chocolate. Let stand undisturbed until cool. Then add the vanilla and beat the candy until it thickens and begins to sugar. Pour into a pan lined with paper to stand until cooled somewhat. Turn from the mold and with a French cutter or a sharp-edged tube, cut into symmetrical shapes. Marshmallow fudge. First batch. 2 cups of granulated sugar, 1 cup of cream, 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 2 squares of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla, nearly half a pound of marshmallows split in halves. Second batch: 2 cups of granulated sugar, 1 cup of cream, 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 2 squares of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Start with the first batch, and when this is nearly boiled enough, set the second batch to cook, preparing it in the same manner as the first. Stir the sugar and cream over a rather slack fire until the sugar is melted. When the sugar boils, wash down the sides of the pan as in making fondant. Set in the thermometer and cook over a quick fire without stirring to the soft ball degree, 236 degrees Fahrenheit. Add the butter, salt, and chocolate, melted or shaved fine, and let boil up vigorously. Then remove to a cake cooler or 2 spoon handles to allow a circulation of air below the pan. In the meantime, the second batch should be cooking and the marshmallows be gotten ready. When the first batch is about cold, add the vanilla and beat the candy vigorously until it begins to thicken. Then turn it into a pan lined with waxed paper. At once, dispose the halves of marshmallows close together upon the top of the fudge. Soon, the other dish of fudge will be ready. Set it into cold water, and when nearly cold, add the vanilla and beat as in the first batch. Then pour it over the marshmallows. When the whole is about cold, turn it onto a marble or hardwood board. Pull off the paper and cut into cubes. If one is able to work very quickly, but one batch need be prepared, half of it being spread over the marshmallows. Chocolate-dipped fruit fudge. Fruit fudge. 1½ cups of granulated sugar, 1 cup of maple syrup, 1½ cups of glucose, pure corn syrup, 1/2 a cup of thick cream, or 1/3 a cup of milk and 1/4 a cup of butter, 3/4 a cup of fruit, figs, and candied cherries and apricots, cut in small pieces. Chocolate for dipping. 1/2 a cake or more of baker's dot chocolate. Stir the sugar, syrup, glucose, and cream until the sugar is melted. Cover and let boil 3 or 4 minutes. Then uncover and let boil, stirring often but very gently until a soft ball may be formed in cold water, or until the thermometer registers 236 degrees Fahrenheit. Set the saucepan on a cake cooler, and when the mixture becomes cool, add the fruit and beat until it becomes thick. Then turn into pans lined with waxed paper. In about 15 minutes, cut into squares. Coat these with the dot chocolate. Chocolate coconut cakes. 2/3 a cup of granulated sugar, 1/4 a cup scant measure of water, 1 cup less 1 tablespoonful of glucose, 1/2 a pound of desiccated cocoa nut, 1/2 a pound of baker's dot chocolate. Heat the sugar, water, and glucose to the boiling point. Add the cocoa nut and stir constantly while cooking to the soft ball degree, or until a little of the candy dropped on a cold marble may be rolled into a ball. Drop by small teaspoonfuls onto a marble or waxed paper to make small, thick, rather uneven rounds. When cold, coat with dark chocolate melted over hot water and cooled properly. These cakes are very easily coated. Baker's Chocolate Divinity. 1½ cups of brown sugar, 1 cup of maple syrup, 1/2 a cup of glucose pure corn syrup, 1/2 a cup of water, 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt, the whites of 2 eggs, 1 cup of nut meats chopped fine, 2 squares of baker's chocolate broken in pieces. Let the sugar, syrup, glucose, and water stand on the back of the range, stirring occasionally until the sugar is melted, then cover and let boil 5 minutes. Remove the cover and let boil to soft crack, 287 degrees Fahrenheit, or until when tested in water, a ball that rattles in the cup will be formed. Add the salt and chocolate and beat over the fire until the chocolate is melted. Then pour in a fine stream onto the whites of eggs, beaten dry, beating constantly meanwhile. Add the nuts and pour into a pan lined with waxed paper. In about 15 minutes, lift the candy from the pan by the ends of the paper left for the purpose, and cut it into small oblongs or squares. The candy must be stirred constantly during the last of the cooking. In cooking without a thermometer, one is liable to remove the candy from the fire too soon. If this happens, return, egg whites and all, to the saucepan. Set this into a dish of boiling water and stir constantly until the mixture thickens. Then pour into the pan lined with paper. On no account let even a few drops of water boil into the candy. Chocolate nougatines. 1 cup of granulated sugar, 1/2 a cup of glucose, 1/2 a cup of honey, strained, piece of paraffin size of a pea, 1/4 a cup of water, 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt, the whites of 2 eggs beaten dry, 1 cup of almond or English walnut meats chopped fine, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla, about 1/2 pound of baker's dot chocolate. Put the sugar, glucose, honey, paraffin, and water over the fire. Stir occasionally and let boil to the hard ball degree, about 248 degrees Fahrenheit. Add the salt to the eggs before beating them, and gradually pour on part of the syrup, beating constantly meanwhile with the egg beater. Return the rest of the syrup to the fire and let boil until it is brittle when tested in cold water or to 290 degrees Fahrenheit. Then turn this gradually onto the eggs, beating constantly meanwhile. Return the whole to the saucepan, set over the fire on an asbestos mat, and beat constantly until it becomes crisp when tested in cold water. Pour into a buttered pan a little larger than an ordinary bread pan, and set aside to become cold. When cold, cut into pieces about 1 1/4 inches long and 3/8 of an inch wide and thick. Coat these with dot chocolate. Plain chocolate caramels. 2½ cups of sugar, 3/4 cup of glucose, pure corn syrup, 1/2 a cup of butter, 1/8 a teaspoonful of cream of tartar, 2½ cups of whole milk, not skimmed, 2½ squares of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract. Put the sugar, glucose, butter, cream of tartar, and 1 cup of the milk over the fire. Stir constantly, and when the mass has boiled a few moments, gradually stir in the rest of the milk. Do not let the mixture stop boiling while the milk is being added. Stir every few moments and cook to 248 degrees Fahrenheit, or until, when tested in cold water, a hard ball may be formed. Add the chocolate and vanilla and beat them thoroughly through the candy, then turn it into 2 bread pans. When nearly cold, cut into squares. Chocolate nut caramels. 2 cups of granulated sugar, 1½ cups of glucose, pure corn syrup, 2 cups of cream, 1 cup of butter, 3 or 4 squares of baker's chocolate, 1½ cups of English walnut meats, 2 teaspoonfuls of vanilla extract. Put the sugar, glucose, 1 cup of the cream, and the butter over the fire. Stir and cook until the mixture boils vigorously, then gradually add the other cup of cream. Do not allow the mixture to stop boiling while the cream is being added. Cook until the thermometer registers 250 degrees Fahrenheit, stirring gently. Move the thermometer to stir beneath it every 4 or 5 minutes. Without a thermometer, boil until, when tested by dropping a little in cold water, a hard ball may be formed in the water. Remove from the fire, add the chocolate and nuts, and beat until the chocolate is melted. Beat in the vanilla and turn into a biscuit pan, nicely oiled or buttered, to make a sheet 3/4 an inch thick. When nearly cold, turn from the pan and cut into cubes. Ribbon caramels. Chocolate layers. 1 1/4 cups of granulated sugar, 1/2 cup of glucose, pure corn syrup, scant measure, 1/4 a cup of butter, 1/16 a teaspoonful of cream of tartar, 1 1/4 cups of rich milk, 1 1/4 squares of Baker's Premium chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract. White layer. 2/3 a cup of granulated sugar, 1/4 scant cup of water, 1 cup less 1 tablespoonful of glucose, pure corn syrup, 1/3 a pound of desiccated coconut. Put the sugar, glucose, butter, cream of tartar, and the 1/4 a cup of milk over the fire. Stir until the mixture boils, then very gradually stir in the rest of the milk. Let cook, stirring occasionally, to 248 degrees Fahrenheit, or until, when tested in water or on a cold marble, a pretty firm ball may be formed. Add the chocolate and vanilla, mix thoroughly, and turn into 2 well-buttered shallow pans. For the white layer, put the sugar, water, and glucose over the fire. Stir until boiling, then add the coconut and stir occasionally until a soft ball may be formed when a little of the mixture is dropped upon a cold marble. Put this mixture over the fire to dissolve the sugar, but do not let it begin to boil until the chocolate layers are turned into the pans. When the white mixture is ready, turn enough of it onto one of the chocolate layers to make a layer about 1/3 an inch thick. Have the other chocolate layer cooled by standing in cold water. Remove it from the pan and dispose above the coconut layer. Let stand until cold and firm, then cut in cubes. Wrap each cube in waxed paper. Fondant. 4 cups of granulated sugar, 1 1/2 cups of cold water, 1/4 a teaspoonful of cream of tartar, or 3 drops of acetic acid. Stir the sugar and water in a saucepan, set on the back part of the range until the sugar is melted. Then draw the saucepan to a hotter part of the range and stir until the boiling point is reached. Add the cream of tartar or acid and, with the hand or a cloth wet repeatedly in cold water, wash down the sides of the saucepan to remove any grains of sugar that have been thrown there. Cover the saucepan and let boil rapidly 3 or 4 minutes. Remove the cover, set in the thermometer if one is to be used, and let cook very rapidly to 240 degrees Fahrenheit or the soft ball degree. Wet the hand in cold water, and with it, dampen a marble slab or a large platter. Then, without jarring the syrup, turn it onto the marble or platter. Do not scrape out the saucepan or allow the last of the syrup to drip from it, as sugary portions will spoil the fondant by making it grainy. When the syrup is cold, with a metal scraper or a wooden spatula, turn the edges of the mass towards the center and continue turning the edges in until the mass begins to thicken and grow white. Then work it up into a ball, scraping all the sugar from the marble onto the mass. Knead slightly, then cover closely with a heavy piece of cotton cloth wrung out of cold water. Let the sugar stand for an hour or longer to ripen. Then remove the damp cloth and cut the mass into pieces. Press these closely into a kitchen bowl. Cover with a cloth wrung out of water. This cloth must not touch the fondant, and then with heavy paper. The fondant may be used the next day, but is in better condition after several days, and may be kept almost indefinitely if the cloth covering it be wrung out of cold water and replaced once in 5 or 6 days. Fondant may be used, white or delicately colored, with vegetable color pastes or with chocolate, as frosting for small cakes, or eclairs, or for making candy centers, to be coated with chocolate, or with some of the same fondant, tinted and flavored appropriately. Almond chocolate creams. Centers. 1/4 a cup of blanched almonds, chopped fine. 1/2 a cup of fondant. 1/4 a teaspoonful of vanilla. Confectioner's sugar for kneading and shaping. Chocolate coating. About 1 cup of fondant. 2 squares of baker's chocolate. 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract. Few drops of water as needed. Halves of blanched almonds. Mix the chopped almonds with the fondant and vanilla. Add confectioner's sugar a little at a time, and knead the mass thoroughly on a marble or large platter. Shape into a long roll, then cut into small pieces of the same size. Shape these into balls a generous 1/2 inch in diameter, and leave them about an hour to harden on the outside. Put the fondant for the coating and the chocolate, shaved or broken in pieces, in a double boiler with hot water in the lower receptacle. Add the vanilla and the water and heat until melted. Take out the spoon and put in a dipping fork, a wire fork costing about 10 cents. Beat the fondant to keep it from crusting and drop in a center. With the fork, cover it with fondant. Put the fork under it and lift it out. Scrape the fork lightly on the edge of the dish to remove superfluous candy. Turn the fork over and drop the bonbon onto waxed paper. Make a design with the fork in taking it from the candy. At once, press half of a blanched almond on the top of the candy, or the design made with the fork will suffice. If at any time the coating be too thick, add a few drops of water. If any be left over, use it to coat whole nuts or cherries. Cherry chocolate creams, Centers: 1/4 a cup of candied cherries, chopped fine. 1/2 a cup of fondant. Chocolate coating: about 1 cup of fondant, 2 squares of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract, bits of cherry. Prepare the centers and coat in the same manner as the almond creams. Chocolate peppermints: melt a little fondant and flavor it to taste with essence of peppermint. Leave the mixture white or tint very delicately with green or pink color paste. With a teaspoon, drop the mixture onto waxed paper to make rounds of the same size, about 1.25 inches in diameter. Let these stand in a cool place about 1 hour. Put about a cup of fondant in a double boiler, add 2 ounces of chocolate and a teaspoonful of boiling water. Then stir over hot water until the fondant and chocolate are melted and evenly mixed together. Then drop the peppermints one by one into the chocolate mixture and remove them with the fork to a piece of oilcloth. Let stand until the chocolate is set, when they are ready to use. Fig and nut chocolates: 5 figs, 3 or 4 tablespoonfuls of water or sherry wine, 1/2 a cup of English walnut meats, powdered sugar, fondant, 3 or 4 ounces of baker's chocolate, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Remove the stem and hard place around the blossom end of the figs and let steam, with the water or wine, in a double boiler until softened. Then add the nuts and chop very fine. Add powdered sugar as is needed to shape the mixture into balls. Melt the chocolate, using enough to secure the shade of brown desired in the coating, and add to the fondant with the vanilla. Coat the fig and nut balls and drop them with the fork onto a piece of oilcloth or waxed paper, in the same manner as the cherry bonbons. These may be dipped in dot chocolate instead of fondant. Chocolate marshmallows: cut the marshmallows in halves and put them, one by one, cut side down, in chocolate fondant, as prepared for almond and cherry chocolate creams. Melt it over hot water and flavor to taste with vanilla. Beat the chocolate with the fork that it may not crust over. Lift out the marshmallow, turn it, and in removing the fork, leave its imprint in the chocolate. Sprinkle it once with a little fine chopped pistachio nut meat. To prepare the nuts, set them over the fire in tepid water to cover. Heat to the boiling point. Drain. Cover with cold water. Then take them up one by one, and with the thumb and finger push the meat from the skin. End of section 3. Section 4 of Readings for Insomnia. Cookery books by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Excerpts from 52 Sunday Dinners. 52 Sunday Dinners, a book of recipes, arranged on a unique plan, combining helpful suggestions for appetizing, well-balanced menus, with all the newest ideas and latest discoveries in the preparation of tasty, wholesome cookery. Written and compiled by Mrs. Elizabeth O. Hiller, founder and principal of the Chicago Domestic Science School and a noted writer and lecturer on culinary subjects. Published by the N.K. Fairbank Company. Chicago, New York, St. Louis, New Orleans, Montreal. Copyrighted 1913 by the N.K. Fairbank Company. And the passage of years shall not dim in the least the glory and joy of our Sabbath day feast. Eugene Field. Price $1. Introduction. To the modern, wide-awake, 20th century woman, efficiency in household matters is quite as much a problem as efficiency in business is to the captains of industry. How to make pure food, better food, and to economize on the cost of same is just now taxing the attention and ingenuity of domestic science teachers and food experts generally. The average housewife is intensely interested in the result of these findings and must keep in touch with them to keep up with the times and run her home in an intelligent and economical as well as healthful routine. The eternal feminine question is, what shall we have for dinner today? It is not always the easiest thing in the world to think of a seasonable menu, nor to determine just the right combination that will furnish a meal appetizing and well balanced in food values. Furthermore, both the expense and the amount of work entailed in preparation must be considered. This cookbook is especially designed to meet just that pressing daily need of the housewife. It presents for her guidance a menu for every Sunday dinner in the year. It suggests dishes which are seasonable as well as practical. It tells in a simple, intelligent manner just how these dishes can be made in the most wholesome and economical form, and the recipes have all been especially made for this book and tested by that eminent expert, Mrs. Elizabeth O. Hiller. The title of 52 Sunday Dinners has been given the book because Sunday dinners as a rule are a little more elaborate than the other dinners of the week, but from these menus may be gleaned helpful hints for daily use. While climatic conditions differ somewhat in various sections of the country, we have tried to approximate the general average so that the suggestions might be as valuable to the housewife in New England as to the housewife in the West or South, or vice versa. Simplicity, economy, and wholesomeness have been given preferred attention in the preparation of these recipes, many of which are here presented for the first time. In the interest of health and economy, a number of the recipes suggest the use of cotyledone, a frying and shortening medium of unquestioned purity, in place of butter or lard. Cotyledone is a vegetable shortening, pure in source and manufactured amid cleanly favorable surroundings. It is no new, untried experiment, having been used by domestic science experts and thousands of housewives for nearly 20 years. To them, cotyledone for shortening and frying is equal to butter at half the price, better and more healthful than lard, and more economical than either. We therefore offer no apologies for the small proportion of recipes specifying the use of cotyledone, and suggest that a trial will convince any housewife that cotyledone makes better food than either butter or lard, and is preferable from the standpoints of efficiency, economy, and healthfulness. We commend this book to your critical inspection and test, believing you will find it convenient, helpful, unique, and pointing the way to better and more economical living. The N.K. Fairbank Company. For all shortening and frying, use cotyledone. Years ago, nothing but butter or lard were used for shortening and frying. Today, the visible supply of these two products is insufficient to supply the demand, taking into consideration the amount of butter required for table use. Furthermore, as the demand increased, it outgrew the supply of butter and lard, with the result that prices were materially advanced, and incidentally, the quality has been lowered. Naturally, under such conditions, scores of substitutes have been offered as shortening and frying mediums, some meritorious, but mostly inferior. Cotylene is not offered the housewife as a cheap imitation of either butter or lard, but as a vegetable product which is superior to either for cooking purposes. Because it happens to be about half the price of butter or less is but an additional reason, from a purely economical standpoint, for its use. The main argument for the use of cotylene is the purity of its ingredients and the wholesomeness of the food prepared with it. There isn't an ounce of hog fat in cotylene, and from cotton field to kitchen, human hands never touch the product. It is pure and absolutely free from taint or contamination from source to consumer. Packed in our patent airtight tin pails, cotylene reaches you as fresh as the day it was made. Lard and butter are sold in bulk and do not have this protection. Cotylene is always uniform in quality, and because of its freedom from moisture, it goes 1/3 farther than butter or lard, both of which contain about 20% of water. It is much more economical than lard, about 50% more so than butter. Cotylene contains no salt and is richer in shortening properties than either butter or lard. 2/3 of a pound of cotylene will give better results than a pound of either butter or lard. Because cotylene is made from sweet and pure oils, refined by our own special process, it makes food more digestible. Its use ensures light, flaky pie crust. It makes deliciously crisp, tender donuts. For cake making, it creams up beautifully and gives results equal to the best cooking butter. Muffins, fritters, shortcake, and all other pastry are best when made with cotylene. It makes food light and rich, but never greasy. Cotylene heats to a higher temperature than butter or lard, and cooks so quickly the fat has no chance to soak in. You can fry fish in cotylene and use the remaining fat for frying potatoes or other food. The odor of fish will not be imparted to the other food fried in the fat. Cotylene is just as pure and healthful as olive oil, and is unqualifiedly recommended by leading physicians, domestic science authorities, and culinary experts as wholesome, digestible, and economical. The use of cotylene in your frying and shortening will both save you money and give you better results. How to use cotylene. The general care of cotylene. Exercise the same care and judgment with cotylene as you would with butter, lard, or olive oil. Keep it in a moderately cool place when not in use, just as you would butter, so that its best qualities may be preserved. Moreover, just because you occasionally buy strong butter or rancid lard which your grocer has kept in too warm a place, you do not denounce all butter or lard and give up their use. Neither would it be fair to condemn cotylene simply because your grocer may not have kept it properly. No fat will keep sweet indefinitely without proper care. The use of cotylene for shortening. Of course, the recipes in this book indicate the exact amount of cotylene to be used. In your other recipes, however, a general and important rule for the use of cotylene is use 1/3 less cotylene than the amount of butter or lard given in your recipe. For cake baking, cream the cotylene as you would butter, adding a little salt. Cotylene contains no salt. For other pastry, handle exactly the same as directed for either butter or lard, using 1/3 less. The use of cotylene in frying. In sautéing, browning, or shallow frying, as it is sometimes called, use only enough cotylene to grease the pan. The cotylene should be put into the pan while cold, and after the bottom of the pan is once covered with the melted cotylene, more can be added as desired. Add more fat when you turn the food. Cotylene can be heated to a much higher temperature without burning than either butter or lard, but, unless allowed to heat gradually, the cotylene may burn and throw out an odor just as would any other cooking fat. For deep frying, have cotylene at least deep enough to cover or float the article being fried, heating slowly. For uncooked mixtures, such as donuts, fritters, etc., test with 1-inch cubes of stale bread. The cubes of bread should brown a golden brown in 1 minute, or test with a bit of dough, which should rise at once to the top with some sputtering. Make this test always. Never trust your eye. The fat should be kept at an even temperature. For cooked mixtures, such as croquettes, fish balls, etc., the cube of bread should brown a golden brown in 40 seconds. Uncooked fish and meat are better when covered with breadcrumbs to keep the crisp crust desired in frying food. See note on egging and crumbing under Culinary Hints, page 12. The fat should be hot at first, that it may not penetrate. Then reduce the heat, that the food may cook till done without burning. Crumbed food is usually arranged in a croquette basket before placing it in the hot fat. This prevents the food from moving about, which sometimes causes the crust to loosen from the food, allowing it to absorb the fat. Never let the fat heat to smoking point, for then it is burning hot, and the food will burn on the outside, while the inside remains raw and uncooked. Cook only 3 or 4 pieces at once, for more will chill the fat and prevent perfect frying. After the food has been cooked by this frying method, it should be carefully removed at once from the fat and drained on brown paper. Care of cotylene after frying. After the frying is done, the fat should be allowed to stand in a cool place to permit any sediment to settle. When cool, pour the fat carefully through a double fold of cheesecloth or through a fine strainer. It is then ready for use. Cotylene does not retain the taste or odor from any article whatever that may be fried in it, and it may be used over and over again. You may from time to time add fresh cotylene to it as your quantity diminishes, but the frying qualities of the cotylene are not affected by the shrinkage of the fat. How to measure. 1 cup, or 1 tablespoon, or 1 teaspoon means a full measure, all it will hold of liquid, and even with the rim or edge of dry material. All measurements in this book are level unless otherwise stated, and the quantities indicated are designed for a family of 6 persons. Stir up all packed materials, like mustard in its box, and sift flour before measuring. Fill cup without shaking down, and dip spoon in material, taking up a heaped measure. Then with a knife, scrape off toward the tip till you have level measure. Pack butter or cotylene in cup so there will be no air spaces. A scant cup means 1/8 less, and a heaped cup about 1/8 more than a level cup. Divide a level spoon lengthwise for a half measure, and a half spoon crosswise for quarters or eighths. A pinch means about 1/8, so does a salt spoon. Less means a dash or a few grains. A rounded tablespoon means filled above the rim as much as the spoon hollow below, and equals 2 of level measure. It also equals 1 ounce in weight, and 2 rounded tablespoons, if put together, would heap a tablespoon about as high as would an egg, giving us the old-time measure of butter size of an egg, or 2 ounces, or 1/4 the cup. Except in delicate cake, or where it is creamed with sugar, and in pastry, where it should be chilled to make a flaky crust, cotylene or butter may be most quickly and economically measured after it is melted. Keep a small supply in a granite cup, and when needed, stand the cup in hot water, and when melted, pour the amount desired into the spoon or cup. For all kinds of breakfast cakes, it is especially helpful to measure it in this way. Soda, baking powder, spices, etc. are generally measured with a teaspoon, level measure, for this gives the proportional amount needed for the cup measure of other materials. Standard table of weights and measures. All measurements are made level. Liquids. 60 drops equals 1 teaspoon. 3 teaspoons equals 1 tablespoon. 1 tablespoon equals 1/2 ounce. 4 tablespoons equals 1/4 cup, or 1/2 gill. 2 gills equals 1 cup. 2 cups equals 1 pint. 2 cups milk or water equals 1 pound. Solids. 2 tablespoons flour equals 1 ounce. 4 cups flour equals 1 pound or 1 quart. 2 solid level cups of butter or cotylene equals 1 pound. 1/2 solid level cup butter equals 1/4 pound. 2 tablespoons granulated sugar equals 1 ounce. 2 cups granulated sugar equals 1 pound. 2½ cups powdered sugar equals 1 pound. 2 solid cups chopped meat equals 1 pound. 2 tablespoons butter, solid and level, equals 1 ounce. 4 tablespoons butter, solid and level, equals 1/4 cup. 4 tablespoons coffee equals 1 ounce. 9 large eggs equals 1 pound. Helpful culinary hints on methods of cooking. Water boiling slowly has the same temperature as when boiling rapidly, and will do just the same amount of work. There is, therefore, no object in wasting fuel to keep water boiling violently. Stewing is the most economical method of cooking the cheaper and tougher cuts of meats, fowl, etc. This method consists in cooking the food a long time in sufficient water to cover it, at a temperature slightly below the boiling point. Braising. In this method of cooking, drippings or fat salt pork are melted or tried out in the kettle and a bed of mixed vegetables, fine herbs, and seasoning placed therein. The article being cooked is placed on this bed of vegetables, moisture is added, and the meat cooked until tender at a low temperature. The last half hour of cooking, the cover is removed so that the meat may brown richly. In broiling and grilling, The object is first to sear the surface over as quickly as possible to retain the rich juices, then turn constantly until the food is richly browned. Pan broiling is cooking the article in a greased, hissing hot, cast iron skillet, turning often and drawing off the fat as it dries out. Sautéing is practically the same as pan broiling, except that the fat is allowed to remain in the skillet. The article is cooked in a small amount of fat, browning the food on one side and then turning and browning on the other side. Frying. While this term is sometimes used in the sense of sautéing, it usually consists of cooking by means of immersion in deep, hot fat. When frying meats or fish, it is best to keep them in a warm room a short time before cooking, then wipe dry as possible. As soon as the food has finished frying, it should be carefully removed from the fat and drained on brown paper. Egging and crumbing food. Use for this dry breadcrumbs, grated and sifted, crackers rolled and sifted, or soft stale bread broken in pieces and gently rubbed through croquette basket. The eggs should be broken into a shallow plate and slightly beaten with a fork to mix the white thoroughly. Dilute the eggs in the proportion of 2 tablespoons cold milk or water to every egg. The crumbs should be dusted on the board. The food to be fried should be lightly crumbed all over, then dipped into egg so as to cover the article entirely, then rolled again in breadcrumbs. Sometimes, as in cooking fish, flour is used for the first coating in place of the crumbs, the article being then dipped into the egg mixture, then with crumbs, and then fried. Larding consists of introducing small strips of fat, salt pork, or bacon through uncooked meat. To lard, introduce one end of the lardoon, the small strip of fat, into a larding needle, and with the pointed end, take up a stitch 1/2 inch deep and 1/2 inch wide. Draw the needle through carefully, so that the ends of the lardoon may project evenly over the surface of the meat. Oftentimes, however, thin slices of fat, salt pork or bacon, are placed over the meat as a substitute for larding, although it does not give the same delicious flavor or look so attractive. Marinating consists of adding a pickle, composed of vinegar and oil, to the ingredients of some combination used in salad making. Cleaning cooking utensils. For washing dishes and cleaning pots and pans, use a solution made by dissolving a teaspoonful or so of gold dust washing powder in a dishpan full of water. If the cooking utensils have become charred or stained in cooking, sprinkle some polyprim cleaner on a damp cloth and rub utensil thoroughly. After scouring, rinse the article well in hot water and wipe dry. Use polyprim cleaner also for cleaning cutlery and for keeping the refrigerator clean and sweet. January. Hail, hail, the new year, ring the bells, till music echoes o'er the dells. Play merry tunes, sing merry songs, for joy to this new year belongs. Raymond. Editor's note. This menu, the first of the year, has been prepared rather more elaborately than the customary Sunday menus, with the thought that it might serve also as suggestion for a New Year's dinner. January, first Sunday. Menu: oysters on the half shell, mangoes, salted nuts, olives, consommé Duchess, imperial sticks, crab meat in tambal cases, green goose roasted, potato and nut stuffing, chantilly applesauce, onions au gratin, endive, celery, and green pepper salad, vanilla ice cream, chocolate sauce, coconut cubes, chocolate nut cake, fruit, raisins, nuts, Roquefort cheese, water biscuit, café noir. Oysters on the half shell. 3 dozen oysters, 2 lemons cut in quarters, salt, pepper, Tabasco, horseradish, and tomato ketchup. Process. If possible, have the little blue points. Open, loosen, and leave them on the lower shell. Fill soup plates with shaved ice and arrange shell on ice, having the small end of shells point toward the center of the plate. Wash lemons, cut in quarters, remove seeds, and serve 1/4 in center of each plate. Garnish with sprays of parsley arranged between the shells. Pass remaining ingredients on a small silver tray, or a cocktail dressing may be made and served in a small glass dish and passed to each guest. Consommé Duchess. Consommé served with a meringue, prepared as follows. Beat the whites of eggs very stiff, and drop by heaping tablespoonsful into milk heating to the scalding point in a shallow vessel. A dripping pan is the best, using care that milk does not scorch. Turn each spoonful, allowing it to cook until it sets. Place one of these individual meringues on the top of each service of consommé and sprinkle with finely chopped parsley. Serve with imperial sticks. Imperial sticks. Cut stale bread in 1/3 inch slices. Remove the crusts. Spread thinly with butter. Cut slices in 1/3 inch strips. Put on a tin sheet and bake until a delicate brown in a hot oven. Pile log cabin fashion on a plate covered with a doily, or serve 2 sticks on plate by the side of cup in which soup is served. Crab meat in tambal cases. 8 tambal cases. 2 cups crab meat. 3 tablespoons butter. 3 tablespoons flour. Yolks 2 eggs. 1 tablespoon onion, finely chopped. Salt, pepper, paprika. Few grains each cayenne, mustard, and nutmeg. 2 cups hot thin cream. Process. Melt butter in a saucepan. Add onion and cook 5 minutes without browning, stirring constantly. Add flour and stir until well blended. Add hot cream gradually. Continue stirring. Add seasoning to taste. Remove from range and add egg yolks slightly beaten. Reheat crab meat and sauce over hot water. Serve in Swedish tam balls. Swedish tam balls. 1 cup flour, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1 teaspoon sugar, 1 egg, 2/3 cup milk, 1 tablespoon olive oil. Process. Mix and sift flour, salt, and sugar. Add milk slowly, stirring constantly. Add well-beaten egg and olive oil. Mixture should be very smooth. Strain and let stand overnight. Heat a tambal iron in hot cotyledone. Drain and dip iron into batter, having batter in a small pitcher. Place in hot cotyledone and fry until crisp and delicately browned. Remove from iron and invert on brown paper. These dainty cases are for all kinds of creamed mixtures. They are used instead of patty shells or croustade. Roast goose. Preparing the goose for the oven. Singe and remove all pin feathers. Before drawing the bird, give it a thorough scrubbing with a brush in a warm fairy soap solution. This is very necessary, for it cleans off all dirt that becomes mixed with the oily secretions, and opens and cleanses the pores that the oil may be more readily extracted. Draw and remove everything that can be taken out. Then rinse thoroughly and wipe inside and out with a clean crash towel. Sprinkle the inside lightly with salt, pepper, and powdered sage. The latter may be omitted. Stuff with the following mixture and truss as turkey. Potato and nut stuffing for roast goose or duck. 4 cups hot mashed potatoes. 2½ tablespoons finely chopped onion or chives. 1 cup English walnut meats, chopped moderately. 1/2 teaspoon paprika. 1¼ teaspoon salt. 1/2 cup cream. 2 tablespoons butter. Yolks of 2 eggs. 1 teaspoon sweet herbs if the flavor is desired. Process. Mix the ingredients in the order given and fill the body of the goose. Roasting the bird. After trussing, place the goose on a rack in a dripping pan. Sprinkle with salt. Cover the breast with thin slices of fat salt pork and place in the oven. Cook 3/4 of an hour, basting often with the fat in the pan. Then remove pan from oven and drain off all the fat. Remove the slices of pork and sprinkle again with salt and dredge with flour and return to oven. When the flour is delicately browned, add 1 cup of boiling water and baste often. Add more water when necessary. Sprinkle lightly with salt and again dredge with flour. Cook until tender, from 1 1/2 to 3 hours, according to the age of the bird. If you have a very young goose, it is infinitely better to steam or braise it until tender, then dredge it with salt and flour, and brown it richly in the oven. Serve on a bed of cress, garnish with baked snow or Jonathan apples. Chantilly applesauce with horseradish. Pare, core, and cut in quarters 5 medium-sized greenings. Cook with very little water. When quite dry, rub through a fine puree strainer. To the pulp, add 1/2 cup granulated sugar, 5 tablespoons grated horseradish, then fold in an equal quantity of whipped cream. Serve at once with roast goose, ducks, or goslings. Onions au gratin. Cook 1 quart of uniform-sized, silver-skinned onions in boiling salted water. When quite tender, drain and turn into a baking dish. Cover with cream sauce. See page 151. Sprinkle the top with fine buttered cracker crumbs and finish cooking. Brown crumbs delicately. Endive, celery, and green pepper salad. Select crisp, well-bleached heads of endive. Separate the leaves, keeping the green leaves separate from the bleached. Wash and dry. Dispose the leaves on individual plates of ample size. Arrange the green leaves first, then the bleached leaves until a nest has been formed. Fill the centers with the hearts of celery, cut in 1/2 inch pieces. Cut a slice from the stem end of crisp red and green peppers. Remove the seeds and veins and cut in the thinnest shreds possible using the shears. Strew these shreds over each portion and, just before serving, marinate each with French dressing. Vanilla ice cream. 3/4 cup sugar. 1/3 cup water. 1 quart cream. 1½ tablespoons vanilla. Process. Make a syrup by boiling sugar in water 3 minutes. Cool slightly and add to cream. Add vanilla and freeze in the usual way. Pack in a brick-shaped mold. Bury in salt and ice. Let stand several hours. Remove from mold to serving platter and pour around each portion hot chocolate sauce. Hot chocolate sauce. Melt 2 squares chocolate in a saucepan. Add 1 cup sugar, 1 tablespoon butter, and 2/3 cup boiling water. Simmer 15 minutes. Cool slightly and add 3/4 teaspoon vanilla. Coconut cubes. Use recipe for bride's cake. See recipe on page 175. Bake in a sheet. When cool, cut in 2-inch cubes and cover each cube with boiled frosting. Sprinkle thickly with fresh grated coconut. Chocolate nut cake. 1/3 cup cottolene. 2 cups sugar. 4 eggs. 1 cup milk. 2 1/3 cups flour. 4 teaspoons baking powder. 1/4 teaspoon salt. 2 squares chocolate, melted. 3/4 cup English walnut meats, broken in pieces. 1/2 teaspoon vanilla. Process. Cream cottolene. Add gradually 1 cup sugar, stirring constantly. Beat egg yolks thick and light. Add gradually remaining cup of sugar. Combine mixtures. Add melted chocolate. Mix and sift flour, baking powder, and salt. Add to first mixture alternately with milk. Add nut meats and vanilla, then cut and fold in the whites of eggs beaten stiff. Turn into a well-greased tube pan and bake 45 minutes in a moderate oven. Cool and spread with boiled frosting. January, 2nd Sunday. Menu. Consommé with egg balls. Celery. Olives. Breaded sea bass. Sauce tartare. Norwegian potatoes. Stewed tomatoes. Cabbage relish. Lemon pie. Cheese. Café noir. Consommé with egg balls. To 6 cups of hot consommé, add egg balls, serving 3 or 4 in each portion. Egg balls. 1 hard-cooked egg. 1/8 teaspoon salt. Few grains pepper. Few drops onion juice. 1 teaspoon thick cream. 1/4 teaspoon finely chopped parsley. Process. Mash yolk. Rub through a sieve. Add finely chopped white, seasonings, parsley, and cream. Moisten with some of the yolk of a raw egg until of the consistency to handle. Shape with the hands in tiny balls and poach 2 minutes in boiling water or a little consommé. Remove with skimmer. Serve at once. Breaded sea bass. Remove the skin from a sea bass. Bone and cut fillets in pieces for serving. Rub over with the cut side of a lemon. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, dredge with flour. Dip in egg, diluted with 2 tablespoons cold water, then in fine cracker crumbs. Repeat. Place in croquette basket and fry in deep, hot cottolene. Drain. Arrange on hot serving platter. Garnish with Norwegian potatoes, parsley, and slices of lemon. Serve sauce tartare in a sauce boat. For recipe for sauce tartare, see page 84. Norwegian potatoes. Wash, scrub, and pare 6 medium-sized potatoes. Cook in boiling salted water until tender. Drain, pass through ricer. Add 6 anchovies drained from the oil in bottle and cut in 1/4 inch pieces. 1/2 teaspoon finely chopped parsley, 1/2 teaspoon French mustard, salt if necessary, 1/8 teaspoon pepper, a few grains nutmeg, 2 tablespoons butter, and yolks 2 eggs, slightly beaten. Beat thoroughly. Place on range and cook slowly 3 minutes, stirring constantly. Remove from range, spread mixture on plate to cool, then mold like small eggs. Roll in crumbs, egg, and crumbs. Arrange in croquette basket and fry a golden brown in deep, hot cotyledon. Stewed tomatoes. To 1 can of hot tomatoes, add 2/3 cup toasted breadcrumbs. Season with salt, few drops Tabasco sauce, 2 tablespoons sugar, and 1/4 cup butter. Heat to boiling point and turn into hot serving dish. Cabbage relish. Chop crisp white cabbage very fine. There should be 2 cups. Chop 1 green pepper and 1 medium-sized Bermuda onion the same. Mix well and season with 1 teaspoon salt, 1/8 teaspoon black pepper, 1 teaspoon celery seed, and 3 tablespoons sugar. Dilute 1/4 cup vinegar with 2 tablespoons cold water. Add to relish. Chill and serve in crisp lettuce leaves. Lemon pie. 3/4 cup sugar, 1 cup boiling water, 2 tablespoons cornstarch, 2 tablespoons flour, 2 egg yolks slightly beaten, 4 tablespoons lemon juice, grated rind 1 lemon, 1 teaspoon butter, few grains salt. Process. Mix sugar, cornstarch, flour, and salt. Add boiling water gradually, stirring constantly. Cook over hot water until mixture thickens. Continue stirring. Add lemon juice, rind, butter, and egg yolks. Line a pie pan with rich paste. Wet edges and lay around a rim of pastry 1 inch wide. Flute edge. Cool mixture and turn in lined pan. Bake in a moderate oven until crust is well browned. Remove from oven, cool slightly, spread with meringue. Return to oven to bake and brown meringue. Meringue. Whites 2 eggs, 2 tablespoons powdered sugar, 1/4 teaspoon lemon or orange extract. Process. Beat whites until stiff and dry. Add sugar by the teaspoonful. Continue beating. Add flavoring, drop by drop. Spread unevenly over pie and bake 15 minutes in a slow oven. Brown the last 5 minutes of baking. Café noir, after dinner coffee. To prepare after dinner coffee, use twice the quantity of coffee or half the quantity of water given in recipe for boiled coffee. See page 30. This coffee may be prepared in the percolator following the directions given in the foregoing. Milk or cream is not served with black coffee. Serve in hot after-dinner coffee cups, with or without cut loaf sugar. January, 3rd Sunday. Menu: noodle soup, boiled beef, horseradish sauce, baked potatoes, macaroni with tomato sauce, chiffonade salad, steamed cottage pudding, banana sauce, coffee, tea. Noodle soup: 2 quarts chicken consommé, 1 teaspoon finely chopped parsley, 1 recipe noodles cut very fine, see below. Process: cook fowl same as for boiled fowl. Do not tie in cheesecloth. Drain fowl from stock and strain. When cold, remove fat and clear. Reheat, add noodles, and simmer 20 minutes. Sprinkle with parsley and serve very hot. Noodles: 1 egg, 1/2 teaspoon salt, flour, few grains nutmeg. Process: beat eggs slightly, add seasonings, add flour enough to make a stiff dough. Knead on a floured board until smooth and elastic. Roll out on a sheet as thin as paper. Cover and let stand for half an hour. Roll loosely and cut the desired width, either in threads or ribbons. Unroll and scatter over board. Let lay half an hour. Cook in boiling, salted water 15 minutes. Drain and add to soup. Noodles may be cooked in consommé 20 minutes, but the soup will not be as clear as when noodles are cooked previously. Boiled beef: have 5 pounds of beef cut from the face of the rump. Wipe meat, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and dredge with flour. Brown richly in an iron skillet, in some of its own fat tried out, turning often. Remove to kettle and cover with boiling water. Add 1 tablespoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon peppercorns, a bit of bay leaf, 1 carrot sliced, 1 turnip sliced, and 1/2 onion sliced. Add 2 sprays each of parsley and thyme and 1 of marjoram. Cover and heat to boiling point. Skim when necessary. Reduce heat and simmer until meat is tender, 4 or 5 hours. Remove to serving platter. Strain stock and use for soup or sauces. Serve meat with hot horseradish sauce. For recipe, see page 51. Macaroni with tomato sauce. Cook 1 cup macaroni, broken in inch pieces, in boiling salted water 20 minutes. Drain and pour over cold water to separate pieces. Mix with 1 1/2 cups tomato sauce. Add 1/2 cup grated cheese. Turn into a buttered baking dish. Cover with buttered crumbs. Bake 20 minutes in a hot oven. Tomato sauce. 1/2 can tomatoes. 1/8 teaspoon soda. 1 teaspoon sugar. 6 peppercorns. 2 cloves. Slice onion. Bit of bay leaf. 1/2 teaspoon salt. Few grains cayenne. 4 tablespoons butter. 3 tablespoons flour. 1 cup brown stock. Process: heat tomatoes to boiling point. Add soda and the 7 ingredients following. Cook 20 minutes. Rub through a puree strainer. Add stock. Brown butter in a saucepan. Add flour and continue browning, stirring constantly. Add hot tomato mixture slowly. Mix well and pour over macaroni. Chiffonade salad. Cut the hearts of celery in 1-inch pieces. Cut pieces in straws to fill 1 cup. Remove the pulp from grapefruit, leaving each half section in its original shape. There should be 1 cup. Peel and chill 4 medium-sized tomatoes, southern or hothouse at this season, cut in slices. Cut the bleached leaves of chicory in pieces for serving. Arrange in nests on serving dish, and arrange other ingredients in separate mounds in the nests. Marinate with French dressing and garnish each with chopped parsley, green and red sweet peppers cut in thread-like strips, and sprays of peppergrass or parsley. Pass mayonnaise dressing. Steamed cottage pudding. 3 tablespoons cotylene, 1 cup sugar, 2 eggs, 1 cup milk, 2 cups flour, 3 teaspoons baking powder, 1/4 teaspoon salt. Process. Cream cotylene, add sugar gradually, stirring constantly. Add yolks of eggs, beaten very light. Mix and sift flour, baking powder, and salt. Add to first mixture alternately with milk. Cut and fold in the stiffly beaten whites of eggs. Turn in a well-buttered tube mold and steam 1 1/2 hours. Serve with vanilla, strawberry, or banana sauce. Banana sauce. 1 cup water, 1/2 cup sugar, pulp 3 bananas, 3 tablespoons lemon juice, 2 eggs well beaten, few grains salt, few gratings lemon rind. Process. Make a syrup by boiling water and sugar 10 minutes. Rub bananas through a sieve, add remaining ingredients, and beat until well blended and light. Pour on hot syrup slowly, beating constantly. Serve hot. Pulp of peaches or apricots may be used in place of bananas. January, 4th Sunday. Menu. Corn chowder, crisp soda crackers, ox joints in casserole, boiled rice, parsnips sautéed in butter, cheese and pimento salad, ambrosia, anise wafers, coffee. Corn chowder. 2 cups cooked corn cut from cob, or 1 can of corn. 1 cup salt pork cubes. 1 cup potatoes cut in cubes. 1/2 onion sliced. 3 cups water. 2 cups scalded milk. 1 tablespoon butter. 1 tablespoon flour. 2/3 cup cracker crumbs. Salt, pepper. Process. Cut salt pork in 1/4 inch cubes and try out in a frying pan. Add onion and cook until yellow. Pare and cut potatoes in 1/2 inch cubes. Parboil 5 minutes. Add to onion with corn and water. Cover and cook 20 minutes or until potatoes are soft. Melt butter in a saucepan. Add flour. Stir to a smooth paste. Pour some of the milk on slowly, stirring constantly. Combine mixtures. Add crumbs and seasonings. Serve for dinner in cups or in small nappies. Ox joints in casserole. Separate oxtails at joints. Parboil 5 minutes. Then rinse thoroughly. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and dredge with flour. Melt 1/4 cup butter in frying pan. Add 3 slices onion and joints. Sauté until joints are well browned. Remove joints and onion. To fat, add 1/4 cup flour. Brown slightly, stirring constantly. Add slowly 2 cups of brown stock or water and a large can of tomatoes. Add 1/2 tablespoon salt and 1/4 teaspoon pepper. Turn into an earthen casserole or Dutch oven. Cover, place in oven, and simmer slowly 3 to 4 hours. Add more moisture if necessary. Remove joints, strain liquor, return joints to liquor, add 1 cup each carrot and turnip, cut in straws and parboiled in boiling salted water 10 minutes, and set in oven to complete cooking. Serve in casserole or in a deep platter surrounded with a border of boiled rice. Boiled rice. Wash 1 cup of rice, drain, and add slowly to 3 quarts boiling salted water so as not to stop water boiling. Boil rapidly until rice is tender, 20 to 25 minutes. Drain in a sieve, pour over cold water to separate kernels. Turn into double boiler and cover with a crash towel. Keep hot over hot water. Parsnips sautéed in butter. Wash parsnips, cover with boiling water, add salt to season. Cook until tender, 35 to 50 minutes. Drain and cover quickly with cold water. Rub off skins with the hands. Cut in 1/4 inch slices. Sprinkle with salt, pepper. Dip in flour and sauté a golden brown in hot butter. Brown on one side, then turn and brown on the other. Cheese and pimento salad. Mix 2 cream cheeses with 1/2 cup finely chopped pimentos. Drain pimentos from liquor in can and dry them on crash towel. Add 1 tablespoon finely chopped chives or onion, 1/2 teaspoon finely chopped parsley. Season with salt and cayenne. Moisten with thick cream and pack solidly in prepared green pepper cups. Set aside in a cold place for several hours. With a sharp knife, cut in thin slices crosswise. Arrange 2 slices on crisp lettuce leaves. Serve with French dressing. Ambrosia. 6 sweet Florida oranges. 1 coconut grated. 4 plantains, red bananas. 1/3 cup fine table sherry wine. 1/4 cup lemon juice. Bar sugar. Process. Peel the oranges. Separate the sections. Remove the tough membrane and seeds. Dispose a layer of orange pulp in bottom of shallow glass serving dish. Sprinkle with wine and lemon juice and sugar. Strew with coconut and a layer of thinly sliced banana. Repeat until all ingredients are used, having a thick layer of coconut on top. The fruit should be piled in cone shape. Chill and serve with dainty cakes, macaroons, anise wafers, etc. Anise seed wafers. 1/3 cup cottolene, 1 cup granulated sugar, 3 eggs, 2 cups flour, 3 teaspoons anise seed, 1/4 teaspoon nutmeg, 1/2 teaspoon salt, flour. Process. Cream cottolene, add sugar gradually, add egg yolks, 1 at a time, beating constantly. Beat whites of eggs stiff. Add to first mixture alternately with flour mixed and sifted with anise seed, nutmeg, and salt. Add just enough extra flour to dough to roll very thin. Shape with small fluted cutter and bake in a quick oven. End of section 4. Section 5 of Readings for Insomnia, Cookery Books by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Excerpts from the Bread and Biscuit Baker's and Sugar Boiler's Assistant, including a large variety of modern recipes for bread, tea cakes, hard and fancy biscuits, buns, gingerbreads, shortbreads, pastry, custards, fruit cakes, small goods for small masters, confections in sugar, lozenges, ice creams, preserving fruit, chocolate, etc., etc. With remarks on the art of bread making and chemistry as applied to bread making. By Robert Wells, Practical Baker, Confectioner, and Pastry Cook, Scarborough. Second edition with additional recipes. London, Crosby, Lockwood and Son. 7 Stationers' Hall Court, Ludgate Hill, 1890. Preface. In submitting the following pages for public approval, the author hopes that the work may prove acceptable and useful to the baking trade as a book of instruction for learners and for daily reference in the shop and bakehouse, and having exercised great care in its compilation, he believes that in all its details it will be found a trustworthy guide. From his own experience in the baker's business, he is satisfied that a book of this kind, embodying in a handy form the accumulated results of the work of practical men, is really wanted. And as in the choice of recipes, he has been guided by an intimate acquaintance with the requirements of the trade, and as every recipe here given has been tested by actual and successful use, he trusts that the labor which he has bestowed upon the preparation of the work may be rewarded by its wide acceptance by his brethren in the trade. The work being divided into sections, as shown in the contents, and a full index having been added, reference can readily be made, as occasion may arise, either to a class of goods or to a particular recipe. Any suggestions for the improvement of the work, which the experience of others may lead them to propose, will, if communicated to the author, be gratefully esteemed and carefully dealt with in future editions. Scarborough, October 1888. Advertisement to the second edition. It is very gratifying to both author and publishers that this little book has been so favorably received by the baking trade and the public that a second edition is required within a few months of the first issue of the work. The opportunity has been taken to insert some additional recipes for the wholemeal and other breads which of late have been so frequently recommended as substitutes for the white bread in established use, together with some remarks on the subject by Professors Yago and Graham, and a few corrections in the text, the necessity for which escaped notice when the work was first in the press, have also been made. August 1889. The Bread and Biscuit Baker's Assistant, Part 1, Introductory Chapter. When we reflect upon the present conditions under which the bread-making industry is carried on in most of the large cities and towns of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and remember the importance of that industry to mankind, we cannot but be impressed by the little progress that has been made in the art of bread-making. Whilst other industries have been marked by important improvements, we find bread being made in much the same manner as it was 500 years ago, The mystery is how, by accident it would seem, we get such well-made bread as we do. There are very few even now who have the slightest conception of what yeast really is, and fewer still who know how or why it makes bread light. But it will surprise me if the trade does not undergo, in the course of the next 10 years, a complete and beneficial change. Master bakers and confectioners are everywhere complaining of the incompetency of their workmen, and it cannot be denied that there is some ground for the complaint. Proper training in the baking and confectionery trade is of great importance. A trained servant gives satisfaction to his employer and receives a responsive good feeling in return. Let us see what is meant by training. In its broadest and best sense, it is knowing what to do and when and how to do it. Take the first condition, what to do. This may be considered on two grounds, generally known as the practical and the theoretical, though the latter is sometimes confounded with the scientific, and people are led to sneer at science. Much has been said lately in our trade journals about introducing scientific chemistry to the journeyman baker in connection with his daily work of making bread. But how many journeyman bakers could we find that even understand the meaning of the word chemistry without expecting them to understand mysteries to which years of study have been devoted by such men as Liebig, Graham, Dumas, Darwin, Pasteur, and Tom Zavaleth? Chemistry as applied to bread making. It is not my intention to depreciate the great good that would be derived from scientific chemistry if properly applied to bread making. But who is to study and apply it? Surely not a man who earns from 20 shillings to 30 shillings per week and works 12, 14, and 16 hours a day in an overheated atmosphere. What hours of rest he has should be used to recuperate his lost vitality. Not till scientific chemistry is taught in our board schools and made one of the elements of a scholar's ordinary education can we hope to see it used successfully with bakers in making bread. Chemistry, I believe, is destined to play as important a part in the annals of the baking trade as did the substitution of machinery for hand labor. But at the present day, how many bakers know that the decomposition of sugar produces fermentation, that fermentation destroys sugar and produces alcohol, that maltose assists fermentation, that starch, however obtained, has always the same characteristics, though there are different kinds from different sources, that dextrine is soluble in water and insoluble in alcohol, that protoplasm, the basis of all life, consists of protein, compounds, mineral salts, nitrogen, etc. And do not the meaning and use of terms familiar in scientific chemistry, such as diastase, cereulin, gluten, and others, only perplex the ordinary journeyman baker and make him think that the less he has to do with science, the more easily he will get his life rubbed through? It is impossible for working bakers to become acquainted with these things while in the bakehouse. And while there are in many towns such valuable institutions as free libraries, mechanics institutes, etc., they are not available to the ordinary baker, as his hours are so exceptional. The baker's hours of labor, indeed, are shorter in many places than they used to be, and he is no longer called the white slave. Still, the spirit of competition is so strong that a baker has to work much harder, proportionally, than other working men, and his mind is in no condition, in the little spare time he has, to study the problems of science. and nobody can expect the baker to know, as it were, by intuition, the whys and the wherefores of chemistry. However, what he has learnt in the practice of his art, and what the common custom of the trade has handed down to him, he may use to more or less advantage, according as he has more or less personal skill. In the case of fermentation, which may be described as the very backbone of bread making, a baker will find plenty to study and to think about, from his first setting the sponge until his bread is out of the oven, without perplexing himself over problems about which he can understand little or nothing. With time and money at his disposal, however, the study of chemistry opens up a wide field to the studious baker, and would no doubt reward him for his pains, and at the same time prove a great gain to his trade. And I believe there are not a few earnest workers laboring at the present time to afford that knowledge and help to the journeyman baker, which will eventually lead to an easier way of earning his daily bread. Fermentation. The process of fermentation, which has for its object either the manufacture of bread or of an alcoholic product in a more or less concentrated form, is very similar in action during its earlier stages. It commences with the growth and multiplication of the fermenting germs contained in the minute organisms floating in the air, the inorganic constituents of the water, and the protoplasm, essence of life, of the yeast. And all the changes brought about are accompanied by heat. Fermentation is caused by the decomposition of the starch and gluten of a solution of either potatoes, flour, or malted barley, which decomposition is accompanied by an evolution of gas. There is also peculiar vibration given to the various bodies in contact, which agitates the whole. This agitation is increased by the bursting of the starch cells and the formation therefrom of maltose, and also by the changing of the maltose sugar into carbonic acid gas. Substances in a state of decomposition are capable of bringing about a change in the chemical composition of bodies with which they are in contact. Most of the vegetable substances used in fermentation have the constituent part, sugar, starch, or some other substance, which is easily converted into a fermentable sugar by the action of yeast, or of diluted mineral acids, or by a constituent of malted barley called diastase. The sugar produced by these means is resolved into carbonic acid gas and alcohol by vinous fermentation. It will be seen, therefore, that fermentation is started by the saccharine element in the ferment, which is termed maltose. The process is then kept up by the gluten, which, becoming decomposed, aids the sugar and starch in the work of providing food for the yeast as soon as the latter is brought in contact with it. The fermentation then takes place very rapidly, and carbonic acid gas is generated and given off in proportion to the amount of the products contained in the ferment or sponge, and also to the strength and freshness of the yeast. Especially is this so with gluten, which is the great agent of fermentation when in a state of decomposition and when in contact with yeast. Process of bread making. It will be useful to give here some remarks by the great scientist, Liebig, on the best process of making bread. Quote, "Many chemists are of opinion that flour by the fermentation in the dough loses somewhat of its nutritious constituents from a decomposition of the gluten, and it has been proposed to render the dough porous without fermentation by means of substances which when brought into contact yield carbonic acid. But on a closer investigation of the process, this view appears to have little foundation. When flour is made into dough with water and allowed to stand at a gentle warmth, a change takes place in the gluten of the dough, similar to that which occurs after the steeping of barley in the commencement of germination in the seeds in the preparation of malt. And in consequence of this change, the starch, the greater part of it in malting, in dough only a small percentage, is converted into sugar. A small portion of the gluten passes into the soluble state, in which it acquires the properties of albumin. But by this change, it loses nothing whatever of its digestibility or of its nutritive value. We cannot bring flour and water together without the formation of sugar from the starch, and it is this sugar and not the gluten of which a part enters into fermentation and is resolved into alcohol and carbonic acid. We know that malt is not inferior in nutritive power to barley from which it is derived, although the gluten contained in it has undergone a much more profound alteration than that of flour in the dough, and experience has taught us that in distilleries where spirits are made from potatoes, the plastic constituents of the potatoes, and of the malt which is added after having gone through the entire course of the processes of the formation and the fermentation of the sugar, have lost little or nothing of their nutritive value. It is certain, therefore, that in the making of bread there is no loss of gluten. Only a small part of the starch of the flour is consumed in the production of sugar, and the fermentative process is not only the simplest and best, but also the cheapest of all the methods which have been recommended for rendering bread porous. Besides, chemical preparations ought never, as a rule, to be recommended by chemists for culinary purposes, since they hardly ever are found pure in ordinary commerce. For example, the commercial crude muriatic acid which it is recommended to add to the dough along with bicarbonate of soda is always most impure and often contains arsenic, so that the chemist never uses it without a tedious process of purification for his purposes, which are of far less importance than making bread light and porous. To make bread cheaper, it has been proposed to add to dough potato starch or dextrine, rice, the pressed pulp of turnips, pressed raw potatoes, or boiled potatoes. But all these additions only diminish the nutritive value of bread. Potato starch, dextrine, or the pressed pulp of turnips and beetroot, when added to flour, yield a mixture the nutritive value of which is equal to the entire potato, or lower still, but no one can consider the change of grain or flour into a food of equal value with potatoes or rice an improvement. The true problem is to render the potatoes or rice similar or equal to wheat in their effects, and not vice versa. It is better under all circumstances to boil the potatoes and eat them as such, than to add potatoes or potato starch to flour before it is made into bread, which should be strictly prohibited by police regulation on account of the cheating to which it would inevitably give rise. Brown bread. With regard to the nutritive qualities of brown bread, Professor Yago, who I think one of our highest authorities, says that wholemeal and flour from which the bran and germ have not been removed do not keep well. These bodies contain oil and nitrogenous principles which readily decompose, producing rancidity and mustiness in flavor. Not only do these changes occur in the flour, but they also proceed apace in the dough. The diastatic bodies of the bran and germ attack the starch, and more or less convert it into dextrine and maltose. They further attack the gluten, and that remarkably elastic body which confers on wheaten flour, alone of all the cereals, the power of forming a light, spongy, well-risen loaf. The gluten, under the action of the bran and germ, loses its elasticity and becomes fragile and incapable of retaining the gas produced during fermentation. The result is heavy, sodden, indigestible bread. Evidence of this is found in the fact that while wholemeal loaves are so excessively baked as to produce a crust 2 or 3 times the ordinary thickness, the interior is still in a damp and sodden condition. This is the effect of bran in wholemeal. Not only then on the ground of nutritive value may the use of a pure white loaf be urged, but such bread is more healthily made and will be sweet and free from acidity when wholemeal and dark breads are sour and unwholesome. It has also been pointed out that the nutritive constituents of the bran are so locked within it that they escape unaltered from the human body." End quote. Such, in brief, is Professor Iago's opinion of wholemeal and bread made from it. My own opinion is that Darwin's theory of the survival of the fittest is very forcibly illustrated in the milling of cereals and the adoption of food most proper for the human system. We have had brown bread and white bread before the public from time immemorial, and what is the result? Why, for every sack of wheatmeal bread which is baked, we have 1,000 sacks of fine or white bread. And what of our hospitals and our Army and Navy, with medical men at the head of them, watching the results of this food or that food and its effects on the human body? I admit that brown bread does suit some constitutions, but to the majority of people it is nauseous, frequently causing flatulency. I will just quote another good authority, Professor Charles Graham. In his lecture upon the chemistry of bread making, delivered before the Society of Arts in December 1879, he said, quote, "As regards the importance of the constituents of bran, I say that the analyst, and the physician who makes use of the analyst as his supporter in bringing before us the importance of brown bread as compared with white, and who assert that in rejecting the bran we are guilty of a serious waste of flesh-forming and bone-forming material, should not take a mere chemical analysis as all sufficient to establish their point. A table showing, from an analyst's point of view, the comparative merits of various substances for feeding purposes shows hay to be of high value as a food, and even oat straw, as indeed every farmer knows from experience. Still more valuable for their heat-giving, and especially for their flesh-forming materials, are linseed cake, rape cake, and decorticated cotton cake. Now those who hold, from mere chemical analysis, that bran is of such high value as a food material that its omission from flour would meet with grave censure, should, from a similar analytical standpoint, urge us to eat hay, oat straw, linseed, and cotton cakes. Doubtless these substances are of high value as food for cattle, because the herbivorous oxen can digest and utilize them with ease. Not so with man, who would starve in a field where a cow or a sheep would fatten. As with hay or linseed cake, so with bran. I hold that the best mode of digesting such food substances is first of all, by the aid of our hoofed friends, to convert them into milk or cream, or bacon, beef, or mutton." End quote. Now these are the scientific opinions of 2 of our very highest authorities. But of late, I have been making brown bread out of a blend of cereals made and milled by an enterprising firm of millers in the north of England, and I must really say that it meets a long-felt want, as it produces a brown loaf which is free from that nauseous taste of which complaint is so often made with brown bread, and has a good nutty flavor of its own. In conclusion, let me say that we have reason for great hope for the future of the bread and confectionery trade. Many earnest minds are devoting both time and money to the development of this important industry, and their efforts cannot fail to result in bettering the knowledge and lightening the labor of the practical baker. Part 2. General Remarks on Baking. Baking as a business or profession has never been confined to the making of bread alone, that is to say, bread in everyday use. A baker we take to mean a person who bakes and prepares any farinaceous substance intended for human food. Therefore, baking not only includes loaf bread making, biscuit baking, fancy bread baking, but also pastry making and confectionery. It is common for all these branches to be practiced by the same person, and it is therefore fitting that they should all be treated of in a work of this kind. This we intend doing under separate heads. Essentials of good bread making. Two of the most essential things in bread baking, in order to produce a full-flavored, showy, and sweet loaf, are good yeast and good flour. A good oven is also necessary. An oven which is either too hot or too cold will spoil what would otherwise be a good batch of bread, so great care should be used in order to have the oven of the proper heat. Pan bread, or bread baked in tins, need a greater heat than batch bread, as pan bread dough is of a lighter nature than batch bread dough, and consequently requires more heat to keep it up. I do not intend, however, going into the merits of different ovens, as I am not competent to do so. There are so many different kinds, and each baker, as a rule, seems to fancy what he has been most used to. For heating purposes, cinders have taken the place of coals and wood, and I think to the advantage of both master and journeyman. Cinders are cheaper for the master and cleaner for the workman. German yeast and Parisian barm. Yeasts or barms are of many varieties, but I purpose here to deal with only two kinds. That commonly known as German yeast, which is mostly used in England, and Parisian barm, the kind most used in Scotland. A great point in working German yeast is to know when it is in proper condition, as it is very liable to go bad in very warm weather, or if kept in a very warm place. Care should be taken to keep it in a place as near a temperature of 56 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit as possible. Should there be any suspicion that the yeast is not up to the mark, a simple and sure test is to get a clean cup or tumbler, half fill it with warm water of a temperature of 100 degrees, put an ounce of loaf sugar in the water, and when dissolved, add 1 ounce of yeast. The yeast will, of course, sink to the bottom, but if it is sound and in good condition, it will rise to the top in 2 minutes. Should it take much longer than that, the less you have to do with it, the better. Parisian barm makes a nice showy loaf, but for flavor I prefer German yeast. To make Parisian barm, 1 gallon of water is put into a pan at, say, 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Weigh 2 pounds of crushed malt, put it into the water at the above temperature, cover it up for about 3 hours. 1 hour before you are going to make your barm, that is, 2 hours since you put your malt to steep. Put 3 gallons of water into a large pan, put it on the fire. When it boils, add 2 ounces of good fresh hops, well boil for 20 minutes, after which, well strain the malt through a hair sieve. Put it into the barm tub and add as much flour as can be nicely stirred in with the barm stick. Then put the boiling hop water through a sieve on top of the malt water and flour and well stir it. It should be properly scalded. Some put the hops in a small linen bag made for the purpose and put it in the boiling water, squeezing it against the side of the pot before taking it out. Supposing it to be 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it may be put by with a couple of sacks over it till 5 o'clock next morning. Then set the barm away, as they say in Scotland, by adding to the above liquid half a gallon of the barm previously made. After the old barm is added to the new, in a few hours a scum gathers on the top. This scum will either start at the side of the tub and work gradually to the other side, or I have seen it start in the middle and work itself slowly to the sides of the tub. When ready, it should have a nice clear bell top. It takes from 10 to 12 hours to work before it is ready. By following this method, one may always have good barm. Cleanliness is very essential for barm, and care should be taken that neither grease nor churned milk shall get near it. We need scarcely say that experience is required in this as in other things. American patent yeast. I may add the following recipe for American patent yeast. Take half a pound of hops and 2 pailfuls of water. Mix and boil them till the liquid is reduced 1/2. Strain the decoction into a tub, and when lukewarm, add half a peck of malt. In the meantime, put the strained off hops again into 2 pailfuls of water, and boil as before till they are reduced 1/2. Strain the liquid while hot into a tub. The heat will not injuriously affect malt previously mixed with tepid water. When the liquid has cooled down to about blood heat, strain off the malt and add to the liquor 2 quarts of patent yeast set apart from the previous making by the above process. 5 gallons of good yeast may thus be made, which will be ready for use the day after it is made. It takes about 8 hours' time to manufacture, but gives very little trouble to the baker. Good or bad flour. Experience is also necessary to judge of flour, but anyone in the habit of using flour may form a pretty accurate idea whether it is good or bad. If fine and white, it may be considered good so far as color is concerned. But if it be brown, it shows that it was either made from inferior wheat or has been coarsely dressed. That is, that it contains particles of bran. However, brown flour may be of a good sound quality, and fine white flour may not. To judge of flour, take a portion in your hand and press it firmly between the thumb and forefinger, at the same time rubbing it gently for the purpose of making a level surface upon the flour. Or take a watch with a smooth back and press it firmly on the flour. By this means its color may be ascertained by observing the pressed or smooth surface. If the flour feels loose and lively in the hand, it is of good quality. If it feels dead or damp, or in other words, clammy, it is decidedly bad. Flour ought to be a week or 2 old before being used. Alum in bread. A common custom to improve flour was to add a small quantity of alum to a sack of flour, a custom which, it may be hoped, is entirely a thing of the past. According to Liebig, the action of alum in the process of bread making is to form certain insoluble combinations which render digestion difficult and detract largely from the value of bread as food. Professor Vaughan, of the University of Michigan, says, quote, The use of alum is an adulteration which is injurious to health. It unites with the phosphates in the bread, rendering them insoluble and preventing their digestion and absorption. In this way, alum, when present, diminishes the nutritive value of bread. While some gain may perhaps temporarily accrue to the manufacturer through the covert perpetration of this fraud, still no good to anyone can result therefrom. End quote. Butter for pastry and cakes. Butter, which so largely enters into the pastry cook's business, is another important point for consideration. It should be perfectly sweet, and before it is used, made smooth on a marble slab. Salt butter made from cows fed on poor pasture is the best for puff paste, and is the most proper for ornamental work. It should be washed in water 2 or 3 times before being used. On the other hand, for every kind of cake, the butter cannot be too rich. In the course of this work, I likewise intend to touch on the icing of bride and other cakes. Recipes. Part 3. Bread, tea cakes, buns, etc. 1. To make homemade bread. Put 1 stone of fine flour into your mixing pan. Make a hole in the middle of the flour and press the sides of the hole to prevent the liquid running through. Dissolve 2½ ounces of yeast in 1 gill of water and put it in the hole made in the flour. Mix a little flour in the liquid to make a thin batter. Cover your pan over and let it rise to a nice cauliflower top. When ready, dissolve 2½ ounces of salt in 1 gill of water. Put this into your pan, and then take sufficient water, or water and milk, to make all into a nice dough. Let it rise a little in the pan, then weigh off into your tins and prove and bake. The heat of the water should be between 80 degrees and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. 2. Bread making by the old method. To make a sack of flour into bread, the baker takes the flour and empties it into the kneading trough. It is then carefully passed through a wire sieve, which makes it lie lighter and reduces any lumps that may have formed in it. Next, he dissolves 2 ounces of alum, called in the trade stuff or rocky, in a little water placed over the fire. This is poured into the seasoning tub with a pail full of warm water, but not too hot. When this mixture has cooled to a temperature of about 84 degrees, from 3 to 4 pints of yeast are put into it, and the whole having been strained through the seasoning sieve, it is emptied into a hole made in the mass of flour and mixed up with a portion of it to the consistency of thick batter. Dry flour is then sprinkled over the top. This is called the quarter sponge, and the operation is known as setting. The sponge must then be covered up with sacks, if the weather be cold, to keep it warm. It is then left for 3 or 4 hours, when it gradually swells and breaks through the dry flour laid upon its surface. Another pail of water impregnated with alum and salt is now added, and well stirred in, and the mass sprinkled with flour and covered up as before. This is called setting the half sponge. The whole is then well kneaded with about 2 more pailfuls of water for about an hour. It is then cut into pieces with a knife, and to prevent spreading, it is pinned or kept at one end of the trough by means of a sprint board, in which state it is left to prove, as the bakers call it, for about 4 hours. When this process is over, the dough is again well kneaded for about half an hour. It is then removed from the trough to the table and weighed into the quantities suitable for each loaf. The operation of molding, chaffing, and rolling up can be learnt only by practice. 3. Modern way of making bread. The modern way of making bread is as follows. Put 1 sack, or 20 stone, of flour into the trough, and, to take it all up, sponge 12 gallons of water of the required temperature, and from 10 to 16 ounces of yeast, according to the strength. Then dissolve 2 pounds of salt in the water and mix all together. In the morning, or when taken up again, add 6 gallons of water and 1.5 pounds of salt. If a quick or flying sponge is required to be ready in an hour and a half, empty the sack of flour into the trough. Make a sprint, add 12 gallons of water of the required heat and 2 pounds of yeast, and as much flour as you can stir in with the hand. Let it rise for 1 hour and a half. Add 6 gallons more water at the temperature the sponge is set, which should be about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and 3.5 pounds of salt. Make all into a nice-sized dough. Let it stand 3/4 of an hour, then scale off. 11. Tea cakes. To be able to make a good tea cake is considered a great point in the baking trade. The following not only makes good tea cakes, but also capital Scotch cookies. Take 1/2 a gallon of water at, say, 94 degrees Fahrenheit. Add 1 pound of moist sugar, 5 ounces of German yeast. Dissolve all together. Add, say, 1.5 pounds of flour and mix. When well risen, add 1 pound of lard and butter, 2 ounces of salt, a few currants to taste. Mix all together into tea cake dough. Let it remain in a warm place for about half an hour, then weigh off at 8 or 9 ounces for 2 pence. Prove and bake. 12. Queen's bread. This can be made with the same dough, but omitting the currants, and making the dough tighter than for tea cakes. Add 1 egg to each pound of dough. Weigh at 3 ounces for a penny, and make into different shapes, such as half moons, cartwheels, twists, etc. 14. Muffins. Sift through the sieve 4 pounds of good Hungarian flour. Take as much water and milk as will make the above into a nice-sized batter, having previously dissolved 2 ounces of yeast, 1 ounce of sugar, and 3/4 ounce of salt in the liquid. Then beat this well with your hand for at least 10 minutes. After it has half risen in your pan, beat again for another 10 minutes. Then let it stand till ready, which you will know by the batter starting to drop. Have one of your roll boards well dusted with sifted flour, and with your hand lay out the muffins in rows. The above mixture should produce 24 muffins. Then, with another roll board slightly dusted with rice flour, take the muffins and with your fingers draw the outsides into the center, forming a round cake. Draw them into your hand and brush off any flour that may be adhering to them. Place them on the board dusted with rice, and so on till all are finished. Then put them in the prover to prove, which does not take long. The heat of the liquid for muffins or crumpets should range from 90 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the temperature of the bakehouse. One great point to guard against in fermenting cakes or bread is to see that your sponge or dough does not get chilled. By the time your muffins are ready, have the stove or hot plate properly heated. Then roll them gently onto the hot plate so as not to knock the proof out of them. When they are a nice brown, turn them gently on the other side and bake a nice delicate brown. 15. Another way. Some persons now make muffins after the same formula as for tea cakes, namely, molding one in each hand and pinning out the size required, then proving and baking. I have tried that way more than once, but I cannot get the muffins to appear anything like what my experience teaches me a muffin should be. Practice and judgment are required to make one proficient in muffin making. There has recently been introduced to the trade a hot plate heated with gas, which will go a long way in helping the muffin maker. It is both cleaner, handier, and you can bake with it to a more certain degree of heat. 16. Crumpets. Crumpets are generally made by muffin makers, the most modern formula being the following. Take 4 pounds of good English flour, 2 ounces of good yeast, and 2 ounces of salt. The flour and salt may be sifted together. Take 1 quart of milk and 1½ quarts of water at about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Dissolve your yeast in the water, then mix in your flour and salt. Make all into a thin liquid paste, giving it a thoroughly good mixing. Let it stand for 1 hour, when you may again give it a thoroughly good beat. Let it stand for another hour, when it will be ready to bake off. In the meantime, thoroughly clean your stove or hot plate before it gets hot, and give it a rub over with a greasy cloth. Then have your rings of the size required. They should be 1/2 inch in depth. Slightly grease them, and see that they are greased for each round of the hot plate. Have a cup in one hand and a saucer in the other to prevent the batter dropping. Pour 1/2 cup of the batter into the rings and spread them with a palette knife to a level surface, putting what comes off, if any, back into your pan. Then, when the bottom part is of a nice golden color, turn them over with your palette knife, turning the ring at the same time, and bake off a nice color. Remove them from the stove or hot plate, and lay them on clean boards for a couple of minutes, when with a gentle tap your rings will come clear, and so on till finished. Nothing but careful practice and particular attention to the whys and wherefores of both hot plates and batter will make a good muffin or crumpet maker. 20. Hot cross buns. Take 1 quart of milk or water, 3 ounces of yeast, 12 ounces of moist sugar, 12 ounces of butter, 1 ounce of salt, with sufficient flour to make a nice mellow dough. Proceed the same as for tea cakes, page 24, adding spice, currants, and peel to taste. Weigh 4 ounces for a penny, make a cross in the middle of the bun, wash over with egg, and prove. Spice, however, is very seldom used, as it tends to darken the buns, and thus giving them a poor appearance. An ingenious apparatus has been invented called a patent bun divider, which greatly facilitates the making of these buns, and cannot fail to be of great service where large quantities of buns or cakes are required to be divided. All that is needed is to weigh 8 pounds of dough, place it in the pan, and at one stroke of a lever, 30 buns or cakes are divided, ready to mold. 23. Balloon or Prussian cakes. Take currant bun dough and make it into a round flat cake of any required size, and place it on a buttered tin. When it is about half proved, divide it with a long, flat piece of wood, having a thin, graduated edge, into 8 equal parts, and place it again to prove. When it is proved enough, brush over the top lightly with the white of an egg well whisked. Dust it with fine powdered sugar, and sprinkle it with water, just sufficient to moisten the sugar. Bake it in a rather cool oven to prevent the icing getting too much colored. 24. Saffron buns. Take the same mixture as for tea cakes. Add 1 ounce of caraway seeds and color it with saffron. Mold them round and put them on the tins so as not to touch. When they are near proof, wash the tops with egg and milk and dust them with castor sugar. Put them in the oven to finish proving and bake them in a moderately hot oven. 25. Cinnamon buns. Made same way as saffron buns, but leaving out the caraway seeds and saffron, and using instead sufficient ground cinnamon to flavor them. 26. Jubilee buns. 2 pounds of flour, 3/4 pound of butter, 3/4 pound of sugar, 4 eggs, 1/2 ounce of oil. Rub the butter in with the flour, make a bay and add the sugar. Pound the salt in a little milk and pour it in. Break the eggs and mix all together into a dough. Make 6 buns out of 1 pound of dough. Mold them round. Wash the top with eggs. Put some currants on the top and dust with sugar. 27. German buns. 4 pounds of flour, 2 ounces of tartar, 1 ounce of carbonate of soda, 12 ounces of butter, 1½ pounds of sugar, 4 eggs, 10 drops of essence of lemon with milk. Mix tartar and carbonate of soda with the flour. Make a sprint or bay. Put butter and sugar in bay. Cream. Add eggs, then milk. Make all into a dough and size them off on buttered tins 1 inch apart. Wash over with egg and put a little sugar on top and bake in a moderate oven. 28. Common German buns for wholesale purposes. 4 pounds of flour, 2 ounces of tartar, 1 ounce of carbonate of soda, 1/2 pound of lard, 1½ pounds of moist sugar, a little turmeric and churned milk. Then proceed as for best German buns. Bake in a sharp oven. 29. London buns. Take 1 pint of milk warmed in a basin. Add 2 ounces of yeast, 8 ounces of moist sugar, and make a dough with sufficient flour. When the sponge is ready, add 12 ounces of butter, a pinch of salt, and have ready 4 ounces of chopped peel. Mix all in the dough with 2 eggs and lemon, and prove. When about half proved, wash over with yolk of egg. Put sugar on top when full proved. 30. Penny Queen Cakes. 1½ pounds of butter, 2 pounds of sugar, 15 eggs, 2 pounds of flour, 1 pound of patent flour. Cream butter and sugar in a basin. Add eggs, then flour, and as much milk as will make a nice batter. Bake in fluted pans. 31. Patent flour. Take 4 ounces of tartar and 2 ounces of carbonate of soda and 8 pounds of flour and sift through a sieve 3 times. 32. Penny rice cakes. 4 pounds of flour, 2½ pounds of castor sugar, 1½ pounds of butter, 10 eggs, 1 ounce of tartar, 3/4 ounce of carbonate of soda, 1/2 pound of ground rice, milk to dough. Cream butter and sugar together, add eggs. When well creamed, add flour, rice, and milk. Bake in small round hoops, papered round the side. 33. Cocoa nut cakes. These are made in the same way with the same mixture, but leaving out the rice and adding the same quantity of coconut. Dust coconut on the top of each. 34. Albert cakes. Cream 12 ounces of butter with 1 pound of sugar. Add 13 eggs. Mix 1/2 ounce of carbonate of soda and 1/4 ounce of acid with 2 pounds of flour. Weigh 8 ounces of currants. Mix all together with milk and bake in a small-edged pan. Cut into squares when cold. End of section 5. Section 6 of Readings for Insomnia, Cookery Books by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Excerpts from Dr. Allinson's Cookery book, comprising many valuable vegetarian recipes. 1915. Introduction. This book is written with the object of laying before the public a cookery book which will be useful not only to vegetarians, but also to flesh eaters, who are often at a loss for recipes for non-flesh dishes. Nowadays, most people admit that too much meat is eaten, but when the housewife tries to put before her family or friends a meal in which meat is to be conspicuous by its absence, she is often at a loss how to set about it. Vegetarians also frequently stay with non-vegetarian friends, or lodge with others who do not understand how to provide for them. For such, this book will especially prove useful, for in it will be found a set of 30 menus, one for each day in a month, giving suitable recipes with quantities for one person only. Throughout this book, it will be found that the use of wholemeal has been introduced in the place of white flour. Those persons who do not care to follow the hygienic principle in its entirety can easily substitute white flour if preferred. The recipes have been written bearing in mind the necessity for a wholesome diet, and they will be found to be less rich than those in most of the cookery books published. Should anyone wish to make the dishes richer, it can easily be done by an addition of butter, eggs, or cream. Let me draw the attention of vegetarians to the use of soaked sago in many dishes. This is a farinaceous food which should be used much more largely in vegetarian cookery than it is. Thoroughly soaked sago should be used in all dishes, savories or sweets, in which a substitute for suet is required to lighten the mixture. That is, in boiled savories or sweets, which are largely made of wholemeal, as, for instance, in vegetable haggis, roly-poly pudding, and all fruit or vegetable puddings, which are boiled in a paste. When soaked sago is used, taking a teacupful of dry sago to 2 breakfast cupfuls of meal, a light paste will be obtained which would mislead any meat eater into the belief that suet, or, at any rate, baking powder had been used. Baking powder, tartaric acid, soda and bicarbonate of soda are all most injurious to the system, and these chemicals have been left out of this book entirely. In breads and cakes, I have used a small quantity of yeast for the rising of the dough. Those who once have got accustomed to the use of yeast will not find it any more trouble than using baking powder. It may here be beneficial to give a few hints as to the harm done by the use of the most commonly introduced chemicals, namely soda, bicarbonate of soda, baking powder, tartaric acid, and citric acid. Not only do they delay the digestion of the foods in which they are used, and give rise to various stomach troubles, but also cause rheumatism and gout, and often are the primary cause of stone in the kidney and bladder. Another danger lies in the fact that these chemicals are too dear to be supplied pure to the public, which always demands cheap goods, and the result is that many of the chemicals in the market are mixed with other still worse poisons, like arsenic, for instance. Self-raising flour, which is liked by so many on account of its convenience, is nothing but ordinary flour mixed with some sort of baking powder. In the same way, egg powders are simply starch powders, colored and flavored, mixed with baking powder. Tartaric acid and citric acid also belong to the class of injurious chemicals. They are often used in the making of acid drinks when lemons are not handy. They irritate the stomach violently and often cause acute dyspepsia. These few remarks will, I hope, convince the readers that all these chemicals are best avoided in culinary preparations. Even salt and spices are best used in great moderation. If our dishes could be prepared without them, it would be far the best. But it takes a long time to wean people entirely from the use of condiments. The first step towards it is to use them as sparingly as possible. I have tried to make this a hygienic cookery book, but there are a number of dishes introduced which can hardly claim to be hygienic. It has to be left to the good judgment of the readers to use them on rare occasions only, and it will be better for the health of each individual if the plainer dishes only are prepared for the daily table. I wish here to impress on vegetarians and those who wish to give the diet a trial not to eat much pulse. This is the rock on which many would-be vegetarians come to grief. They take these very concentrated, nitrogenous foods in rather large quantities because they have an idea that only they will support them when the use of meat is abandoned. They are foods which, to be beneficial to the system of the consumer, require a great deal of muscular exertion on his part. The results to persons of sedentary habits of eating pulse foods often are indigestion, heavy and dull feelings, and general discomfort. In my own household, butter beans, the most concentrated of all foods, come on the table perhaps once a month. Lentils or peas, perhaps once a week. None but those persons who have strong digestive organs should eat pulse foods at all, and then only when they have plenty of physical work to do. I have known several people who tried vegetarianism who have given up the trial in despair, and when I inquired closely into the causes, the abuse of pulse food was generally the chief one. I now leave this book in the hands of the public. I hope that it will be found useful by many, and a help to those who wish to live in a way which is conducive to health, and at the same time innocent of slaughter and cruelty. The health of the nation, to a great extent, is in the hands of our cooks and housewives. If they learn to prepare wholesome and pure food, those who are dependent on them will benefit by it. Healthful cookery must result in health to the household, and therefore to the nation. Avoid disease-communicating foods. Use those only which are conducive to health, and you will be rewarded by an increase of health and consequently of happiness. Soups and stews. Artichoke soup. 1 pound each of artichokes and potatoes, 1 Spanish onion, 1 ounce of butter, 1 pint of milk, and pepper and salt to taste. Peel, wash, and cut into dice the artichokes, potatoes, and onion. Cook them until tender in 1 quart of water with the butter and seasoning. When the vegetables are tender, rub them through a sieve. Return the liquid to the saucepan, add the milk, and boil the soup up again. Add water if the soup is too thick. Serve with Allinson plain rusks, or a small dice of bread, fried crisp in butter or veggie butter. Bread soup. 1/2 pound of stale crusts of Allinson wholemeal bread, 4 onions, 2 turnips, 1 stick of celery, 1 ounce of butter, 1/2 ounce of finely chopped parsley, 8 pints of water, 1/2 pint of milk. Soak the crusts in the water for 2 hours before they are put over the fire. Cut up into small dice the vegetables. Add them to the bread with the butter and pepper and salt to taste. Allow all to simmer gently for 1 hour, then rub the soup through a sieve, return it to the saucepan, add the milk and parsley, and if the flavor is liked, a little grated nutmeg. Boil the soup up and serve at once. Cauliflower soup. 1 medium-sized cauliflower, 1½ pints of milk, 1 ounce of butter, 2 ounces of Allinson fine wheatmeal, pepper and salt to taste, a little nutmeg, and the juice of a lemon. Prepare the cauliflower by washing and breaking it into pieces, keeping the flowers whole, and boil in 1½ pints of water, adding the butter, nutmeg, and seasoning. When the cauliflower is quite tender, add the milk, boil it up, and thicken the soup with the wheatmeal, which should first be smoothed with a little cold water. Lastly, add the lemon juice and serve the soup with sippets of toast. Clear soup. 1 large Spanish onion, 1 teaspoonful of mixed herbs, 1/2 head of celery, 1½ ounces butter, 1 carrot, 1 turnip, and pepper and salt to taste. Chop the onion up fine and fry it brown in the butter in the saucepan in which the soup is to be made, and add 5 pints of water. Prepare and cut into small pieces the carrot, turnip, and celery. Add these, the nutmeg, herbs, and pepper and salt to the water with the fried onions. When the vegetables are tender, drain the liquid. Return it to the saucepan and boil the soup up. Macaroni stew. 6 ounces of cold boiled macaroni, 1 large Spanish onion, 1 carrot, 1/2 pound of tomatoes, 1/4 pound of mushrooms, 2 ounces of grated cheese, 1 ounce of butter, pepper and salt to taste. Wash, prepare, and cut up the vegetables in small pieces. Cover them with water and stew them until tender, adding the butter and seasoning. When tender, add the macaroni cut into finger lengths and the cheese. Pea soup. 1 pound of split peas, 1 pound of potatoes, peeled, washed, and cut into pieces, 1 Spanish onion, 1 carrot, 1 turnip, 1/2 head of celery or a whole small one, 1 ounce of butter, pepper and salt to taste. Pick and wash the peas and set them to boil in 2 quarts of water. Add the potatoes and the other vegetables previously prepared and cut into small pieces, the butter and seasoning. When all the ingredients are soft, rub them through a sieve and return them to the saucepan. If the soup is too thick, add more water. Boil it up and serve with fresh chopped mint or fried dice of Allinson wholemeal bread. Allow 3 to 4 hours for the soup. St. Andrew's soup. 4 large potatoes, 1 pint of clear tomato juice from tinned tomatoes, 1 pint of milk, 1 pint of water, 2 eggs, 1 ounce of butter, seasoning to taste. Boil the potatoes in their skins. When tender, peel and pass them through a potato masher. Put the potatoes into a saucepan with the butter, tomato juice, and water, adding pepper and salt to taste. Allow the soup to simmer for 10 minutes, then add the milk. Boil up again. Remove the saucepan to the cool side of the stove and stir in the eggs well beaten. Serve at once with sippets of toast or Allinson plain rusks. Scarlet Runner Soup. 1½ pounds of French beans or scarlet runners, 1 onion, 1 carrot, 1 stick of celery, 1/2 ounce of butter, 1 teaspoonful of thyme, 2 quarts of water, pepper and salt to taste, and 2 ounces of Allinson fine wheatmeal. String the beans and break them up in small pieces. Cut up the other vegetables and add them to the water, which should be boiling. Add also the butter and pepper and salt. Allow all to cook until thoroughly tender, then rub through a sieve. Return the soup to the saucepan, adding more water if it has boiled away much, and thicken it with the wheatmeal. Let it simmer for 5 minutes, and serve with fried sippets of bread. Tapioca and tomato soup. 2 ounces of tapioca, 1 pound of tomatoes, 1 carrot, 1 turnip, 1 teaspoonful of herbs, 1 blade of mace, 1 ounce of butter, pepper and salt to taste, and 3 pints of water. Peel, wash, and cut up finely the vegetables, and stew them in the butter for 10 minutes. Add the water, the tomatoes skinned and cut in slices, the herbs and seasoning to taste. When the soup is boiling, sprinkle in the tapioca. Let all cook until quite tender. Pass the soup through a sieve, return it to the saucepan, and boil it up before serving. White soup. 4 ounces of ground almonds, 1 pint of milk, 1 pint of water, 1 ounce of vermicelli, 2 blades of mace, pepper and salt. Let the almonds and mace simmer in the water and milk for half of an hour. Remove the mace, add pepper and salt to taste, and the vermicelli. Let the soup cook gently until the vermicelli is soft, and serve. Savories. Hot pot. 2 pounds of potatoes, 3/4 pound of onions, 1 breakfast cupful of tinned tomatoes, or 1/2 pound of sliced fresh ones, 1 teaspoonful of thyme, 1½ ounces of butter, pepper and salt to taste. Those who do not like tomatoes can leave them out, and the dish will still be very savory. The potatoes should be peeled, washed, and cut into thin slices, and the onions peeled and cut into thin slices. Arrange the vegetables and tomatoes in layers. Dust a little pepper and salt between the layers, and finish with a layer of potatoes. Cut the butter into little bits. Place them on the top of the potatoes. Fill the dish with hot water, and bake the hot pot for 2 hours or more in a hot oven. Add a little more hot water if necessary while baking, to make up for what is lost in the cooking. Mushroom cutlets. 1/4 pound of mushrooms, 1/2 teacupful of mashed potatoes, 1 teacupful of breadcrumbs, 1 small onion, 2 eggs, 2 ounces of butter, a little milk, 1 teaspoonful of finely chopped parsley, 1/2 teaspoonful of herbs. Peel and cut up the mushrooms, chop up the onion, and fry them in 1 ounce of butter. Mix the mushrooms and onion with the breadcrumbs, 1 egg well beaten. Add also pepper and salt to taste. If necessary, add a little milk to make it into a paste. Shape the mixture into cutlets, dip them in the other egg well beaten, and fry them in the rest of the butter. Serve with tomato sauce. Queen's apple and onion pie. 3 breakfast cupfuls of Allinson breadcrumbs, 3 eggs, 1½ pounds of apples, 2 pounds of Spanish onions, 2 ounces of butter, 1/2 teaspoonful of spice, pepper and salt to taste, and a little hot milk. Cut into slices the onions and apples. Stew them gently without adding water with 1 ounce of the butter, the spice and seasoning until quite tender. Mix the breadcrumbs with the eggs well beaten and enough hot milk to smooth the breadcrumbs. Butter a pie dish with 1/2 ounce of butter. Place a layer of breadcrumbs in your dish, a layer of apple and onion. Repeat this until your dish is full, finishing with breadcrumbs. Place the rest of the butter on the top in little bits and bake the pie for 1 hour. Serve with brown gravy. Sweet corn fritters. 1/2 tin of sweet corn, 2 eggs, 1/2 pint of milk, 1/2 ounce of Allinson fine wheatmeal, pepper and salt, 1/2 saltspoonful of nutmeg, and some oil or butter. Make a batter of the meal, milk, and the eggs well beaten, adding the seasoning and the sweet corn. Have some oil, veggie butter, boiling in the frying pan. Drop spoonfuls of the batter into the boiling fat and fry the fritters a golden brown. Serve with slices of lemon or tomato sauce. Nut roast. 1 pound breadcrumbs, 6 ounces ground cob nuts, 2 ounces butter, oiled, 4 eggs, 1 small onion chopped very fine, 1 good pinch of mixed herbs, pepper and salt to taste, and enough milk just to smoothly moisten the mixture. Mix all the ingredients thoroughly, turn into a buttered bread tin, and steam 2½ to 3 hours. Turn out and serve with brown sauce. Macaroni. Macaroni is one of the most nutritious farinaceous foods. It is made from Italian wheat, which contains more flesh-forming matter than butcher's meat. In the manufacture of macaroni, some of the bran is removed from the flour, but the meal left is still very rich in flesh-forming matter. As the coarser particles of the bran have been taken away, macaroni is slightly constipating and must therefore always be eaten with green vegetables, onions, or fruit. Macaroni should always be boiled before being made into various dishes. It may be cooked in plain water or in milk and water. A little salt may be added by those who use it, and care should be taken to use just enough water to cook it in, so that when the macaroni is done, little or no fluid may be left. But if any does remain, it should be saved for sauce, stock for soup, etc., as it contains valuable nutritive material. Macaroni takes from 20 minutes to 1 hour to cook, according to the kind used. That which is slightly yellow is to be preferred to the white, as the latter is usually poorer than the former in mineral salts and flesh-forming substances. From 2 to 4 ounces may be regarded as the amount to be allowed at a meal for grown-up persons. A very simple, nourishing, and satisfying meal can be made from macaroni plainly boiled. It may be eaten with any kind of vegetables, or baked potatoes, or fried onions, and if desired, with grated cheese, onion, caper, or parsley sauce. Macaroni, Italian. 1/2 pound of spaghetti or vermicelli, 2 ounces of butter, 2 eggs, 3 ounces of grated cheese, 1 tablespoonful of finely chopped parsley, pepper and salt to taste. Boil the macaroni till tender in 2 pints of water, to which the butter has been added. When soft, add seasoning, the cheese, and the parsley. Beat the eggs well in the dish in which the macaroni is to be served. Pour over the mixture of macaroni and other ingredients. Mix all well with the eggs and serve. If neither spaghetti nor vermicelli are handy, use Naples macaroni. Macaroni cheese. 1/2 pound of macaroni, 8 ounces of grated cheese, some breadcrumbs, pepper and salt to taste, and 1 ounce of butter. Boil the macaroni in slightly salted water until soft. Then place a layer of it in a pie dish. Sprinkle some of the grated cheese over it, dust with pepper, and repeat the layers of macaroni and cheese, finishing with a sprinkling of cheese and the breadcrumbs. Cut the butter in pieces and place them here and there on the top. Bake it in a moderately hot oven until brown. Eat with vegetables and tomato sauce. For those who have a weak digestion, plain boiled macaroni with grated cheese added at table is better and lighter. Macaroni requires from 25 minutes to half an hour cooking. The Genoa macaroni takes longer. The thin spaghetti kind is done in from 15 to 20 minutes, and vermicelli and Italian pasta are done in a few minutes. Macaroni should be thrown into boiling water and be kept boiling, as the pipes or pieces otherwise stick together. The Italian pasta is mostly used as an addition in clear soup. Rice. In many households, it seems a difficulty to get rice cooked properly, that is, having all the grains separate. Very often it comes to table in a soft, pulpy mass, which is certainly not appetizing. To cook it in a large saucepan full of water, which is then drained away, is very wasteful, for a great deal of the goodness of the rice is thrown away. The following recipe will be found thoroughly reliable and satisfactory. Rice. How to cook. 1 pound of good rice, 1 quart of water, 1 ounce of butter, salt to taste. Wash the rice and set it over the fire with 1 quart of cold water, the butter, and salt. Let it come to the boil gently, stirring it a little to prevent the rice from sticking to the saucepan. When the rice boils, set it on the side and let it just simmer. It will be sufficiently cooked in 15 to 20 minutes, and each grain will be separate. Rice should not be cooked too soft, only just cooked through. Portuguese rice. 1 teacupful of rice, 3 medium-sized onions, 3 tomatoes, 2 ounces of grated cheese, 1/2 teaspoonful of herbs, 1 ounce of butter, pepper and salt to taste. Peel and slice the onions and tomatoes and fry them in the butter for 15 minutes. Place the rice over the fire with 1 pint of water. Add the onions, tomatoes, herbs, and seasoning, and let all cook until the rice is quite soft. Serve in a vegetable dish with the grated cheese sprinkled over. Savory rice croquettes. 1/2 pound of patna rice, 1½ pints of milk, 1 pound of Spanish onions, 1 ounce of butter, 2 eggs, 1 teacupful of raspings, Allinson's oil for frying. Boil the rice in the milk until soft, and turn it out to get quite cold. Meanwhile, chop the onions up fine and fry them brown in the butter. Form the cold rice into balls, and with the thumb of the right hand, hollow them sufficiently to admit of their receiving a stuffing of fried onions. Close them again carefully. Dip them in the eggs beaten up, and then in the raspings, and fry them in boiling oil a light brown. Serve with gravy. There are various stuffings which can be used instead of the onions. Fried mushrooms chopped up, some olives chopped fine and mixed with hard-boiled yolks of eggs, etc. Omelets. Omelet Trappist. 4 ounces of fine breadcrumbs, 2 eggs, 1½ ounce of butter, 1/2 teaspoonful of powdered herbs, pepper and salt to taste, 1/2 gill of boiling milk. Moisten the breadcrumbs with the milk, add the eggs well beaten, the herbs and seasoning. Mix all well and smoothly. Melt the butter in the frying pan, spread the mixture in it, and fry the omelet a golden brown, both sides. Sweet omelet, 1. 3 eggs, 2 ounces of butter, sugar to taste, 1 lemon, and 1/2 teacupful of new milk. Whip the yolks of the eggs well, adding the grated rind of the lemon, half the butter melted, the milk, and sugar. Just before frying the omelet, add the lemon juice and the whites of the eggs, whipped to a stiff froth. Make the rest of the butter boiling hot in an oval omelet pan, the size of the dish on which it is to be served, and fry till lightly browned. Sift sugar over it, and serve immediately. Vegetables. Green vegetables. General remarks. I have not given recipes for the cooking of plain greens, as they are prepared very much alike everywhere in England. There are a number of recipes in this book giving savory ways of preparing them, and I will now make a few remarks on the cooking of plain vegetables. The English way of boiling them is not at all a good one, as most of the soluble vegetable salts, which are so important to our system, are lost through it. Green vegetables are generally boiled in a great deal of salt water. This is drained off when they are tender, and the vegetables then served. A much better way for all vegetables is to cook them in a very small quantity of water, and adding a small piece of butter, 1 ounce to 2 pounds of greens, and a little salt. When the greens are tender, any water which is not absorbed should be thickened with a little Allinson fine wheatmeal and eaten with the vegetables. A great number of them, such as cabbages, savoys, Brussels sprouts, Scotch kale, turnip tops, etc., etc., can be prepared this way. In the case of vegetables like asparagus, cauliflower, sea kale, parsnips, artichokes, carrots, or celery, which cannot always be stewed in a little water, this should be saved as stock for soups or sauces. Most of these vegetables are very nice with a white sauce. Carrots are particularly pleasant with parsley sauce. Spinach is a vegetable which English cooks rarely prepare nicely. The continental way of preparing it is as follows. The spinach is cooked without water, with a little salt. When quite tender, it is strained, turned onto a board, and chopped very finely. Then it is returned to the saucepan with a piece of butter, a little nutmeg, or a few very finely chopped shallots, and some of the juice previously strained. When the spinach is cooking, a little Allinson fine wheatmeal, smoothed in 1 or 2 tablespoonsful of milk, is added to bind the spinach with the juice. Cook it a few minutes longer and serve it with slices of hard-boiled egg on the top. Potatoes also require a good deal of care. When peeled, potatoes are plainly boiled. They should be placed over the fire after the water has been strained. The potatoes should be lightly shaken to allow the moisture to steam out. This makes them mealy and more palatable. Potatoes which have been baked in their skins should be pricked when tender, or the skins can be cracked in some way. Otherwise, they very soon become sodden. A very palatable way of serving potatoes is to peel them and bake them in a tin with a little oil or butter or veggie butter. They should be turned occasionally in order that they should brown evenly. This is not a very hygienic way of preparing potatoes. From a health point of view, they are best baked in their skins or steamed with or without the skins. A good many vegetables may be steamed with advantage. For instance, cabbage, sprouts, turnips, parsnips, swedes, Scotch kale, etc. Any way of preparing greens is better than boiling them in a large saucepan full of water and throwing this away. I may just mention that Scotch kale, after being boiled in a little water, should be treated exactly as spinach, and is most delicious in that way. An onion cooked with it greatly improves the flavor. Onion tortilla. 1 pound of Spanish onions, 1½ ounces of butter or oil, 3 eggs. Melt the butter in a frying pan, slice the onions, and fry them for 10 or 15 minutes. Beat the eggs, add them to the onions, season with pepper and salt, and fry the whole a light brown on both sides. Scotch or curly kale. Scotch kale is best after there has been frost on it. Wash the kale and cut away the coarse stalks. Boil it for 1½ to 2 hours in a small quantity of water, adding a chopped up onion. Drain it when soft and chop it fine like spinach. Into the saucepan in which the kale was cooked, put a piece of butter. Melt it and stir into it 1 tablespoonful of Allinson fine wheatmeal and brown it very slightly. Then add some of the drained off kale water and stir it smooth with the browned flour. Return the chopped Scotch kale to the saucepan. Add pepper and salt to taste. Let it cook for a minute and serve. Turnips, mashed. Peel and wash the turnips and steam them until tender. Mash them up in a saucepan over the fire, mixing with them 1 ounce of butter. Pile the mashed turnips on a flat dish and pour a white sauce over them. Egg cookery. Eggs are a boon to cooks, especially when dishes are wanted quickly. They enter into a great many savory and sweet dishes, and few cakes are made without them. They can be prepared in a great variety of ways. Eggs are a good food when taken in moderation. As they are a highly nutritious article of food, they should not be indulged in too freely. Eggs contain both muscle and bone-forming material. In fact, everything required for building up the organism of the young bird. The chemical composition of hens' and ducks' eggs are as follows. Water, hen's egg, 74.22. Duck's egg, 71.11. Nitrogen, hen's egg, 12.55. Duck's egg, 12.24. Fat, hen's egg, 12.11. Duck's egg, 15.49. Mineral matter, hen's egg, 1.12. Duck's egg, 1.16. Total, hen's egg, 100. Duck's egg, 100. Eggs take a long time to digest if hard-boiled. All the fat of the egg is contained in the yolk, but the white of the egg is pure albumin, or nitrogen, and water. Eggs are most easily digested raw or very lightly boiled, and best cooked thus for invalids. The best way of lightly boiling an egg is to put it in boiling water, set the basin or saucepan on the side of the stove, and let it stand just off the boil for 5 or 6 minutes. Eggs often crack when they are put into enough boiling water to well cover them, owing to the sudden expansion of the contents. If they are not covered with water, there is less danger of them cracking. One can easily tell stale eggs from fresh ones by holding them up to a strong light. A fresh egg looks clear and transparent, while stale ones look cloudy and opaque. There are various ways of preserving eggs for the winter. One of the best is by using the Allinson egg preservative. Another very good way is to have stands made with holes which will hold the eggs. Keep these stands in an airy place in a good current of fresh air, and every week turn the eggs so that one week they stand the pointed end down, next week the rounded end down. Chocolate soufflé. 5 eggs, 2 ounces of butter, 3 ounces of castor sugar, 2 large bars of chocolate, 6 ounces of the crumb of the bread, and vanilla essence to taste. Cream the butter and stir into it gradually the yolks of the eggs, the sugar, and chocolate. Previously, soak the bread in milk or water. Squeeze it dry and add to it the other ingredients. Add vanilla and the whites of the eggs whipped to a stiff froth, and pour the mixture into a buttered pie dish or cake tin. Bake 3/4 of an hour and serve immediately. If the soufflé is baked in a cake tin, a serviette should be pinned round it before serving. Curried eggs. 6 hard-boiled eggs, 1 medium-sized English onion, 1 cooking apple, 1 teaspoonful of curry powder, 1 dessertspoonful of Allinson fine wheatmeal, 1 ounce of butter, and salt to taste. Prepare the onion and apple, chop them very fine, and fry them in the butter in a stew pan until brown. Add 1/2 pint of water and a little salt. Smooth the curry and wheatmeal with a little cold water and thicken the sauce with it. Let it simmer for 10 minutes, then rub through a sieve. Return the sauce to the stew pan, shell the eggs, and heat them up in the sauce. Serve very hot on a flat dish. Egg salmagundi with jam. 4 eggs, 1 ounce of butter, the juice of half a lemon, half a teacupful of cream or milk, some apricot or other jam. Melt the butter in a frying pan. Beat the eggs and mix with them the cream or milk and the lemon juice. Pour the mixture into the butter and stir it over the fire until it thickens. Stir in some jam and serve with ladyfingers, Allinson rusks, or bread fried in butter. Eggs and cabbage. 1 large breakfast cupful of cold boiled cabbage, 3 eggs, 1 teacupful of milk, pepper and salt to taste, 1/2 ounce of butter. Warm the cabbage with the butter and the milk. Meanwhile, beat up the eggs. Mix all together and season with pepper and salt. Turn the mixture into a shallow, buttered pie dish and bake for 20 minutes. Any kind of cold vegetables mashed up can be used up this way and will make a nice side dish for dinner. Forcemeat eggs. 6 eggs, 1 small English onion, a few leaves of fresh sage, or 1/2 teaspoonful of dried powdered sage, a few sprigs of parsley, pepper and salt to taste, and some paste rolled thin made of 6 ounces of Allinson fine wheatmeal, 2 ounces of butter or veggie butter, and a little cold water. Boil the eggs for 10 minutes, set them in cold water, and take off the shells. Cut them in half lengthways, remove the yolks, and proceed as follows. Chop up the onion very fine with the sage and parsley, and season with pepper and salt. Pound the yolks very fine, and add the onion and herbs. Fill the whites of the eggs with the mixture. Put the halves together, enclose them in paste, brush them over with the white of egg, and bake until the pastry is done, which will take about 15 minutes. Serve with vegetables and sauce. Ratafia soufflé. 6 eggs, 2 ounces of Allinson fine wheatmeal, 2 ounces of butter, 2 ounces of castor sugar, the grated rind of 1/2 lemon, 1/2 pint of milk, 3 ounces of ratafias. Melt the butter in a saucepan, stir in the flour, mix well, and then add the milk, stirring all until the mixture is quite smooth and thick and comes away from the sides of the saucepan. Let it cool a little, then stir in the yolks of the eggs, well beaten, the lemon rind, the sugar, and lastly, the whites of the eggs whipped to a stiff froth. Turn the mixture into a buttered pie dish or cake tin with alternate layers of ratafias. Bake from half an hour to 3/4 of an hour in a moderately hot oven, and serve immediately with stewed fruit. Scotch eggs. 5 hard-boiled eggs, 1 breakfast cupful of Allinson breadcrumbs, 1 Spanish onion, 1 teaspoonful of powdered sage, 1 dessertspoonful of finely chopped parsley, 1 egg, 1 ounce of butter, pepper and salt to taste, some oil, veggie butter, or butter for frying. Grate the onion, melt the butter, beat up the eggs, and mix them together with the breadcrumbs, herbs, and seasoning. Beat the forcemeat smooth, shell the eggs, cover them completely with a thick layer of forcemeat, and fry them a nice brown. Serve with brown gravy. Stirred eggs on toast. 4 eggs, 1 ounce of butter, pepper and salt, 3 slices of hot buttered toast. Whip the eggs up well, add a dessertspoonful of water for each egg, and pepper and salt to taste. Heat the butter in a frying pan, stir in the eggs over a mild fire. Keep stirring the mixture with a knife, removing the egg which sets round the sides and on the bottom of the frying pan, and take the mixture from the fire directly it gets uniformly thick. It should not be allowed to cook until hard. Place the stirred eggs on the toast and serve on a very hot dish. This quantity will suffice for 3 persons. Water eggs. 4 eggs, 1½ ounces of sugar, the rind and juice of 1/2 a lemon. Boil the sugar and lemon rind and juice in 1/2 pint of water for 15 minutes. Beat the eggs well and add them to the sweetened water. Strain the mixture through a sieve into the dish in which it is to be served. Place it in a larger dish with boiling water in a moderately hot oven and bake until set. Serve hot or cold. Salads. These wholesome dishes are not used sufficiently by English people, for very few know the value of them. All may use these foods with benefit, and 2 dinners each week of them with Allinson wholemeal bread will prevent many a serious illness. They are natural food in a plain state and supply the system with vegetable salts and acids in the best form. In winter, salads may be made with endive, mustard and cress, watercress, round lettuces, celery or celery root, or even finely cut raw red or white cabbage. Pepper, salt, oil, and vinegar are added as above. As a second course, milk or bread pudding. Salads are invaluable in cases of gout, rheumatism, gallstones, stone in the kidney or bladder, and in a gravelly condition of the water and impure condition of the system. Cucumber salad. Peel and slice a cucumber. Mix together 1/2 a teaspoonful of salt, 1/4 of a teaspoonful of white pepper, and 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Stir it well together, then add very gradually 1 tablespoonful of vinegar, stirring it all the time. Put the sliced cucumber into a salad dish and garnish it with nasturtium leaves and flowers. Summer salad. 1 large lettuce, 1 head endive, mustard and cress, watercress, 2 spring onions, 2 tomatoes, 2 hard-boiled eggs. Shred the lettuce, endive, onions, tomatoes, and cress. Place in a salad bowl with mayonnaise dressing. Decorate with slices of egg and tomato and tufts of cress. Winter salad. Cut up 1 pound of cold boiled potatoes. Grate fine 1 onion and mix with these. Add watercress or mustard and cress and boiled and sliced beetroot. Flavor with pepper, salt, oil, and vinegar as above. Hard-boiled eggs may be cut into slices and added, and sliced apples or pieces of orange may be advantageously mixed with the other ingredients. When oranges are added to a salad, the onion must be left out. End of section 6. Section 7 of Readings for Insomnia, Cookery Books by Viera. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Excerpts from California Mexican-Spanish Cookbook by Bertha Hafner Ginger. This book is dedicated to my daughter, nicknamed Miss Paprika by our pupils. She has been my inspiration and devoted companion through all the years of my public life. B.H.G. To my readers, An announcement that my lesson for the day would be Spanish dishes invariably brought record-breaking crowds in any city in the United States, and a demand for recipes induced me to search for the best to be found. My 3-year stay in California has enabled me to learn how to prepare the very best dishes directly from the natives, both Mexican and Spanish. It is not generally known that Spanish dishes, as they are known in California, are really Mexican Indian dishes. Bread made of corn, sauces of chili peppers, jerked beef, tortillas, enchiladas, etc., are unknown in Spain as native foods, though the majority of Spanish people in California are as devoted to peppery dishes as the Mexicans themselves, and as the Mexicans speak Spanish, the foods are commonly called Spanish dishes. When made properly, there is great merit in this class of foods, and I have endeavored to select the very best recipes and have revised them into correct proportions and practical methods of preparation. Many of the dishes are very delicious and will be found of great value for luncheon, entrees, and a zest to various menus, and especially useful to those who desire to cater to the public. Please note the classification of sauces and dressings, which eliminates a repetition of the same sauce in different dishes. Wishing you as much pleasure in the preparation and serving of this collection of recipes as I have had in compiling them, I am, very sincerely yours, Bertha Hafner Ginger. Regular Spanish dinner, 60 cents, including table claret. Soup, salad, enchiladas, carne con chili, Spanish beans, Spanish rice, fruit and coffee. Special Spanish dinner, $1.50 per plate. Sopa Español, Spanish soups. Sopa de frijoles, bean soup. Cook 1 pint pink beans in 2 quarts beef stock till tender. Add 1 cup chopped onions, 2 green, 2 ripe chilies, fresh or canned, 1 quart canned tomatoes, 2 tablespoons chopped parsley. Cook all thoroughly. Drop in Spanish meatballs and serve with Spanish cheese fingers. Spanish meatballs. Grind soup beef very fine. Add 1 egg to 1 cup meat, salt, little onion juice, 2 tablespoons soaked bread. Make into very small balls, roll in crumbs, fry, drop in soup just before serving, and sprinkle each ball with finely chopped parsley and bits of pimento for color effect. Sopa de papas, potato soup. Add 1 cup mashed potatoes to 1 cup chicken, veal, or beef stock, 1 cup milk, tablespoon butter, salt, 1 bay leaf, tablespoon flour to thicken. Cook and strain. Cut thinly sliced bread, round, the size of a nickel. Butter and toast. Make little pile grated yellow cheese on toast. Top with red sweet pepper, pinch of chopped parsley on top. Serve hot. Spanish hot vegetable broth. Make broth of 1 cup cabbage, 1 cup carrots, 1/2 cup onions, 1 cup garlic, 1/2 cup turnips, 1/2 cup celery, 1/4 cup green pepper. Add 1 quart canned tomatoes, 1 quart clarified meat stock. Cook thoroughly. Strain. Serve hot with spoonful well-cooked rice in bowl. For vegetable soup, leave all vegetables in. Spanish fish chowder. Fry 1/2 cup salt pork cut into small cubes, 1/2 cup chopped onion to light brown. Add tablespoon flour, then add 2 cups small pieces of white boneless fish meat. Brown slightly, strain 2 cups hot milk, 1 cup prepared Spanish sauce, salt to taste, dash of paprika. Clams or oysters may be used, allowing only 1 minute for clams or oysters. Tortillas. Modern way to prepare corn for tortilla and tamales. Put 1 gallon of shelled corn in enough water to cover. Dissolve 1/2 cup lime in a little water and add to cover. Boil 15 or 20 minutes. Remove from fire. Pour off first water and add fresh cold water. Rub with hand to remove husk. Rinse in another water and it is ready to grind. Don't wash too much or it will not be pasty enough to make tortilla. Tortillas number 2. Another way, and liked best by some people, add to the corn dough, masa, rounding tablespoon of lard to 4 cups dough, little salt. Tortillas number 3. Still another way. Cornmeal and coarse flour half and half, wet to stiff dough, salt and lard. Tortillas number 4. But the best to my taste is the hominy or corn ground into a smooth paste. 3 cups corn, 1 of flour, 2 tablespoons melted lard, teaspoon salt. Cook on ungreased iron. Have ready enough hot salted lard to dip tortilla in just before you add filling to make enchiladas. When flour is used, dough may be rolled out on a board, a small pie tin placed on, and cut round the edge to form cake. Lift up with pancake turner. How to shape tortillas. Take piece of dough size of biscuit and press with hand into cake size of small pie plate. Toast on top of stove moderately warm. Do not brown. Enchiladas. Enchiladas number 1. Very fine. Make tortilla. Chop 1 cup onions very fine. Slice and chop 1/2 cup olives. Cook in little lard. Have cup grated cheese ready. Dip tortilla in hot salted lard. Dip in chili sauce number 1. Spread with grated cheese. Put in center tablespoonful of cooked onions, tablespoon chopped hard-boiled eggs, 2 tablespoons chopped chicken, 6 seedless raisins soaked in claret, level tablespoon chopped olives, a sprinkle of cheese, and 4th cup chili sauce number 1. Fold both sides, one over the other. Pour chili sauce number 5 over all. Put tablespoon cooked onion on center of top of each, and several large pieces of cheese and 3 whole olives. Place in hot oven till cheese is melted. Serve very hot. Enchiladas number 2. Use green chili sauce for enchiladas number 2 and filling of beef or veal with onion or coddled or poached egg on top, sprinkled with grated cheese, spoonful red chili sauce dropped in spots for color. Heat till cheese melts. Chili pulp and sauces for all recipes. Chili peppers are the base of all Mexican and Spanish dishes, and I have simplified the various recipes by making a list of different ways to make the pepper pulps and sauces. Please note that they are numbered and named, referred to by number and name in the recipes. Original way to prepare chili for sauce is to remove seed and toast on coals, top of stove, or in oven till they puff and look tender, and mash through sieve or colander. Add water or tomatoes for right consistency. Scalding is the quickest. Number 1. Red chili sauce for enchiladas or tamales, etc. Split red chili pepper. Remove all seeds and veins. Soak several hours in water. Pour off. Pour on boiling water. Pour off and repeat again. The last water just enough to cover peppers when pressed down. Mash in this water and press through sieve. Melt 1/2 cup pure lard. Add heaping tablespoon flour. Brown and add 3 cups of chili pulp. Salt to taste. Cook very slowly, ½ hour. Number 2. Green chili sauce for enchiladas or tamales, etc. Split. Remove seeds and veins from green chilies and boil in little hot water till tender. Mash. Press through sieve. Melt 1/4 cup lard. Add 2 tablespoons flour. Teaspoon salt. Brown just a little. Add 3 cups green pulp. Cook slowly, ½ hour. Prepared Spanish sauce. Take equal parts red and green chili peppers. Same amount green and red sweet peppers. Split. Remove seed from all. Soak in water. Drain. Add enough water to barely cover. Boil tender. Mash in water. Press through sieve. Heat ½ cup olive oil. Fry in it 1/2 cup onion, 1/2 parsley, 3 garlic buttons, tablespoon oregano, 2 cups raw tomatoes, 6 cloves, 2 cups of the pepper pulp, salt to taste. Cook, strain. May heat and bottle larger quantities. Very fine. Pickles and relishes. Spanish pickle. Heat quart apple vinegar. Add tablespoon salt, 20 cloves, 2 tablespoons oregano, 2 of cominos. Boil 5 minutes. Let cool. Pour over small red and green chilies, wild tomatillos, wild tomatoes, and put up in jars. Green chili relish. Number 1. Remove seed and veins from 12 large green chilies. Soak overnight in water with little salt in it. Chop and measure 1 quart green tomatoes, chopped chilies, 1 cup cucumber, 1 garlic button. Cook all together until a pulp. Press through sieve. Add 1/2 cup lemon or lime juice, tablespoon salt. Fine over cold meats, fish, oysters, eggs, croquettes, roast pork. Mix with applesauce. Serve on fried apple fritters. Red chili relish. Number 2. Make same as green. Substitute ripe tomatoes and red chilies. You may bottle, seal tightly each sauce. Will keep indefinitely. Chili con carne. Mexican red hot chili con carne. To each cup of raw or cooked, chopped, or ground beef, 1/2 cup lard or suet. Add 1 cup pulp of red chili pepper, 2 cups beef stock, salt. Cook until a thick sauce is formed. Serve with frijoles. Chicken giblet chili. Cook chicken giblets, livers, and hearts tender in small amount water. Chop and add equal amount chili sauce, number 1 or 2. Salt to taste. Serve on Spanish rice put in dish. Sprinkle with Parmesan cheese or Mexican grated cheese. Chili con carne. Mild. 2 cups cooked chopped beef. 1/2 cup green chili pulp. 1/2 cup suet. Tablespoon lard. 1 cup tomatoes. 1 button garlic. 1/2 cup chopped onion. Cook until thick. Serve with frijoles. Chili con carne. 1/2 cup chopped salt pork, 1/2 cup suet, add 1/2 cup chopped onion, 1 teaspoon oregano, 1/2 teaspoon saffron. Fry all together. Add 2 cups cooked ground beef, 2 cups frijoles, 2 cups red chili pulp, 1 cup water, or 3 cups water and 4 tablespoons chili powder. Salt to taste and cook 40 minutes. Chicken chili. Boil a fat chicken in small amount water with garlic button or slice of onion to flavor. When tender, chop the meat in small pieces. Heat some of the chicken fat, skimmed from the liquor and cut from chicken. Add flour, bit of onion. Add 1 cup green chili pulp. 2 cups of water chicken was boiled in. Salt. Add chopped chicken. Stew few minutes. Serve on Spanish rice. Chili con carne. Cook beef, veal, or chicken with parsley, carrots, celery, onions, bay leaf. Let it cook very slowly until tender, then cut meat into small pieces, strain the juice, add to every pint 1/2 cup chili pulp and 1 cup of cooked and mashed frijoles. Add tablespoon butter or lard, then meat, and if too hot, add cup tomatoes. Cook a few minutes longer. Tamales. Chop 1 pound of beef, pork, or chicken. Add a little chopped tallow or 1 tablespoon of lard and a little salt. Fry in a pan until tender. Chop again very fine. Return to pan. Add a little warm water and pulp of 2 red chilies. Stir and fry a few minutes. Add to 1 quart of cornmeal 2 tablespoonfuls of salt, 2 tablespoonfuls of lard, and boiling water to make a thick dough. Cut off about 1 inch of corn husk stalk ends and soak in hot water 10 minutes. Dry and rub over with hot lard. Put a layer of dough on the husk about 4 inches long, 1 1/2 inches wide, and 1/4 inch thick. Along the center, spread 2 teaspoonfuls of the prepared meat. Roll and fold the small end of the husk. Place them folded end down in a strainer over hot water. Cover and steam several hours. Serve hot. Tamales. Chicken tamales. Soak some trimmed corn husk, bought in Mexican stores, for several hours in cold water. Then boil until soft, remove. Dry on cloth and rub with lard. Cut up a fat chicken. Cook until very tender in just enough water to leave about 4 cups. Chop up cooked chicken. Add cornmeal or masa to boiling hot chicken broth until a thick dough. Add salt to taste, 1 tablespoon chili powder or chili sauce No. 1. Add tablespoon of lard and knead all together until light and smooth. Now to all the chicken, add enough chili sauce No. 1 to mix thickly together. Add about 1/4 cup of sliced olives and a few whole ones, and 1/4 cup seedless raisins and a few whole ones. Salt to taste, and cook together for 5 minutes. Spread corn dough evenly over shuck or husk, about 1/8 inch thick. In center of 1 larger husk, place a large kitchen spoonful of chicken. Spread over this 1 tablespoonful of dough. Place another husk, spread with dough. Continue placing husk around on all sides until about 10 are used. Tie ends together with a strip of husk and place on end in a colander over boiling water for 2 or 3 hours, or place some corn husk in bottom of vessel, pile tamales on top, Pour in about a quart of water, bring to a boil, and steam slowly for 3 or 4 hours. Tamale pie. Make a crust of 2 cups of hot water, 1/2 cup lard, 1 teaspoon salt, and cornmeal to make thick dough. Spread on bottom and sides of pie tin. Mix beef, pork, veal, or chicken with plenty of suet for shortening. Any 2 of above meats will do. Measure 2 cups of meat, add 2 tablespoons of cornmeal, add 1/2 cup of chili pulp, 1 teaspoon salt, 1/2 cup meat stock or water. Cook for a few minutes, fill pie crust, spread more dough over top. Make little balls the size of marbles set around edge. Pour a little melted lard over the top, sprinkle with chili powder. Bake about 30 minutes. Beef tamales. Ground beef fried in lard and suet. Add chili sauce number 2 and cook until thick. Prepare cornmeal or masa by pouring on boiling hot water. Salt to taste. Add 1 cup of lard to 4 cups meal or masa. Add few olives and raisins if desired. Prepare as for chicken tamale recipe. Steam. Texas tamales made as above with olives and raisins left out, and spoonful put in 1 long shuck. Fold ends over and press flat. Corn husk and red chili. There are firms in California putting up a specially prepared cornmeal for tortillas. There are chili powders and canned red and green hot chili peppers. Also the red sweet pepper called pimento, which makes it possible to cook Spanish dishes anywhere. Eggs Español, eggs cooked Spanish. Spanish omelet, supreme. A complete lesson. Fry a strip of bacon for each diner. Remove from fat and keep hot. Cook until tender in the fat, 1 tablespoon minced onion and sliver of garlic button. Young green onion is best. 1 tablespoon minced green sweet pepper, same of canned sweet red pepper, pimento, 1 tablespoon parsley, 4 sliced ripe olives, 4 seedless raisins, 6 mushrooms. Add when done, level teaspoon flour, then add 1 cup tomato, raw or canned. Cook few minutes, salt to taste. Add 1 teaspoon chili powder or 2 tablespoons red chili sauce. Use the above amount for every 2 eggs. Keep hot and prepare eggs by breaking in separate bowl whites and yolk. Beat yolk first, very stiff till light in color. Add tablespoon water to each yolk and 1/8 teaspoon salt. Beat whites stiff. Add small pinch cream tartar while whipping. Fold 3/4 of the whites into the yolks. Do not break up too fine. Have hot omelet pan, bottom covered well with lard or butter. Pour in eggs. Lower fire and cook slowly, lifting up with spatula at different places to let raw egg to bottom. When nearly done, set under gas broiler or in very hot oven for a few minutes until seared. Remove, and with spoon, put prepared filling on 1/2 of omelet. Fold other half over, turn out on a hot platter. Put rest of whipped whites on top to form a circular crown around edge. Sprinkle with salt and bits of butter. Set back in oven and brown, but not too deeply. Remove. Decorate with bits or strips of pimento, sliced olives, parsley, and last, the strips of bacon and triangles of toast. A simple way, not so pretty and fluffy, but good, is to mix the filling with whipped eggs. Cook, fold, and serve hot. Spanish stuffed tomato omelet. Soak 1 cup breadcrumbs in 1/2 cup boiling milk. Add tablespoon butter, salt, pepper, teaspoon onion juice. Remove centers from peeled tomatoes. Stuff with bread mixture. Place in a serving platter. Bake until tender. Whip 1 egg for each tomato separately. Add tablespoon water to each yolk. Salt, chili pepper, teaspoon butter for each egg. Pour around tomatoes to come to top. Bake in moderate oven. Serve hot or partly fill tomato with bread mixture. Break egg on top. Sprinkle with cheese and bake. Cut tomatoes out in squares to get all the egg and serve on lettuce. Eggs in chili blankets. Roll a long piece of cheese in strips of chili peppers roasted, peeled, and seeded. Fry in hot lard and serve with prepared Spanish sauce on toast. Frijoles, Spanish beans. How to cook beans. Soak overnight. Put in fresh water in the morning and add 1/4 teaspoon of soda to each quart of water. Boil until half done. Drain and add more boiling water and cook till tender. Boil longer when they are to be mashed. Frijoles, bean sauce. Cook red Spanish beans tender. Put in pan with hot lard. Add onions, green or red chili pulp, salt. Brown a little flour with it. Mash. Press through sieve. Add meat stock to thin for sauce. Serve over meat or whole beans. Frijoles. Soak pink or kidney beans overnight. Boil till tender in salted water with pinch soda. Drain and add canned tomatoes, pulp of 3 red and 3 green chili peppers, 1/2 cup onions fried in bacon fat, salt to taste. Boil slowly till very soft. Spanish mashed baked beans. Cook pink or kidney beans in salted water with pinch of soda until very soft. Drain and mash. Fry bacon crisp. Remove from pan and turn beans into fat. Let brown and turn out on hot platter. Pour hot Spanish sauce over. Garnish with bacon and parsley. Spanish beans au gratin. 2 cups of well-cooked beans, drained of water, into 2 tablespoons of hot lard, 2 tablespoons of red chili pulp. Brown. Add 1/2 cup grated cheese. Stir until melted. Serve piping hot. Arroz a la Español, Spanish rice. How to cook rice. Wash rice in several waters. Drain. Rub between towels until dry. Throw the rice spoonful at a time, 1 cup to 5 cups, into boiling hot salted water. Boil hard for 10 minutes, then slowly until all water is absorbed. Put asbestos mat under vessel and do not stir. Grains will be dry and separate from each other. Spanish rice. Mint flavor. Heat 2 tablespoons lard, bacon, or olive oil. Add tablespoon chopped onion, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon chili powder, pinch of mint leaves. Slightly cook. Add 1 cup rice and stir about until rice begins to color. Add 4 cups hot water. Cook slowly until all water is absorbed. Pile on platter and cover with Spanish sauce. Spanish rice. Fry heaping tablespoon chipped bacon. Add 1 garlic. Stir. Cook few minutes. Add 1 cup washed and dried rice. 1 can tomatoes. Salt. add 1/2 cup chili pulp. Cook slowly. When about dry, add meat stock or hot water to finish cooking, but just enough to have rice dry and grains separated when done. Spanish rice au gratin. Boil 1 cup rice in 5 cups water. Add a button of garlic, teaspoon salt. When done, remove garlic. Drain any water and put in baking vessel alternate layers of rice, Spanish sauce, and cheese, topping with sauce and cheese on top. Bake until hot through and cheese a rich brown. Green peppers with rice. Chop 2 tablespoons onion, 2 tablespoons red sweet peppers, 2 tablespoons green sweet peppers very fine. Fry until tender with a tablespoon chopped salt pork. Add 2 cups tomatoes. Cook and add tablespoon chili pepper, salt. Fill green sweet peppers. Put butter on top. Sprinkle of brown sugar. Lemon juice. Bake. Spanish stuffed peppers. Stuffed chili pepper. Fry chili peppers until they puff under skin. Cool and peel. Cut out stem and with a spoon remove seed. Prepare a mixture of any kind of meat. To a cup of meat, 1 tablespoon of chopped onion, 1 clove garlic, 1/2 cup tomatoes, 1/2 cup of sliced olives, 1/4 raisins, chopped very fine. Add 1 tablespoon vinegar and cook in 2 tablespoons hot lard. Cool and fill the chili peppers. Beat desired number of eggs separately. Add a tablespoon flour, 1 of milk to each egg, and season with salt and red pepper. Dip chili in batter and fry brown in hot lard. Drain, sprinkle with chopped parsley. Serve hot. A prepared sauce may be served over chili, or a white sauce with apple, raisins, peach preserves, or marmalades added to desired taste. Delicious. Spanish stuffed sweet peppers. Mix 1 cup of ground meat, any kind, with 1/2 cup bread, 2 tablespoons onion, 1/2 cup tomatoes, 1 tablespoon sugar, 1/2 raisins. Cook all together in 1 tablespoon hot butter for a few minutes. Cool. Add 1 egg, salt, chili powder. Fill large sweet pepper that has all seed removed. Set close together and fill in between with raw tomato, salt, pinch oregano to reach top of tomatoes. Sprinkle with breadcrumbs and bake until well done and brown. Sweet Spanish peppers with sardines. Roast or scald and peel green sweet peppers. Take out seed and veins. Mix with 1/2 cup vinegar, 1/2 cup water. Add 1/2 garlic button, 1/2 teaspoon oregano, piece of cinnamon. Soak all night. Make filling of 1/2 cup bread, tablespoon onion, 1/2 cup tomatoes, tablespoon sliced olives, 6 seedless raisins. Drain peppers and fill. Cover with melted butter, bread, and grated cheese. Bake and serve hot. Spanish cheese and pepper fritters. Heat and peel green hot or sweet peppers. Remove seed and fill with salt and red pepper, mixture of cheese and bread, wet in tomato juice, 1/2 and 1/2. Fasten with toothpicks. Dip in egg and roll in bread. Fry in deep fat. Serve with Spanish sauce and circle of hard-boiled eggs. Chili stuffed with cheese. Mix 1/2 cup bread wet with 1/2 cup tomatoes and 1/2 cup queso mexicano, a Mexican cheese. tablespoon onion, 1/2 button garlic, tablespoon parsley, salt, pepper, 1/4 cup sliced olives, mushroom, or raisins, chopped and fried in tablespoon lard until tender. Add the bread and cheese when cool. Stuffed chilies, dip in the egg batter, and fry in deep fat or sauté in butter. To be eaten hot, served with or without sauce. Spanish onion. Grind 1 cup raw liver to a pulp. Remove strings. Add 1 whipped egg, 1 tablespoon onion juice, 1/4 cup cracker crumbs wet, 1 1/2 cup milk, 1/2 teaspoon salt. Fill boiled onions, centers removed. Cover with grated cheese. Cover and cook until liver is firm. Remove cover. Brown slightly. Serve with a prepared Spanish sauce. Spanish onions. Brown 2 tablespoons of flour in 2 tablespoons butter. Add 2 tablespoons chopped onion, 2 tablespoons sliced olives, 2 tablespoons raisins, chopped sour pickle, 1 tablespoon parsley, 2 tablespoons chopped nuts, 1/2 cup breadcrumbs, 1/2 cup cooked chicken, pork, or veal, 1 teaspoon salt. Fill onions that have been boiled tender and centers removed. Pile high. Put large lump cheese on top and bake. Serve with sauce made of 1 tablespoon butter, 1 tablespoon flour, 2 tablespoons lemon juice, 1/2 cup water, and finely chopped parsley. Spanish stuffed potatoes. Rub lard on large smooth potatoes. Bake until soft. Cut off a slice and cut out center of potatoes. Add 2 tablespoons butter, 1 tablespoon of finely cut parsley, 2 tablespoons of pimento, chopped, cucumber, chopped, 1/4 teaspoon chili powder, 2 tablespoons hot milk, 1/2 whipped egg. Beat up until light. Fill potato shell. Place 2 strips of bacon on top. Set in oven until bacon is crisp. Garnish with stripe of pimento and parsley. Mexican baked macaroni or spaghetti. Cook and drain macaroni or spaghetti, 2 cups of either. Heat 1/4 cup olive oil. Add clove of garlic and 1/2 cup chipped dried beef. Cook until beef curls. Add tablespoon flour, brown. Add 1/2 cup chopped mushrooms, 2 tablespoons green chili pulp, 1 large pimento chopped fine. Add 2 cups tomatoes. Cook all together. Salt to taste. Mix with macaroni. Put in baking dish. Cover with grated Mexican cheese, queso mexicano. Bake till cheese is melted. Calabazas, summer squash. Cook round summer squash in salted water until tender. Remove centers. Mix with egg, breadcrumbs, and grated cheese, salt, and chili powder. Fill center of squash, pile high, sprinkle with cheese and bits of butter. Bake in a hot oven. Garnish with bits of red chili pepper and chopped parsley mixed with a little hot butter. Fini, Spanish cheese fingers. To serve with all salads. Make very short pie paste with butter, salt. Roll and fold several times. Sprinkle with grated cheese and chili pepper. Roll it into paste enough to make it stick. Cut in strips. Bake in hot oven. Tie in bunches with red ribbon. Garnish with sprig of parsley or cut strips of bread. Cover with paste of melted cheese and chili pepper. Toast in oven. Serve with salads. Mexican sandwiches. Remove seeds from chilies, green and red. If canned, chop fine. If raw, roast or scald and peel. First, fry separately in a little butter. Salt to taste. Little lemon juice. Don't brown. Spread between layers of thickly cut white and brown bread alternately. With one slice of bread buttered and sprinkle thickly with grated cheese. The color effect is pretty when cut in fancy shapes and served on crisp lettuce leaf, or mix red and green chili together. Fry, cool, add grated cheese, spread on tortillas that have been dipped in hot butter. Roll lightly, fasten with toothpick. Garnish with sprig parsley. Serve on crisp lettuce leaves. Spanish brown cake. Cream 2 cups brown sugar with 1 cup butter. Pour around this 1 cup sweet or sour milk. Whip 4 eggs and pour on top. Add 3 cups flour with 3 teaspoons baking powder sifted through. 2 teaspoons cinnamon. Mix and pour into baking tins. Sprinkle top with brown sugar, ground pecans and cinnamon while raw. Bake in medium oven. Or add enough flour on rolling board to make a soft dough. Cut into large round buns. Bake and spread with icing made of hot water and brown sugar, cooked until thick with pecan nuts added. Spanish chocolate cake. Get the Spanish chocolate, a little round cake about 3 inches across, flavor different from other chocolate. Melt 2 cakes, add 1/2 cup butter, 1 cup brown sugar. Beat 4 eggs separately. Mix yolk into chocolate, butter, and sugar. Beat well. Pour 1 cup milk on top, the beaten egg white on top of milk. 3 cups flour with 2 tablespoons baking powder. Stir all together. Add teaspoon vanilla. Bake in low 4 layers. Make icing of melted chocolate cake. Tablespoon butter. 1/2 cup brown sugar. Cook. When cool, spread on cake or use as filling. Mexican candy. 2 cups dark brown sugar. 1/2 cup water. Teaspoon butter. Cook until it forms a soft ball in water. Put pecan nuts in bottom of buttered saucers and pour sugar on while hot. Let cool, and there is the little thin round cakes one sees on the street, sold by Mexicans. List of Mexican supplies in Mexican stores. As saffron, used for flavoring meat and chili dishes. Oregano, Mexican sage, used for flavoring all meat and chili dishes. Cominos, common seed, used for flavoring all meat and chili dishes. Cilantro, coriander seed, used for flavoring all meat and chili dishes. Frijoles Colorado, pink beans. Apellido morado, a blue Mexican bean. Belotas, Mexican acorns. Piñones, pine nuts. Maize blanco, white corn used for Mexican dishes. Hojas, corn husk for tamales. Queso de tina, cheese made of cactus, sweetened. Queso mexicano, a Mexican cheese. Panocha, dark cane sugar in cone-shaped cakes. Piloncillo, light brown cane sugar in cone-shaped cakes. Chili Colorado, red chili, chili sauce. Dule Tepinos, small round red chili used for pepper sauces. Pinole Corner wheat parched, ground for Mexican drink, flavored with cinnamon and sweetened with sugar, mixed with milk or water. Nixtamal Mexican corn prepared old-time way, ground in mortars. Chorizo, Mexican sausage. Jamiello, Hamarello, candy made of pumpkin. Cojeta de membrillo, preserves made of quinces and pinocha. Cojeta de camote, sweet potatoes and pinocha, preserves. Tamarindo, a dried fruit to soak in water and sweetened for a drink. Tomatillas, a small wild green tomato. Lista de los platos, table d'hôte. Ensalada de frijoles, pink bean salad. Sopa de papas, potato soup. Arroz a la Creole, rice, Spanish. Enchiladas a la Bravo. Empanadas de ternera, Español. Veal cutlet, Spanish. Frijoles con carne, pink beans with cheese. Dulce de naranja, orange pudding. Queso, cheese. Galletas, crackers. Café negro, black coffee. Dinner, 75 cents. End of section 7. Section 8 of Readings for Insomnia, Cookery Books, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Excerpts from a domestic cookbook containing a careful selection of useful receipts for the kitchen. By Mrs. Melinda Russell, an experienced cook. Published by the author, 1866. A short history of the author. I was born in Washington County and raised in Greene County, in the eastern part of Tennessee. My mother, Melinda Russell, was a member of one of the first families set free by Mr. Noddy of Virginia. I am the daughter of Karen, the youngest child of my grandmother. My mother being born after the emancipation of my grandmother, her children are by law free. My mother died when I was quite young. At the age of about 19, I set out for Liberia, but being robbed by some member of the party with whom I was traveling, I was obliged to stop at Lynchburg, Virginia, where I commenced cooking, and at times traveling with ladies as nurse, and always received the praise of being faithful. The following is a certificate given to me by Dr. Moore at the time I started for Liberia. Quote, "We, the undersigned, have been acquainted with Melinda Russell, a free woman of color, for the last 8 or 10 years, and certify that she is a girl of fine disposition and business-doing habits. Her moral deportment, of late, has been respectable, and we have little doubt, should she reach Liberia in Africa, to which place she is now bound, that she will make a valuable citizen." End quote. About this time, I married in Virginia. Anderson Vaughn, my husband, lived only 4 years. I have always been called by my maiden name since his death. I am still a widow with 1 child, a son, who is crippled. He has the use of but 1 hand. While in Virginia, I kept a wash house. The following is my advertisement. Quote, "Melinda Vaughn, fashionable laundress, would respectfully inform the ladies and gentlemen of Abingdon that she is prepared to wash and iron every description of clothing in the neatest and most satisfactory manner. Every article washed by her, she guarantees shall pass unscathed through the severest ordeal of inspection, without the remotest danger of condemnation. She can conscientiously boast of a proficiency in her business, and all clothing committed to her charge shall be neatly executed and well taken care of. She hopes to receive, as she shall exert herself to deserve, a sufficiency of patronage to ensure her a permanent location. Her charges shall correspond with the times. Abingdon, May 3rd. End quote. I returned to Tennessee, and after the death of my husband, kept a boarding house on Chucky Mountain, Cold Springs, for 3 years. My boarders and visitors were from almost every state in the Union, who came to the Springs for their health. After leaving the boarding house, I kept a pastry shop for about 6 years, and by hard labor and economy, saved a considerable sum of money for the support of myself and son, which was taken from me on the 16th of January, 1864, by a guerrilla party who threatened my life if I revealed who they were. Under those circumstances, we were obliged to leave home, following a flag of truce, out of the southern borders, being attacked several times by the enemy. Hearing that Michigan was the Garden of the West, I resolved to make that my home, at least for the present, until peace is restored, when I think of returning to Greenville, Tennessee, to try and recover at least a part of my property. This is one reason why I publish my cookbook, hoping to receive enough from the sale of it to enable me to return home. I know my book will sell well where I have cooked, and am sure those using my receipts will be well satisfied. Paw Paw, Michigan, May 1866. Rules and regulations of the kitchen. The kitchen should always be neat and clean. The tables, pastry boards, pans, and everything pertaining to cookery should be well cleansed. I have made cooking my employment for the last 20 years in the first families of Tennessee, my native place, Virginia, North Carolina, and Kentucky. I know my receipts to be good, as they always have given satisfaction. I have been advised to have my receipts published, as they are valuable, and every family has use for them. Being compelled to leave the South on account of my Union principles in the time of the rebellion, and having been robbed of all my hard-earned wages which I had saved, and as I am now advanced in years, with no other means of support than my own labor, I have put out this book with the intention of benefiting the public as well as myself. I learned my trade of Fanny Stewart, a colored cook of Virginia, and have since learned many things in the art of cooking. I cook after the plan of the Virginia housewife. Melinda Russell. Receipts. Salt rising bread. To a ½ pint warm water, a pinch of salt. Stir to a thick batter and keep warm until it rises. To 1 pint of this rising, add 3 pints warm water, a little salt, and a small piece of lard. Knead the dough until smooth. Make into rolls. Keep warm until it rises. Bake quick, but do not scorch. Soft gingerbread. 2 quarts flour, 3/4 pound lard, 3/4 pound sugar, 3 teaspoonfuls cinnamon, 2 of ginger, 1 of allspice, 1 pint sour milk, molasses to make a stiff batter, 1 teaspoonful soda dissolved in milk. Soft gingerbread. 1 quart molasses, 1 cup sugar, 1/4 pound lard, 3 eggs. Beat sugar and eggs well together. 1 gill sour milk, 1 tablespoonful soda dissolved in warm water, 2 tablespoonfuls ginger, flour enough to make a soft dough. Knead well, roll, and bake in a quick oven. Cream cake. 1½ cup sugar, 2 cups sour cream, 2 cups flour, 1 or 2 eggs, 1 teaspoon soda, flavor with lemon. Sally dough cake. 3 cups sugar, 1 cup yeast, 3 cups sweet milk, 3 eggs, beat to a thin batter, set overnight. When light, add 1 cup butter, flour to make a stiff batter. Keep warm until it rises the second time. Paper and grease the pan before rising the last time. Bake in a slow oven. White mountain cake. 1 cup white sugar, 2 eggs, 1/2 cup butter, 1/2 cup sweet milk, 1/2 teaspoonful soda, 1 teaspoonful cream tartar, 2 1/2 cups flour. Queen's party cake. 1 quart sour cream, 6 pounds sugar, 6 pounds butter, 5 pounds raisins, 5 pounds currants, 1 1/2 pound figs, 1 ounce cloves, 1 ounce cinnamon, 1 1/2 nutmeg, extract of lemon or vanilla, whites of 18 eggs, yolks of 10 eggs, 1 teaspoonful soda, 2 teaspoonfuls cream tartar, flour to stir quite stiff. Plain pound cake. 1 pound sugar, 1 pound flour, 1 nutmeg, 3/4 pound butter, 12 eggs, half gill brandy. Paper and grease your pans well. Bake in a moderate oven. Cork cake. 3 cups sugar, 1 cup butter, 1 cup sour cream, 5 cups flour, 5 eggs, 1 teaspoon soda, 1 teaspoon cream tartar, flavor with lemon. Sponge cake. 1 pound sugar, 12 eggs. Take out 1 yolk, 10 ounces flour. Beat the yolks and sugar together well. Beat the whites to a stiff froth. Gradually mix together. Flavor with lemon. Bake with a gradual heat. Dover cake. 2 cups sugar, 4 eggs, 1 cup butter, 1 cup sour cream, 3 cups unsifted flour, 1 teaspoon cream tartar, 1 teaspoon soda, flavor to taste. Washington cake. 3 cups sugar, 6 eggs, 1 cup butter, 1 cup sour milk, 1 teaspoon soda, 3 cups flour, 1 teaspoon cream tartar. Flavor with lemon to your taste. Bread dough cake. 1 pint light bread dough, 3 eggs, 2 cups sugar, 1 cup butter. Fill with fruit or caraway seeds. Stir together well. Put in cake pan. Let it rise. Bake moderately. This cake, if made with fruit and iced, will keep a long time. Grated bread cake. Grate 1 quart stale bread, 6 eggs, 1 1/2 cup butter, 3 cups sugar, 1 pint milk, 2 teaspoons cream tartar, 1 teaspoon soda, 1 grated nutmeg, 3 tablespoons flour. Bake in a moderate oven. Cream cake. 1.5 cups sugar, 2 cups sour cream, 1 teaspoon soda, 3 cups flour, lightly measured, 1 grated nutmeg. Bake in a moderate oven. Fruit cake. 1 pound flour, 1 pound sugar, 3/4 pound butter, 2 pounds seeded raisins, 2 pounds currants, 1 pound citron, 1.5 pound almonds, 1/2 ounce mace, 1 gill rose water, 1 wineglass brandy, 10 eggs. Wedding cake. 3 pounds flour, 3 pounds butter, 3 pounds sugar, 6 pounds currants, 6 pounds raisins, 1 ounce nutmeg, 1 ounce cinnamon, 1 ounce cloves, 1/2 gill brandy, 1 gill rose water, 30 eggs. Rich black cake. 2 cups sugar, 1.5 cup molasses, 2 cups butter, 1 cup sour cream, 4 cups unsifted flour, 8 eggs, 1.5 pound raisins, 1 pound citron, 1 pound currants, 1 tablespoon mace, 1 tablespoon cloves, 1 tablespoon cinnamon, 1 wineglass brandy, 1 wineglass rose water, extract of lemon. Fruit cake. 4 eggs, 1 cup sugar, 2 cups molasses, 1.5 cup butter, 1 cup new milk, 1 pound raisins, 2 cups currants, 1 teaspoon soda, 3 ounces cinnamon, nutmeg, citron, 4 cups flour. Coconut sponge cake. 1/4 pound white sugar, whites of 4 eggs. Beat the eggs to a froth. 1 tablespoon flour, 1 grated coconut. Mix the ingredients. Bake in small shape in a slow oven. Allspice cake. 3/4 pound butter, 1 pound flour, 8 eggs, 1/2 teacup sour cream. Beat the yolks, sugar, and cream together. 1 tablespoon cloves, 1 tablespoon cinnamon, 1 tablespoon mace, 1 tablespoon allspice, 1 gill brandy, lemon extract, 1 gill rose water, 1 nutmeg, 1 small teaspoon soda, 1 small teaspoon cream tartar mixed in the flour. Bake in a moderate oven. Marble cake. The white. 1/2 pound butter, whites of 14 eggs, 3/4 pound flour, 1/2 gill brandy, flavor with lemon. The dark. The yolks of 8 eggs, 2 teacups sugar, 1 teacup butter, 1 teacup sour cream, 4 cups flour, 1/2 cup molasses, flavor with cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, or mace. 2 teaspoons cream tartar, 1 teaspoon soda. Beat the yolks and sugar together until very light. Paper and butter the pan. First a layer of the white, then of the dark, alternately, finishing with the white. Elizabeth lemon cake. 2 cups sugar, 1 cup butter, 1 cup milk, 5 cups flour, 6 eggs, 1 tablespoon cream tartar, rind and juice of 1 lemon. Elizabeth cake. 3 coffee cups flour, 1½ coffee cup sugar, 3/4 coffee cup milk, 1 tablespoon butter, 3½ nutmegs, juice and rind of 1 lemon, 1/4 pound currants, 1 tablespoon cream tartar, and soda. Cream cake. 6 cups sugar, 6 cups sour cream, 12 eggs, 3 cups butter, 2 teaspoons cream tartar, 2 teaspoons soda, 12 cups flour, grate 2 nutmegs to flavor. Stir cake. 1 cup butter, 1 cup sugar, 2 cups flour, 1 cup milk, 2 eggs, 2 even teaspoons cream tartar, 1 even teaspoon soda. Flavor. Almond sponge cake. 3/4 pound sugar, ½ pound flour, 10 eggs. Beat the sugar and yolks together until light. Beat the whites to a stiff froth. 1½ pound chopped almonds, rubbed in flour, stirred in. Add the whites of eggs, 1 gill brandy, ½ gill rose water, extract lemon. Bride's cake. 1 pound sugar, 1 pound butter, whites of 24 eggs, beaten to a stiff froth, 1 pound flour, cream the butter, then cream butter and sugar together. Mix gradually. 1 gill brandy. Flavor with peach or lemon. Bake with gradual heat. Gold cake. 1 pound white sugar, 1 pound flour, 3/4 pound butter, yolks of 20 eggs. Beat sugar and eggs until light. Beat half the yolks with the sugar until very light, the rest with the butter. Mix together gradually 1 gill brandy and ½ gill rose water. Mix in the flour 1 teaspoon cream tartar, ½ teaspoon soda. Bake in a slow oven. Raisin cake. 1 pound sugar, 3/4 pound butter, 12 eggs, 2 pounds raisins, chopped. Beat the sugar and butter together. Add the yolks well beaten with butter and sugar. Mix with the flour 1 teaspoon soda and cream tartar. Add the whites beaten to a stiff froth, 1 grated nutmeg, and 1 gill brandy. Bake by a gradual heat. Citron cake. 1 pound sugar, 3/4 pound butter, 1 pound flour, whites of 20 eggs, 1 pound citron, sliced thin and rubbed in flour. Beat butter and sugar until light. 1 teaspoon cream tartar and ½ teaspoon soda mixed in the flour. 1 gill brandy, 1 gill rose water. Flavor with peach or vanilla. Rose cake. 3/4 pound sugar, ½ pound butter, 3/4 pound flour, whites of 15 eggs beaten to a froth. Cream the sugar and butter together. Add the flour and whites of eggs, ½ gill brandy. Flavor with lemon. 1 tablespoon cochineal with a small piece of alum tied in a bag, soaked in warm water 1 hour. Grease paper your pan. Spread a layer of dough. Dip your bag in a solution of warm soda water, then squeeze the bag over the dough. Add another laying of dough and cochineal alternately. Bake with moderate heat. Loaf gel cake. 1 pound sugar, 3/4 pound butter, 1 pound flour, 10 eggs beaten separately, 1 gill sour cream or milk, 1 teaspoon cream tartar, 1 teaspoon soda, 1 nutmeg. Mix and bake in a loaf until well done. Slice the cake while warm and spread with gel, laying the slices together and icing the loaf. Ginger pound cake. 1 pint molasses, 1/2 pound sugar, 1/2 pint sour milk, 1 teaspoon cream tartar, 2 teaspoons soda, 1/4 pound lard. Melt the butter in lard with the molasses until lukewarm, stirring all the time. 5 cups flour. Beat the sugar and yolks together until light. 1 tablespoon ginger. Add the whites, beaten to a stiff froth. Ice while warm. Sponge cake. 1 pound sugar, 1/2 pound flour, 10 eggs, juice and grated rind of a lemon. Seed cakes. 4 cups flour, 1½ cup cream or milk, 1/2 cup butter, 3 eggs, 1/2 cup caraway seeds, 1 teaspoon saleratus, 1 teaspoon rose water. Make into a stiff paste. Cut out with a tumbler. Bake 30 minutes. Almond sponge cake. 8 ounces almonds, blanched and pounded. 2 ounces flour. 1/2 pound sugar. The yolks of 7 eggs, and the whites of 5 eggs. Queen Charlotte's cake. 1 pound flour, 1 pound currants, 1 pound sugar, 1/2 pound butter, 4 eggs, 1 gill brandy, 1 gill wine, 1 gill cream, spiced to taste. Bake in a loaf. Loaf cake. 2 pounds dried and sifted flour, 1 pint new milk, blood warm, 1/4 pound butter, 3/4 pound sugar, 1 pint home brewed yeast, 3 eggs, 1 pound stoned raisins, 1 nutmeg, a glass of wine if you like. Rub the butter and sugar to a cream. Add the flour and the other ingredients. Let it rise overnight. Bake 1 hour and a half in a slow oven. Ginger snaps. 1 cup molasses, 1/2 cup sugar, 1/2 cup butter, 1/2 cup boiling water, teaspoon soda, 2 tablespoons ginger. Pour the boiling water over the butter. Dissolve the soda in the water and butter, then stir it to a cream. Mix all together with flour to make a stiff dough. Roll thin and bake in a quick oven. White sugar crackers. 1/2 pound sugar, 1/4 pound butter, whites of 10 eggs beaten to a stiff froth, 1/2 pound raisins seeded and chopped, 1/2 tablespoon lemon, 1 tablespoon rose water. Cream the butter. Beat sugar and butter together until light. Add the ingredients together, flour to make a soft dough. Run it through the jumbo molds. Sprinkle it over with white sugar. Bake in a moderate oven. Ice when cool. Floating island. 1 quart rich sweet cream. 1 pound loaf sugar. 1 pint cognac brandy, 1 gill wine, 6 eggs broken into the cream. Churn in a whip churn to a stiff froth. Spread with gel slices of pound cake and lay it in the bottom of a float dish and turn the float over it. Boiled custard. Beat with 6 eggs sufficient sugar to sweeten the custard, then boil half-gallon new milk. Stir in slowly the eggs and sugar, stirring all the time. Flavor with cinnamon bark, boiling it in the milk. Whip trifle. 2 quarts sweet cream, sugar to sweeten, 1 pint wine, 1 gill brandy, juice of 1 lemon, whites of 6 eggs. Flavor with extract of lemon. Churn well in a whip churn. Cut small pieces of sponge cake, laying it in a float bowl. The trifle to be turned over it after taking off the froth, putting the froth in wine glasses and setting around the float bowl. Wine gel. 2 packages gelatine, 1 quart wine, 1 quart water. Put into a kettle and simmer, pounding and squeezing in the juice of 2 lemons. Break in 6 eggs. Simmer all together 20 or 30 minutes. Pour into a flannel bag and let it drip. The first that drips, turn back into the bag, letting it drip again. Pour into molds and set it away to gel. Ginger pudding. 1½ cups molasses, ½ cup sugar, 3 eggs, 1 cup sour milk, ½ cup butter, 3 cups flour, lightly measured, 1 teaspoon soda, 1 teaspoon ginger, 1 teaspoon cloves. Bake in quick oven. Charlotte Russe. 1 pint milk, 3/4 pound sugar, ½ box gelatine. Put these together and set over a kettle of boiling water after the gelatine is dissolved. Beat 4 eggs and stir in. Leave over the fire until it looks clear, then let it cool. Beat to a stiff froth, 1 pint cream. Add vanilla to taste. Stir all together well and set in a cool place, with ice or snow around it. When you add the eggs, stir thoroughly. When cool, give it a hard beat. Put cake in a mold stuck together with white of egg, and put the liquid inside, or serve the cake and liquid separately. Apple gel. 1 peck pared and cored tart apples. 2 quarts water. Boil and strain through a bag without pressing. Let it drip overnight. 1 pint sugar to 2 pints juice. Boil quickly to a gel. Blackberry wine. To 1 gallon berries, pour over them 1 quart boiling water. Crush the berries and strain through a hair sieve. Add 3 pounds sugar to 1 gallon juice. Turn into a stone pot and let it stand till through singeing, skimming every morning. Tie over the top a thin cloth. Bottle and cork tight when through singeing. Blackberry cordial. Boil a sufficient quantity of berries to make a gallon of juice. Boil in a stone pot, setting it in hot water. Strain through a bag. Add 3 pounds white sugar to a gallon of juice. When cool, pour in 1 quart brandy. Bottle and cork tight. Strawberry cordial. 2½ pounds sugar to 1 gallon juice. Put the berries in a stone pot, setting it in hot water. Boil and strain through a bag. Mix the sugar with the juice. Simmer half an hour. When cold, add a quart of peach brandy, bottle and cork. Quince cordial. Pare and core 1/2 bushel quinces, putting into a brass kettle with 2 quarts water. Cook well, drain through a sieve, and then through a bag, adding 2½ pounds sugar to a gallon juice. Boil 15 or 20 minutes. When cold, add 1 quart brandy to 1 gallon juice, bottle and cork. Rice milk. 1 pint boiled rice to 1 gallon milk. 12 eggs. Sweeten to your taste and flavor with lemon. Chopped apple pie. Chop your tart apples. Break in 6 eggs. 1/2 pound sugar. 1/2 pound butter melted. Beat all together. Flavor with nutmeg and cinnamon, adding 1 gill brandy and 1 gill wine. Paste the plate, laying pastry over the top, and bake. Baked Indian meal pudding. Make a thin mush. Beat 6 or 8 eggs. Stir in the mush. 1/2 teacup butter. Make a batter thick of flour and sweet milk, putting in the eggs. Stir the mush in the batter until smooth. Grate in a nutmeg. Bake slowly in a pudding pan. Eat with rich sauce. Baked apple pudding. Pare and core 12 apples. Put them into a pudding dish with 1 cup sugar and 2 of water. Put in cloves and cinnamon. Set them in a slow oven to bake. Beat the yolks of 6 eggs with 1 cup sugar, 1 pint milk, 2 tablespoons flour. Turn this over the apples and cook until done. Beat the whites of 6 eggs lightly with a little white sugar. Flavor with lemon. Turn this over the fruit just before taking from the oven, to be eaten with rich cream. Spiced currants. 5 pounds ripe currants, 5 pounds sugar, 2 tablespoons cinnamon, 2 tablespoons cloves, 1 pint vinegar. Boil 2 hours or more till quite thick. Currant jelly without cooking. Equal parts of juice and sugar. Stir it for 3 hours and put it in glasses. It will be firm jelly within 3 days. Chow chow. 1 peck green tomatoes, 1/2 dozen peppers, 1 dozen onions, grated horseradish. Chop and scald in salt and water. Drain in a sieve. Put into jars and pour spiced vinegar over it. Lemon jelly. 1½ ounces isinglass, 1½ pounds sugar, 4 lemons, 3 pints boiling water. Lay the isinglass in cold water 1/2 hour. Take it out and put it with the sugar and lemons sliced. Pour on the boiling water, stirring it all the time. Strain through a jelly bag. In warm weather, it will require more isinglass to stiffen well. To clarify sugar for preserving. For each pound of sugar, allow 1/2 pint of water. For every 3 pounds, the white of 1 egg. Mix when cold. Boil a few minutes and skim. Let it stand 10 minutes. Skim again and strain it. Ripe tomato pickles. Prick tomatoes full of holes. Let them stand in salt and water 2 days. Then put them into fresh water 1 day. Then scald them in vinegar. Peel and slice 1 dozen onions. Put into a jar a layer of onions, tomatoes, ginger, pepper, mustard, and cloves alternately until the jar is filled. Tomato ketchup. To 1 gallon tomatoes, add 4 tablespoons cloves, 1 tablespoon mace, 1 tablespoon cayenne, 2 tablespoons allspice, 8 tablespoons of white mustard seed, 2 whole peppers, 1 ounce garlic, 1 pint good vinegar. Boil away nearly half. Strain, bottle, and cork tight. Raspberry jam. Allow 1 pound of sugar to 1 pound of fruit. Boil the fruit half an hour. Strain 1/4 of the fruit and throw away the seeds. Add the sugar and boil the whole 10 minutes. Gooseberry gel. Put your berries into a stone pot. Set it in a kettle of boiling water, covering it tight. Let it stand until they burst. Run through a sieve and strain through a bag. Allow 1 pound and 1/4 sugar to 1 pint of juice. Boil quick to a gel. Ripe cherry pie. Remove the stems and stones. Cover the bottom of a long tin with the fruit, to which add a teacup of sugar and 1 of flour. Bake with an upper and under crust. Cranberry jam. 1 quart raw cranberries to 1 pound white sugar. Simmer the fruit 1 hour after adding the sugar, stirring all the time. Put into bottles or jars, corking tight. Ready for any season. Peach marmalade. Take clingstone peaches, peel and separate from the pits. Put them into a preserving bottle, with water enough to cook them done. Mash them fine and stir them until smooth. To every pound of fruit, add 3/4 of a pound white sugar, which is best to make them clear. Stir 3 hours, cooking slowly. This will keep 2 or 3 years by keeping it in sealed jars. Christmas plum pudding. 1 pound seeded raisins, 1 pound currants, 1 pound flour, ½ pound breadcrumbs, ½ pound suet, 10 eggs, 1/4 pound citron, and 1 pint milk. It should be boiled at least 3 hours. Eaten with sauce composed of sugar, butter, and brandy, beaten very light. Cold water biscuit. To 1 pint cold water, a piece of lard the size of a teacup, 1 1/2 teaspoon salt. Work it lightly in the pastry bowl, turn out on the dough board, and knead and pound until it blisters. Mold into biscuit and bake in a hot oven. To make lard pastry. 2 quarts flour, 1 1/2 pound lard. Divide the lard into 4 parts. Rub 1 part into the flour with a knife. Mix with cold water to a consistent dough. Roll the dough into sheets, spreading the remainder of the lard over them, folding the sheets, and rolling again. Saltspoon of salt. Nice and flaky. Puff paste. 1 1/2 pound flour, 3/4 pound butter. Rub 1/4 of the butter, together with 2 teaspoons cream tartar and ½ teaspoon soda, into the flour. Spread the remainder of the butter over the sheets, fold and roll again thin, and bake in patties for tarts. Rice pudding boiled. Pick and scald 1 quart rice. Stone 2 pounds raisins. Rub rice and raisins together until thoroughly mixed. Put in a bag into boiling water. Boil 1 hour. Make a sauce of 1 pound butter, 1½ pound sugar, 3 pints water, 1 pint brandy, nutmeg, and lemon. Whortleberry boiled pudding. 8 eggs, 1 quart sour milk, 2 tablespoons lard, flour to make a stiff batter, a little salt. Sprinkle them with dry flour, rub them well, mixing them with the batter. Scald the bag and sprinkle it with dry flour. Turn it in, leaving room to rise. Boil with or without a ham. Eat with cream sauce or wine. Sweet potato baked pudding. Boil 6 or 8 large sweet potatoes. Peel them, strain through a colander. Separate 6 eggs and 1 cup sugar. Beat the yolks and sugar together until light. Mix the potato and 1 cup butter while the potato is warm. Beat the whites to a stiff froth and add them last. Flavor with nutmeg, a cup sweet cream, 3 tablespoons flour. Slice apple pie. Paste a pudding dish. First a layer of sliced apples, sugar to taste, cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, and ginger alternately until filled. Add ½ pint water and 1 gill wine. Cover with rich pastry and bake until done. To be eaten with sauce. To make hop rolls. 1 quart warm milk. Melt in it a small piece of lard. Beat the yolk of 1 egg in 1 spoonful of sugar. Mix in flour to make a stiff batter. Stir in 3 tablespoons of hop yeast. Set away to rise till morning. Work in flour to make a soft dough. If sour, add a little soda. Make into rolls, rise, and bake in a quick oven. Mince pies. 5 pounds beef, 4 pounds suet, 5 pounds raisins, 5 pounds sugar, 1 pound citron, 8 crackers pounded fine, 2 lemons chopped fine, 3 pints cider, 1 quart molasses, 1 quart wine, 1 quart brandy, 1 gill rose water, 1 quince boiled and chopped, 2 tablespoons salt, 8 teaspoons cloves, 13 teaspoons cinnamon, 4 teaspoons mace, grate nutmeg on the top of the pie. Add bits of sugar before baking. Mix molasses, crackers, cider, and spice together. Heat to almost a scald, then mix it with the remainder of the ingredients. Mix the sugar with the wine. If you like them richer, add fruits, sugar, and spice. Cracker pie. 1 Boston cracker, 1 cup water, juice and grated rind of a lemon, 1 cup sugar, piece of butter the size of a butternut. This makes 1 pie. Summer mince pie. 4 crackers, 1½ cup sugar, 1 cup molasses, 1 cup cider, 1 cup water, 2/3 cup butter, 1 cup chopped raisins, 2 eggs well beaten and stirred in the last thing. Brandy and spice to taste. Molasses custard. 1 quart molasses, 8 eggs, ½ pound butter. Beat the eggs, then beat eggs and molasses together until light. Add ginger, nutmeg, and cinnamon. Lemon custard. Yolks of 24 eggs, 1 pound butter, 2 grated lemons. Grate peeling and press out the juice. Beat the butter, eggs, and 1 pound sugar together until very light. Flavor with lemon acid. Line the dish with paste and bake. Green cornbread. 3 dozen ears of corn grated, 1 egg, milk, a little salt. Soda rolls. To 1 gallon flour, add 1 full tablespoon soda and sufficient sour milk to make a soft dough. Knead well. Make it into large rolls. Grease your hands well with lard. Pat the rolls rough. Lay them into pans and bake in a slow oven. Cream tartar rolls. 3 pints flour, a piece of butter half the size of a hen's egg rubbed into the flour. Mix through the flour 1 tablespoon cream tartar. Dissolve in sweet milk, 1 teaspoon soda. Knead and pound well. Make in small rolls and bake in a quick oven. Indian meal batter bread. 1 quart Indian meal, ½ pint flour, 3 eggs, 2 tablespoons melted lard, 1 cup and a half of sour milk, ½ cup hot water, 1 teaspoon soda. Stir well together. Bake in a quick oven. Pickled sturgeons. Soak them 3 days in salt and water, then pour off the brine and pour on scalding hot vinegar. Pickled cauliflower. Cook the cauliflower tender, put it in a jar, pour vinegar and good ground mustard scalded together over them. Fried rusk. 2 cups sugar, ½ cup butter, ½ cup yeast, ½ pint sweet milk, 3 eggs, flour to make a thick batter. Set away to rise. When light, mix to a dough, rise again. Roll, cut, and fry. Muffins. 1 pint milk, ½ cup butter, yeast, and a little salt. Flour to make a batter. Pickled plums. To 7 pounds plums, take 3 pounds sugar, 1 quart vinegar, spice to your taste. Scald every day until the plums are cooked. Jumbles. 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of butter, 1 egg, a lump of soda the size of a nutmeg. Crackers. 1 pint of milk, 4 ounces of butter, 4 eggs, flour as stiff as you can make it. Burst up rice. Pick and wash a teacup of rice. Turn over it boiling water. Turn it off and turn it into a pint of boiling water. Boil hard in a tin basin closely covered. Cook dry. Season when done. Rice cooked in this way is always white and nice. Onion custard. Pare and boil 12 large onions. Mash when cooked soft and strain through a sieve. Stir in, while hot, 1/4 of a pound of butter. Beat ½ a pound sugar with the yolks of 6 eggs. Stir into the sugar 3 tablespoons flour, 1 pint rich cream. Stir all together until smooth. 1 tablespoon cinnamon, ½ spoon cloves. Stir well. Beat the whites of the eggs and stir it in last. Paste your pans with rich pastry. Bake in a quick oven. Cranberry baked pudding. Paste your pans with a thick, rich crust and cover it with berries. Add a little sugar if you like. Then cover with a thin crust and fill with berries until 4 layings. Then bake in a moderate oven. Eat with cream and sugar or wine sauce. Baked batter pudding. 12 eggs, half-gallon sweet milk. Beat the eggs until light. Flour to make a good batter. Stir in a small teacupful of grains of allspice, a little salt to your taste. Bake in a deep pan or Dutch oven. To be eaten with sweet cream flavored with lemon or vanilla. Rusk. 1 pound sugar, 7 eggs, half-pound butter, 1 teacup good hop yeast made into a stiff batter overnight. When light, work it into a soft dough in the morning. Let it rise again. Make it out into rolls. Rise again. Put a little soda in the flour if sour. Bake in a slow oven. Fried donuts. 1 pint sour milk, 3 eggs, 2 tablespoons lard, 1 teaspoon soda, salt, flour to make a not very stiff dough. Roll into sheets, cut, and fry in boiling fat. Baker's gingerbread. 1 quart molasses, 1/4 pound lard, 3 eggs, 1 gill sour cream, 1 tablespoon soda, 2 tablespoons ginger, ½ tablespoon cloves, 1 tablespoon cream tartar, flour to make a soft dough. Put the soda and cream tartar in the flour. Knead well, roll, cut in squares, and bake on sheets. Preserved oranges. Boil the oranges till you can run a straw through the skin. Clarify 3/4 of a pound of sugar for each pound of fruit. Take the oranges from the water and pour the hot syrup on them. Let them stand 1 night. Next day, boil them until the syrup is thick and clear. Quince marmalade. Rub the quinces with a cloth, cut in quarters. Stew them in a little water till tender enough to rub through a sieve. When strained, put a pound of brown sugar to a pound of flour. Set it on the fire and cook slowly until enough to cut smooth. Ginger nuts. 1 cup sugar, 1 cup molasses, 3 eggs, ½ cup butter, ½ cup sour cream, 1 tablespoon ginger, ½ tablespoon cloves, full teaspoon soda. Beat the sugar and eggs together till light. Melt the butter and molasses together. Add all together with flour to make a soft dough. Roll, cut, and bake in a quick oven. Potato ferment rolls. 1 pint of water, 1 pint sweet milk, 1 pint yeast, a little salt, flour enough to make a soft dough. When light, work in lard or butter if sour. Work in a little soda with the flour. Knead well, and then break in a couple of eggs. Knead well, make into small rolls, and set where it will keep warm. It will rise in a few minutes. Bake in a quick oven. Apple jelly. Slice 13 large apples very thin without paring them. Then cover with water, boil and strain, and to the juice add a ½ pound white sugar and as much lemon as your taste may direct. Clarify with egg and boil to a jelly. Mutton chop pie. Stew the mutton and season. Paste the side of the dripping pan. Put in the meat with a strip of the crust rolled thin. Pour over it the gravy and cover with a crust. Baked peach cobbler. Scald and rub the peaches. Stew until done. Season with sugar to your taste. Paste your pans. Put in the fruit, dropping small pieces of butter over it. Cover with paste and bake. When done, float the pie with the syrup from the fruit. Coconut pie. 1 large coconut grated, the milk of the same, and 4 rolled crackers. Boil 2 quarts of milk, a small piece of butter, 4 eggs, the rind of 1 grated lemon. Sweeten to taste. Paste at the bottom. End of section 8.